All right, so this has been probably the worst made tier list I've probably ever done because I started this last fucking year. I started this almost a year ago, and only now am I getting done. There are different reasons, and I changed my mind about it. But like the fact stands that I started doing the low tier list for last year at this time. I'm not gonna say that like it's not gonna happen again. I'm definitely not gonna say it. But I will do my best to not let a gap like this happen at all. Next full list I plan on doing will be like probably right around anniversary, 10th anniversary. It might be the week or the week after. It kind of just depends on how involved the summer event is going to be. So I am also doing this recording very differently because, as you can see, this is a big list. Last week for extra class 1, I tried to fit everything in one day. Did not go over well. And honestly, doing these lists like this definitely starting to affect my life outside of streaming. Like the amount of stress and just uh, lack of relaxation I'm doing on the weekend is starting to show. So yeah, we are splitting this up, and I'm not even starting in the order I normally do, which is like going from like starting with like class order, like which one came first. Um, we are not starting with alter egos or foreigners today. We're just doing pretenders and beasts. Um, this is recording me, by the way. This video should be all of extra class. I'm saying this part of the recording is this on Friday after work. So even more reason why I want this short. I do not want to be sober all the way till 9 o'clock or longer. I would like to enjoy myself tonight. So even before we're talking about pretenders, I want to start off talking about beasts. Now, I know that this is probably going to be like the most contested part of this list because the beasts have their own class advantage. But we are doing them today. But again, I just changed my mind. Like right now, I'm ready to do pretenders first because I actually don't want to jump right into beasts for this recording. I'm like, I thought about for a second, just knock out the beast and like, wait, no. Let me not start with one of the heaviest stuff today. And let's also not start on Oberon because we kind of all know where he's gonna go. Um, there's no point in starting with Oberon. Everyone kind of knows where he's gonna be. So let's talk about Hephaestion first. So first of the pretenders that you were able to summon for in the normal pool. This is the first permanent pretender. And for the longest time, this was the only single target pretender you could actually use for DPS. There weren't that many cases where you would need a pretender. The only actual case is the Storm Pod node with King Protea, in which case your options are use a Berserker or kill 1 million HP for King Protea, all neutral damage. It's either that, use Kama, or to use Hephaestion. For me, like just because of how abundant arts is, it really kind of pushed the limit of where MP1 Hephaestion actually was, and it was more so her supports than actual Hephaestion, because I kind of don't like Hephaestion in the sense that where you kind of want her at MP1, she isn't hitting that because all she can do is MP spam. Her face cards, not good. They are pretty bad. So, and hit counts aren't even that great either. So, I do like this character. She was pretty fun, and I did like her in Case Files. But I gotta be super honest. on this. And whenever I was using Hephaestion, I was always thinking, man, it sure would be nice if there was another SSR that can do this that isn't Kama. Because Kama is the only actual servant that gets full class advantage against alter egos, except for pretenders. And Kama has been in the game a lot longer than Oberon. At least 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. Base attack, very high for a 4-star, almost pushing 10k. HP, 11k, definitely on the lower side. Star weight, star gen, this is the pretender numbers. Star weight's around night class. Star gen is closer to 20%. So before pretenders came out, foreigners and moon cancers were the next best star gen in class behind assassins. And now we have pretenders. And this base star gen is the whole reason I want an SSR single target pretender. But I'm not going to say no to Phantasmoon, because Phantasmoon is really, really fucking good. One last thing. Pretenders 1.0 damage multiplier. Again, unlike Berserkers, Rulers, and Avengers, they are just doing 1.0. Yeah. So they don't get extra help, but they also don't take an L like these two, unfortunately. MP charge 0.59%. They're not terrible on 3-hit arts, but these are not great either. At the very least, she has double buster, double arts, so she is able to start with a buster lead, MP, and then arts at the end. First skill, 30% attack. 30% card buff for arts and buster. And then full class advantage against casters. So not only is she a pretender and able to fight all the night classes, she's essentially also a rider because she's Iskandar's shadow. Says it in the name, for he is another Iskandar. Literally gives herself class advantage against casters. So this is essentially also what Kama does. For alter egos, but just only specifically against casters. This does not work nearly as well as Kama's, and the reason being is that anti-alter ego is so much rarer than being a rider. Simple as that. But don't let me detract. This is still like good that now, besides alter ego, she also has another class in her toolbox that you can use against, and it's even more damage than she would be against the night class. Second skill is 120% battery, depending on what CE you are starting with for Hephaestion. You may or may not be popping this on turn 2, especially if on turn 1 you want to be popping all of the Castoria buffs. You're probably just not going to touch this, and then you also probably don't care about refund for this turn. Next turn you just pop this battery, and then you're probably face carding to help you refund for third turn. But yeah, 120 battery. If you are lower, again MP1, you can stop here at level 7. Or, yeah, you can essentially stop at level 7 or 8, because it doesn't matter. If you're only MP1, your MP gauge stops at 100 no matter what. There's no conceivable way you can push it higher, not with appends, foes, nothing. So, again, if you don't have MP2, there's no point in going past 8. You already have the 100 battery, and it doesn't do anything more than that. Besides, I guess, cooldown. But this is also a 7-turn cooldown, so you're less likely to be running Tom. It's either you're less likely to be running Tommo, or she becomes a requirement because of how long this cooldown is. Really depends on you. Just be aware of how high this battery is. Third skill. And honestly, I would count this as a battery as well. You taunt everyone on the enemy field to attack her. Increases her defense by 50% and MP gen up 30%. So she's going to get hit a bunch and she gets free charge from that. Hopefully you get a lot of multi-hit attacks so that Hephaestion can get even more. Unlike Avengers and some alter egos like Domin, Hephaestion's base gain is only 3%. So instead of getting a fourth of her gauge back from getting hit by one attack with 5 hits, it's only going to be 15%. So would be nice if she had another little something to get more game when she gets hit, but eh. Last thing, absorbs party curses to herself. This is another lore thing where like this is a heavy lore thing that is explained in case files, but basically because she's sharing the name of Iskander magically, she will take any threats, any magical threats that are directed to Iskander are drawn to Hephaestion. And again, this isn't even the real Hephaestion. This is Iskander's shadow, and this is Hephaestion's sister. She has no name, was given Iskander for magecraft reasons. If you don't understand it, welcome to Fate. Half of the people don't understand shit. But you're not alone, because neither does Shiro Emiya. Passive skills, independent action B, EX, 12% crit damage, camouflage B, crit attack chance resistance 10%, and star gen up 10%. It is a damn fucking shame that she has a weak quick card, to say the least, and only one of them. Territory creation EX, 12% arts up. Right, Oblivion nullification, 10% MP damage. This is heavily tied to the Case Files rerun. Specifically the Case Files rerun, where it had this little story about Hephaestion and basically why the Hephaestion from Case Files still remembers that summoning. Because, as you know in Fate, each servant is technically their own person, and all they send back to the throne are, like, kind of memories, but Hephaestion, like, clearly remembers what happened. Also, I'm going a little too in detail on this, talking about this. This is not a video. MP, Buster up. Buster res down, Arts res down for 3 turns, base 10%. Unfortunately, these do not scale, and they happen after damage. So, big buff would be just make these happen before damage. And OC is 10% MP damage. But this activates first. Bond CE. MP damage up 30%. When her when she dies, everyone in the party gets 10%, obviously except herself, because she's dead. Yeah, so the issue with Hephaestion really is her own refund. Whenever I use Hephaestion, refund is a struggle. It is basically, if you do not have an arts card, you are not MPing next turn if you don't have the excess charge. She is an art servant that has a lot of trouble refunding her MP. And in addition, because she's arts, she is very, very, very unlikely to be critting on her arts card. And again, her base arts card gain is technically worse than Artoria. And I'm talking about OG Saber. Her base arts card refund is worse. And Hephaestion does not have stars to fix that. So, because of that, if you just need someone to burst something down, she is not bad. The second you really start running into damage issues, yeah, like this really is just a personal preference thing for me. Obviously, if you run Black Rail, Double Castoria, Oberon, she's gonna perform amazing. She's gonna hit very hard, and you will not have a problem with charge at all. But that is still a lot for a single target. And if you're talking a challenge quest, you can't exactly be using Oberon now, can you? Yeah, like you have to use a different art support, and the huge issue is like her this refund is not great. Again, this is based off my own experience doing the King Protean node. Just the refund was always my biggest gripe. Quick kind of just, in my opinion, Quick kind of just has it easier with stuff like this. Simply because like with arts, you kind of have to use your own Castoria if we're talking like the highest end. For Quick, you just need a Scotty, and it doesn't matter which one on your side. And you can make it work. I get, like, again, people praise arts so much. Like for me and like how I play the game with usually lacking CEs half the time, Quick is usually more reliable. But again, that's just me. Oop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bring this down and add a row above. No. Wrong one. Wrong one. Add a row above. There we go. Almost forgot A+. Yeah. So I think Hephaestion, again, this is an MP1 specific issue. Because also, if you go over gauge, you go over gauge. If you get drained when you can't go over gauge, it's really, really fucking bad. And are you really going to, because you get drained, are you really going to use 100% battery to get you back to 100 after only losing 10%? If I could place her with MP2, even MP2 or higher, I actually would bump her up to A. But the battery becoming too much actually is like kind of throwing me off, because if you do get mana loading, you now really can't be popping that battery early, because you're pretty much just wasting that mana loading. Like you might as well just switch it off for something else. Yeah. So that's Hephaestion. How do I actually want to do this? 4 stars first, then 5 stars? Sure. Oh, okay. So in the complete opposite vein, I really, really fucking like Tlaloc, as a servant. As I said, I was a Power Rangers kid as a child. And her summon a giant mech that that would not look out of place in Power Rangers. If that's one of the reasons she's as popular as she is, I do not fucking blame her. Or not, I don't blame people. That might not be the reason, but it's probably a factor. Yeah. I have a fondness for this character, but again, we are talking about MP1, and I cannot use anecdotes talking about this character. I'm gonna have to like calc it, because I do have too much bias to this character. Again, I'm gonna be completely frank on it. Yeah, look at this Megazord in the background. All right, so base attack low for a 4-star. Definitely on the lower side. Now, is it abysmal? No, no, it is not. We have seen worse. We have seen far worse from 4-stars in terms of attack. This is mostly because she has so many different buff types that having the base attack a little too high would cause, not really cause issues, but it would be more concerning for balance wise that there's a 4-star that has so much stuff going on that you're also putting crits in there too. Like, she is a quick servant, so crits are gonna come into the mix. HP 12.3k. This actually is pretty high for a 4-star. MP charge 0.58%. And again, Star Gen is at the 20. I'm gonna stop mentioning Star Gen after this character. Thing to note, lawful good. So she gets the CE. Hit counts: 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Now, Talok has basically the same gain as Hephaestion. The big difference is Talok is, or Tenochtitlan actually is going to crit on those arts cards. That's the difference. This gain doesn't really matter because she's going to crit anyway. You will have an abundance of stars with Tenochtitlan, and yeah, it's not the same issue I have with Hephaestion. Only downside is she's AoE. Yeah. 5 extra attack. Extra attacks in general for pretenders because of this high Sargen, kind of the same case as it is assassins. They're naturally going to just give you more stars than normal. And whether that's a good... having more stars is almost never better than having more stars. But, yeah. Her extra attack is going to gen stars. Gain is not terrible, but damage will definitely suffer. First skill, 30% battery, 10 gauge per turn, every turn for 3 turns, and chance and guarantees water side buff for 3 turns. Unlike more recent servants, this is applying the buff to Tlaloc, not to the field. Lohi is probably a big example. Lohi and Van Gogh Minor, 2 examples where they put the field on the battlefield itself, and all it takes is for them to die for it to go away. But if you buff strip them, it will not go away. Here, if you get buff stripped, the water side will go away. So be aware of that. Second skill, 20% attack for the party, 20% crit damage. Evasion removes all enemies' latest guts, and if you remove their guts, 50% defense down for 3 turns. Now, I'll be honest, I forget this is here most of the time. But also, like, half the time I'm using her, I'm farming. But this is nasty when it works. Key thing is when it works, because this is not great. You're not fighting people that have guts. Not even every CQ. Some story fights, yes. But if I gassed this up when she came out, it would have been better if this was on a single target character than an AoE. That's the main thing. One thing to note, though, again, it's AoE, and it takes the latest Guts status. So if you have a Guts that has multiple uses on one icon, I believe this would actually just take all of them. But only if all of the guts are tied to one removable guts. Like if you inspect it and like you go through all the list of enemy buffs and it says guts and it has multiple times on it, I believe this should take all of them. If not, truly unfortunate and loses value. Third skill, 30% quick, 30% arts, 30% crit damage, and 2,000 damage cut for the entire party, 3 attacks, 3 turns. 2,000 damage cut is a fucking lot. If you have any amount of defense down, there is a good chance you are not taking damage at all. Enemy is going to have to crit you. They're going to have to do something because 2,000 damage cut is like literally nothing to scoff at. Like think about every time like the enemies do chip damage to you in a turn. And then just remember this is 6,000 damage mitigation for 3 attacks in 3 turns. That is half of her health bar. Just to put that into context. It is truly unfortunate it's only attacks and not full. But I do think 3 turns of party crit damage cut of 2,000 is too much. Like this actually would be too much if it was like they removed this restriction. So Talak has a good amount of pretty much everything. Issue with her farming, especially trying to black rail farm. You need mana loading, and this is a permanent servant. I could have sworn I brought this up on the original video too when I was talking about her. Maybe the cheer list as well. But this is how much you had to bond for a permanent servant to unlock their append before the change. You literally had to get them to bond 11. Not even 10 for append. 10 was short by 10. Ironically. Thank God they fixed this, and now instead of having to go all the way to bond 11... Bond 9, what you had to hit anyway if you were MP2 and wanted the append as a permanent. If you're starting her from 50, this is much less of an issue. But because of this waterside field thing, if you ever try to start her off with K-Scope, and not pop this, you are so fucked, it's not even funny. And there's no way you are wasting batteries on Quick because of how infamous Quick Refund is for being bad. You would either be saving this for when you need a battery, or you be doing it on turn 1. And I can tell you from experience with Talak, you do not want to wait. You need to be popping this turn 1. She has a very big battery issue, and she was built around appends existing. Unlike previous characters that were not built with appends fully in mind, this one is, and I have kind of said like this was not a great way to implement it. Even at release, like I don't know really how to explain this like any other way, but like it really was basically you had to pop this skill turn 1 no matter how much charge you had. If you were gonna have to waste charge, you were just gonna have to waste charge. Like, that's how imperative this skill is to Talak's gameplay and farming. Arts up 12%, Divinity up 10 for damage. When you're on water side, 20% crit damage, and everyone but her gets an 8% arts buff. This is an absolute requirement and no exceptions, especially at MP1. And again, all my issues with Talak are MP1 only. Like, seriously, like, she does not have issues like this if you have a much better copy. But MP1, if you want to use her for, like, Black Girl farming, or even starting from 50, no matter either method, you still have to pop that skill in turn 1. Otherwise, her refund is so shit. It gets so much worse. No other repens really needed. MP. 20% MP gen on water side. Quick servants eat MP gain up like it's fucking candy. And this only lasts for 1 turn. So if you are not on water side, if you are on water side, you can kind of get away without popping this. But again, it is 10% per turn, and quick servants really, really, really appreciate this because that is literally 20% of what they need to for Scotty buffs. Because 10% is 20% of 50. So everyone else in the party also gets 20% MP damage. And she gives herself 20% MP damage for 1 turn. So she gives ramp up to the party. But I will be honest, I very rarely ever use Talak for multi-core. I know she has a lot of party utility here. Or not a lot, but yeah. All of her party utility for multi-core is an attack buff and a crit buff. And MP damage if you MP with Talak. Which again, in multi-core, there's obviously she's gonna MP at least once, but you don't know when in the run she's MPing, which is my concern because you might not have this MP damage when it's actually gonna help you for your single target. Bonsi, 8% arts and quick for the party, and then MP damage on water side. I am placing her like literally on par with Hephaestion, and I swear this is for both of them. It is just an MP1 issue. If this list was talking about like MP5s, Talak probably would be at A. Yeah, no, I would put her on A if we were talking about higher. But as a farmer at MP1, she is gonna definitely run into more issues. And if we're literally just starting her issues with just battery for a farmer, like we're gonna run into more issues later. So real quick, just gonna show off Talak farming. And probably should turn off the recording, but not. Yeah, no. All right. Good to go. Yep. Nope. And again, we're using double ruler Scotty here because OG Scotty just isn't where I want her to be for farming. Okay. Also, we're doing Saber. Only just realized that now, but because she's also a farmer, bringing her to fight casters is going to be an issue because she's going to have overkill issues. So if this bothers you, I'm sorry. There aren't really good places to check pretenders actually farming because like it's either they're doing 1.5 or they're doing it's either 1.5 or 0.5. When I go through my list for damage sheets later, I'll probably like make a node that's just like pure neutral or some shit, just to make it easier. Like no traits or anything, like literally just to do this, do testing like that. Sorry. Yep. Okay, and yeah, so very, very comfortable black girl farm for the extreme quest for sabers. Okay, and boom. Okay. I would say this is pretty respectful damage, but this is also her hitting 1.5. So compared to like the characters I was calcing last week, and I don't remember which ones, but at MP1 she is doing like not great damage. Yeah, so like turn 1 here, that is 90,000, right? Yes, that's 90,000. Here 165. 110. 110. Turn 2. 100,000. Yeah. It's. I really do feel like this is an attack buff issue, or not attack buff, but more a base attack issue, because she's like under, and like what buff she does have, she's not like, they are multiplying like fairly well, but she also doesn't have super effective or power mods, and that is coming up here. Yeah, here. Oh no, Fran. Yeah, it's yeah, like this damage difference is literally just attribute, like sub attributes, like stuff like most people don't even pay attention to. So yeah, unfortunately MP1 just has like just too many issues going on that stops her from being like a really fun servant. She unfortunately just kind of has too many restrictions right now. All right, I do need to step this up, so I'm not just doing videos and could just cut them up. Okay, so this 4-star I have a very, very different opinion on, like extremely different opinion. I am a fan of Balbanshi, but not the I want her to like step on my balls and make a shoes out of it. Like I'm not. No. If that's what you're into, more power to you. I like my balls where they are. That's also why Korean Dark doesn't do it for me that much either. Yeah, this Babanshi has A, she's a farmer, but B, she also has how do I explain it? Because her kit isn't something that you see in FGO. It's more of a kit you would see in a game like Honkai. Well, they are both turn-based, and I play both games like fairly regularly. The roles in one game do not transfer over well to the other. Babanshi, or Keiku Priestess, is someone that extends the duration of buffs and also extends the duration of debuffs on the enemy, specifically DOTs and game per turn. So when you stack 2 of them, you essentially make it so DOTs actually have like good ramp up period, where if you time it correctly, you're basically juggling DOTs while basically getting 50 stars per turn and like a lot of gauge per turn between it. She honestly is just fun to use. So let us get started. Base attack 9.8k. You shouldn't be surprised that one of the Fairy Knights has very good base attack for a 4-star. They're all pretty good. across the board. Vargas probably has some people probably don't feel the same way about Summer Vargas though. Yeah, MP charge 0.59%. Why do all the 4 stars have the same fucking gain? And the same decks. 3 hits on Arts, 3 hits on Buster, 4 hits on Quick. She has a good Quick card. I will say that. That is a much better Quick card than Hephaestion. Yeah, another 5-hit extra attack. By the way, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I am just noticing. She is chaotic evil. Might as well bring up Doman. Doman puts curses on, and she can extend the duration of his curses. Not a bad thing, especially considering like how high damage Doman's curses actually are. Most of the time, like the base damage for a curse is like 500 to 1,000. His is like 2,000 or 3,000. So like extending the duration of that and having like a good source of curse to get amped by like all the other curse amps that probably are going on the other team if you're doing DOT stuff. Yeah. First skill, 20% attack, 20% defense, extend the party buff duration for healing, MP gen per turn, and star gen per turn by 3 turns. So when you see on your buff counter 3 turns because you just popped it, or 4 turns. Let's use Merlin as an example. You pop Merlin's MP last turn. Now you pop this turn. Merlin's MP duration for pretty much all of it would be like it'd be like 3 for the healing, and then it'd definitely be 4 for the stars per turn, and I think for the gauge per turn it would also be at 4. So Kate Capriceless is going to turn the healing per turn from 2 to 5. Sorry, I'm just getting Merlin up. Because he works better with Kate Capriceless than he does than Kate Capriceless works with Lady Avalon. Yes, no, you would 100% prefer Merlin for this than Lady Avalon. So you pop Merlin's MP. At the end of the turn, at the start of your next turn, all of these are going to say 4. 4 for the healing, 4 for the party charge per turn, and 4 for the stars gain. You pop this skill, add a 3, plus 3 for all of it. So 7, 7, and 7. 7 fucking turns with Merlin's MP. And let me remind you, this is on a 7-turn cooldown. Do you really think you're only going to pop 1 Merlin's MP in 7 turns? Be completely honest, because I'm probably saying no, you're popping at least 2 more. So you're probably not going to want to do this on the first Merlin MP. The second one, though, when there is like another buff duration in there, or maybe even the third, whichever one you think you can sneak this into, and now you get an extra 3 turns of however many times you pop Merlin's MP. And again, that was one example. If you have skills that do the same shit, you have a lot of sustaining power, like off rip. Kate Capriceless is probably one of the best sustaining Buster servants. And I don't like. She makes Buster unironically not look as much as a glass cannon as it actually is, especially with Oberon. Technically, you can farm with Oberon with her, but I definitely would probably not recommend that. Not too much, at least. Second skill, full buff strip for 1 enemy. Obviously, you can't remove on removals. Reduces their debuff resistance for 3 turns, crit attack chance for 3 turns, and reduces their gauge by 1 every turn for 2 turns, and a 30 battery. So this works the same exact way as Lady Avalon. Basically, when they're supposed to get a bit of gauge from their turn ending, they just don't get that gauge. This is not going to do anything if the enemy can MP, because you MP during their turn, and this happens after their turn ends. So if they're at 4, they are not, and they MP at 5, they are not going to get the charge they need to MP. But if they have 5, they're going to smack you with their MP. So this battery right here lets you do buster farming if you want to, but the most important part easily is this debuff resistance. This makes it so you land... Oh, sorry, I didn't even finish talking about this skill. But you need to land as many of your debuff... You have 3 turns to do it. That is more than enough. And then after that, you are going to try juggling them for as long as possible. And again, if you can do it for a long time, you might just repop all the DOTs as well. If you really want to have 100% uptime on like all your healing per turn and the DOTs, you are going to need 2 Bob and Chi Summers, but only because there's literally no other character in the game that can do this. She's the only one that has this mechanic. So yeah, going back to this, extends the duration of all poison, curse, and burn by 3 turns. So also same as this, but just on the enemies. And again, unfortunately, it's only DOTs. They were not going to let you juggle actual debuffs for multiple turns. Like, there's no way they're going to let people juggle like 100% defense down for a longer period than it's supposed to be there. Like imagine extending Oki's busted buff strip that also puts like 50% defense down, and then you make that last for 4 turns instead of 1. Like, that is absurd. And makes every debuffer look way better than they are, because that would also apply to card buffs that you put on the enemy, like Khazra drop. Oh god, imagine all of Khazra drop's buffs, debuffs lasting for longer than 1 turn. Like, she would actually stack up 150 quick up and then another 150 any card buff as long as you crit. This restriction is there for a very good reason. And truly I am fine with it. Like, the amount of chaos, like, expending other debuff durations is... having that much fun is like end of service shit. And FGO does not seem to be anywhere near end of service based on interviews. All right, 3rd skill, 20% MP damage, 15 stars, and then a little something extra. So when you have Wrath of the Enshrined Deity, MP damage up 20%, and if they have this, this buff, Wrath of the Enshrined Deity, they will also get a 20 battery. How do you get this? Because this is not something that are inner skills. It's inner passives. Magic resist EX 25%. Riding EX 12% quick. Territory creation D 4% arts. And I'm pretty sure all the Fairy Knights that came out here no, I think this part is just Caprices. So, in Ascension 1 and 2, she has crit damage against man attribute, and it's 4%. If you're in Ascension 3, it's 20%. Other passive that gets you this Wrath of the Enshrined Deity. If your allies are chaotic, 5% MP gain. If they're good, another 5%. But if you're in 3, it's 4%. So basically, if you're in Ascension 1 and 2, you get 4% crit damage against man attribute, and your chaotic and your good alignment allies get 5% MP gain. Yeah, so she herself will only get 1, but that's also unless you can make her turn good, and I think you'd probably need, like... I don't want to get into, like, what you would actually need to be a good girl, because that's a different conversation about mental health. Anyway, last part of this, all ascensions. Whenever she gets hit, or no, sorry, whenever an ally gets hit, and this also includes your sub members, you give them Wrath of the Enshrined Deity for 1 turn while she's on the field. So, while you have this, you get 10% crit damage. So, if you're dealing with an enemy with AoE hits, everyone is going to get free crit damage. That is the TLDR. So, if everyone gets hit all 3 attacks, they get 20 battery and 20 MP damage, and they'll have 30 crit damage for that turn. But remember, this crit damage only lasts for 1 turn, so your choice when you actually can use this. But Bavanshi in farming cannot use this skill. If you want to do Black Rail farm, not Black Rail farming, Double Vitch Oberon, she is able to do it. I forget if she's actually able to Black Rail loop though. It's a team comp thing, and it's also, are you going to try to make this character Black Rail loop or use her as intended kind of situation. MP 6-hit AoE Buster, 1,000 healing per turn, 10% gauge per turn, every turn for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn, every turn for 3 turns. And if you know her first skill, she will add +3 to this. So again, very important, do not pop this on turn 1, or otherwise you are screwing yourself over. Wait. At least wait until 1 MP, a Merlin MP, something that will have some sustainability. 7 turn cooldown, even with 6 turn if you for first time, that's still a very long cooldown for this. This is her highest cooldown skill. If you're not able to reduce cooldowns on this, you're gonna be in a big problem. Super effective damage against mana attribute. It makes sense because she has this crit damage in her passive. Curse 2,000, Poison 2,000, and reduces their attack by 50% for 1 turn. Again, this is 50% for the entire enemy team. You have a shitload of healing per turn, and you're also cursing them and doing super effective damage. Last bit, overcharge up 20% to 40, activates first. You are basically, her whole playstyle is literally taking the piss out of other people. She is just not going to take damage, and especially if you have 2 of them and you're staggering the MPs, it almost doesn't look like you're stalling with a Buster team. That's how crazy it is. It looks like Arts team stall, not Buster team stall. Bonsi, 10% Buster while she's on the field, and while allies have Wrath of the Enshrined Deity, another 10%. So, we're gonna do the farming here. I am just gonna start her out at 50. I kind of don't have the time to be trying to figure out how to get her to Black Rail loop, because again, I feel like she could do it. It's just like, am I thinking properly for this setup? Because I don't think it's this. I don't think it's just Double Vitch Oberon. Okay, first. Thank you. If I could. I don't think I can mark that. Oh, yeah, there we go. Favorite. Damn. I hope that would have been like a shortcut. All right. Um. Oh yeah. Also, because of a pen 5, she actually can double stack this. She was not able to before. So if you use Babanchi to do black buster farming, she does do it better. Not gonna lie, but again, her kit is not suited for this. Uh. Yeah, no, do not pop that turn. Do not pop this turn. Probably should have popped Fitch for power mods, but I kind of just forgot. Yeah, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want her to do your buster farming? Um, again, just because a character can do it doesn't mean you should do it. Just thought I put that out. Um, TLDR, for this sheet, I am not ranking her as a buster farmer. I think that is a huge detriment to like people looking at her. And I'm putting her in extremely niche because what she does is so utterly specific. You need to be building a certain team around it. She is not generic. You slap her into any team. You cannot do that with Bob and She Summer. Otherwise, you are going to regret it. MP1, don't try black red looping. At higher copies, I mean, sure, if you want to do it, you want to do it. That's up to you. I do not recommend it. Even if she is able to do black rail farming, I don't think I'm moving her either way. No matter how good or bad it looks, just because I don't care about her as a farmer in any kind of capacity. She is for fun. She is definitely a character you use for fun to just like, know what? I just want to make the enemy turn like just suffer. They're gonna try to kill me and they're just not. Um, yeah. So, last of the 4 stars, Cagliostro. I had to use this guy for a long time on JP on my free to play account. Why? Because I wanted him to farm his bond levels for himself. And at this point, I still don't know whether I regret doing that or not. Because don't get, he is kind of fun, but the way I was forcing him to be used was definitely not as intended and probably made him look a lot worse. Um, yeah, me like basically almost trying to force him to black rail loop without black rail just like made him feel terrible. And that's on me. So again, I'm gonna try to keep that out of here. Um, my experiences just are not how this guy is supposed to be used. And I know most people use double cast story, and half the time not even half the time, most of the time I don't ever do that. But even using like Shufu, Paracelsus, Asclepius, like I kind of, if I'm able to do normal farming with AoEs, double Castoria should, and also without Black Rail, double Castoria should just be miles better. So, Cagliostro, the guy that is the reason Marie Alter exists. And God rest her son that died a horrendous death that I would never wish upon any child. Especially because I'm a teacher and that kid was around my student's age. Oh my fucking God. Look up the incident if you don't know what it is. This guy is like, I don't know if FGO is saying he's like he did it maliciously or not, or he like innocent monster type shit. But he literally fucked over the royal family probably harder than they deserved. Base attack 9.6k, HP 11.1k. Not this is good enough amount for 4-star HP. It kind of looks on the lower end, if I'm not mistaken. Star weight, sergeant, normal pretender numbers, MP charge 0.41%. I did notice this a lot. It's the reason he has a 50 battery. But he, on the other hand, he also does have MP gain in his kit, so it kind of makes it better, but not really. 5 hits on quick, very good quick card. 3 hits on 3 arts cards. It's why his MP gain is so low. I probably would prefer if he dropped the arts card and just had better gain, especially because of his MP. But not many other traits you can do anything with, even to help you farm, get more gains for him. He is pretty fucking bare bones when it comes to traits. And that honestly is surprising. Like, this is what, like, a very recent servant, and he has, like, literally nothing up here. Or, literally the most generic traits you could ever think for a servant. Humanoid, Hominidae, servant, and weak to Enuma Elish. Like, these are the traits, like, pretty much every single servant in the game has. First skill, 50% battery, 30% MP damage, inflicts confusion on the enemies. And that's skill. 7 turn on this. My biggest complaint is his cooldowns are just way too long. I really hate that his cooldowns are just as long as they are. The confusion isn't bad. It means he gets hit a lot more and you get more gain by that. And the enemy is not going to buff themselves off. They're just going to hit you and you get regain, essentially. He's also arts, so Castoria will shield him, so he just won't take damage either. Second skill, Guts, 1 time 5 turns. When the Guts activates, 30% battery. And finally, MP Gen up 30% for 5 turns. Sorry, not 3 turns. 5 turns on this. The cooldown for the Guts is 10 turns, so 50% uptime, 50% downtime. But the Guts is a 10,000 Guts. This guy only has 11,000 HP. His Guts almost heals past his HP bar. Like, if your Cagliostro is not max leveled and you didn't put foes in, like, he's level 70, there's a good fucking chance his Guts is going to fully heal him because he doesn't have enough HP. Obviously, this is not a... this doesn't come up at higher copies of him. Like, obviously, level 120, he's at 15,000. That's still an impressive Guts. You're at max level, and you get your Guts gives you 2/3 of your HP back. That, honestly, is, like, pretty goated. I'm not going to lie. But comes with a huge caveat of a 10-turn cooldown Guts. Fuck that. You are not getting that back. And because it's tied to MP Gen, yeah, it makes farming a little easier because, like, you're not immediately losing all your buffs if things don't work out and you don't kill stuff. But that's still only one part of his MP, or keeping up his MP spam. This isn't, again, like, the 35 turns help, but all his other buffs are going away too. So Tomo would help have better uptime. Just saying. Third skill, 30% arts up, 30% crit damage, and when you attack, buff success rate down to the enemy. Oh, sorry, only when you normal attack. This is honestly fun, because it's one thing if you buff block them. It's another thing if they're like they spend their whole turn buffing themselves and literally nothing lands. Like if you do a full mighty brave chain without the MP, you basically turn every single one of their skills into imperial privilege. And if the enemy has imperial privilege, they have a 1 in 5 chance of actually landing anything. So it went down from a 3 in 5 to a 1 in 5. So basically, if they had imperial privilege, none of their shit is ever gonna land. Like think about how many crits you have at 20% crit chance, and how many times those actually crit versus they don't. That's basically what that imperial privilege is gonna be. Just that you have a heal. So his skills are interesting, but they're not. If you're expecting to use him for farming, it's just no. Again, it's just like you can do it. It's just a lot more of his values is going to come from a CQ or a story boss. Passive skills, 30% star gen of arts cards. Honestly, pretty dope, especially considering his base star gen is like already at 20. Like they're not guaranteed to be making stars, but this does go a long way. Debuff resistance up 10%. Debuff success rate up 10%. Buff removal resistance up 10%. And arts cards have 10% crit damage. Heroes arch enemy false. Yeah. I really just can't talk about this character that much just because I have not read OC2. And whatever I kind of know is probably just going to sour the story. So I'm just going to go in my little hole and just ignore his story for another year. Appends. They kind of don't matter. I would prefer skill reloading just for lower cooldowns, but they're also so obscenely high that this isn't going to do much. Like the first cooldown reduction, the first skill is a 7 and the second is a 10. Like if you don't use Tamamo, this character is just, you're not popping skills that often. And you like the most important part about it is this Guts is just not gonna have great uptime, because up for 5 turns, nice. Down for 5 turns, not great. And especially when part of his MP is tied to this. Again, MP removes all defensive buffs, defense down 20% after damage, super effective against lawful enemies. I have absolutely no problems with this MP. It's good. Would like the defense down to happen after damage, but they don't like doing that now, do they? Bond CE, 20% power mod against lawful alignment enemies while he's on the field. I feel this is just too much of a cop-out that I'm actually putting all the 4 stars for pretenders essentially at the same place with the exception of Bob and Chi. Yeah, I kind of do feel some type of way about this, but like he's able to do it. It's yeah. Hang on, let me just. I should have done this at the start. Again, just going over like tier list requirements. Fills a certain niche that's very populated. Servants can do it better. Characters fall in. Yeah, no. I can't put these characters like any higher. They do their job and they do it okay. But it's not like it's MP1 issues, not necessarily them. Yep. So, I also want to see Cagliostro's farming. And it's just gonna be Black Rail Loop. Yeah, sorry if these 4 stars are just like taking a lot of time. I do want to like emphasize that these are not bad characters. It's just they are so heavily hindered by MP1. It's just like not even funny. Like I will tell you real if a character is dog shit. Like look at some of the year 1 sabers. Like a lot of those characters are actually bad. And it's like, even though that's a different list, it's like, do any of the characters on this list look as bad as Rama? As bad as some of those other characters? No, they don't. They're trying to do something else while Rama is failing to do something another character already does. Or other characters can do multiple different ways. Right. Oh, sorry. Water down the wrong pipe, I think. Again. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not pausing for this, but like this really doesn't take that long, and I kind of just want to, get this out. Okay. So I can't imagine Cagliostro like not being able to black group. Like I think a black rail loop. Like I think that is a like just ridiculous idea. Yeah, no. Like he doesn't even need Oberon to black rail loop. Like I know this is also very low HP, but even in the 30s, he still looped 80. Like when the enemies had 2 enemies had 60,000 HP, he still was looping 80%. And we have Oberon like right here, and I didn't even need him. Yeah. So 1.5, about 2,000 damage, neutral, but he's almost never neutral. Here, we're sitting at around 160,000. But that's also because of a negative modifier. Or 165,000? It's too late for me to be doing quick maths. Yeah, so he refunds like really, really well. He's going to need Black Rail to help him get overkill, but that's a lot of characters in the game. It's not just him. So, yeah. 6 more characters tonight, and probably am going to go through them a lot quicker. I don't think I'm going to have to justify like some of these placements, but let's wait. Is it 3? Oh, it's 3 cuz 2 are welfare's right. Okay. So 5 more. 5 more and then we're done tonight. So, Oberon, very easy, EX. Lady Avalon, A+. Let's start with Oberon. This is going to be the shortest one. Oberon. Most people do not use this guy as a DPS. Can he be used as a DPS? Sure. Slap an Invul Pierce CE on him, and he's good to go. But most people, if they're using Oberon for farming, it's either as a support or you're using double Oberon in a like 90++. depends on the node. The super Oberon for 90++ farming for Lottos has... It really is just node dependent, is the final wave Night class, whether that would even work or not. Base attack, 11.8k. HP, 13.2k. MP charge. What the fuck is with all pretenders having the same number? Cagliostro was the one that broke the mold, but why is it like all of them had this number? The fuck? Stargen is a little higher than the others. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on arts, 3 hits on busters, 6 hit extra attack. Once again, if you're using his MP, his extra attack is not going to do damage, and his other cards following the MP, not going to crit. Extra attack, I actually don't think it even matters, because if you can't crit, it's just base refund, which is how extra attacks refund in the first place. And you really can just card before his MP. First skill, 30% MP damage for the party, 20% battery. Second skill, 50% battery, and you drain their gauge at the end of the turn. This is treated as a buff. You cannot get rid of this shit. So if you pop this battery, if your unit receives charge after the MP, they're losing that charge. So Artoria, if you Lancer Artoria or any Artoria that gets a 50 battery from him is not going to feel the effects of their MP, and they're just going to have to be like everyone else. Any servant that does not refund off their MP or get charged per turn, this battery doesn't do shit to you. If their gauge is 0, it's not going to bring you into the negatives. You're just going to stay at 0. If you're close to MPing and you don't MP that turn, you're not MPing next turn unless you get hit a lot. Third skill has a whole lot of nonsense. If you don't know what this does, I will sum this up really quick. You give a 50% buster buff for 1 turn. You double all the MP damage that any character has on them, no matter where it comes from, including passives, including CEs. So characters like Koyanskaya that has a 20% MP damage passive, that's actually a 40% MP damage passive if she is getting this buff. Now, it is super OP if you stack up a lot of MP damage. Let me be very clear about this. If you do not stack Oberon's, stack up the MP damage, Oberon does not provide as much damage as you actually might think. Yes, 60% MP damage is a lot, but if you're a character that relies more on crits than you do MP, he is an actual demerit. Because at the end of that turn, your unit is bricked. You cannot use that unit unless the fight's over or you reset, whether that's using command seals, rainbow apples, Saint Quartz, or the gems to give you a full revive. Blue stones. I don't use them, so I literally actually don't know what their name is. You cannot swap this person out after this goes off. Once they go to sleep, you can't do anything to them. However, if for whatever reason you plug suit the character out, I believe that would work and they wouldn't immediately get stunned at the end of the turn. But it's the reason to do that would be you're hyper buffing someone. You're sticking them in the back and then all your front, you stall until you get plug suit bat and then you bring them back in and then you buff them even more. I know people used to do that to try to one-shot King Protea back in the day. But yeah, that level of stall, you do not want to mess around with Oberon like that. He is not going to be staying around that long unless you are actively protecting him for shit like that. Moving on. Party debuff success rate up 10%, except against foreigners. Merlin's buff success rate down 20%. So I'm pretty sure this makes it so any skill he tries to put on allies, as if Oberon's on the field, yeah, that's not happening. However, the solution is just don't have Oberon on the field at the same time as Merlin. It very clearly states all this stuff while Oberon is on the field, not period. So literally just don't run them together. And the whole thing about this is Oberon is like literally using half of his power to make sure Merlin can't see them, because he like fundamentally like cannot stand to like even he doesn't even want to have a conversation with Merlin. Like it is like that bad. Like he cannot stand Merlin that much. Territory creation E minus, or not can't stand, but they are so fundamentally opposites that they can't be interacting. Or Oberon doesn't want them to interact with each other. 1.5% arts buff, 11% debuff success rate. So it's actually 21% for himself, but he's not. His debuffs are mostly on his MP. No, it is the MP. It is his MP why he has this. Riding A, 10% quick. Immune to all mental debuffs. And immune to curse. The Oberon fight to unlock his final ascension is the most fucking infuriating fight in this entire fucking game. No one is ever going to prove me wrong about that. You cannot convince me that Oberon fight is the literal epitome of fucking bullshit. And the fact that when this came out, like a big chunk of the foreigners had something to do with curse, and he was completely immune to it, fucked a lot of foreigners over on that. What a surprise, because he literally has it here that like foreigners, his debuff success rate does not work on them. But again, makes sense. Anti-human order. Foreigners are fundamentally not part of the human order. Pens, they don't really matter. I'll be real. Unless you're using Oberon as the DPS, I guess this is the only one that matters. MP. Damage, 4-hit AoE Buster, removes all their offensive buffs. You put them to sleep, and then you give them an invul for a turn after super effective lawful damage. So, you might be thinking, why the fuck do you invul the enemy? It's so the sleep stays. Sleep is basically a stun, but if someone hits you, you wake up. So he makes it so someone is harder to wake up. If you really want to get around this, you can use an invul per your CE, but then this enemy is literally just going to hit you back. When you just you basically got a stun on. You got a stun on them. A stun is very, very hard to resist because, again, 21% debuff success rate, along with this not being a stun, which some characters have stun resistance, or they have skills that specifically stop stun. This is not going to do anything to that. But again, if you hit someone and they're asleep, they're going to wake up. I would assume you would have learned this when you were growing up, but a wake up slap is there's a reason wake up slap is a thing in Pokemon. Bond CE 20% power mod against lawful alignment for the party. Why is he EX? He is the best farming support for most characters. In fact, if you are Buster and you have a 30% CE battery, he is literally the only way you're Buster farming. He is account changing. He is account defining. He is going in EX. End of story. Lady Avalon, different story. Arts Merlin prototype. Exactly what you'd expect from Merlin, just arts. She is far better, or not far better, but she is faster at doing like invincible comps than Merlin, and especially because in Lady Avalon, everyone's arts. In Merlin stall teams, not everyone arts MPs and Buster buff. It runs into issues, but because Merlin has such like long durations on his MP, it kind of doesn't matter because most of the time he's able to pop it like more than 2 times, if not 3 times. Yeah, Lady Avalon also one of the best esports units for Super Recollections out there. She is probably one of the most prolific for how much she just helps you. Keeping her at level 50 out of 60 literally gives you pretty much everything she needs to do her job as a support, and then get taunted and die, and then you rotate out. If you look at pretty much all of Plushie Mistress's Super Recollection min turns, pretty much all of them have Lady Avalon in there. That exact same level 50 out of 60 esports version. Is she a character that you're probably going to want esports for? No. Her MP gets far better if you have higher copies. After MP2, if you want to make that call, I wouldn't fault you. Because it's such a small difference. It's like MP1 to MP2 is like 50% increase. MP2 to 3 is significant. It's like 1.25. Sorry. I believe it jumps up to like 8 point. I have it right here. 8.75. Okay. Yeah, no, I was right. 1.25. All right. So let's get started. 11.5k attack, 13.8k HP. She actually does like fairly good damage. You have to remember that this is an art support that does fairly good damage against cavalry class. Sorry, not cavalry, knight class. So Castoria is usually doing neutral damage. All your supports are usually doing neutral damage. Sorry. Yet Lady Avalon, if you don't kill, she's probably gonna crit the enemy down fairly hard if you don't have enough cards for your DPS. Yeah, like her face scar damage is actually like really good. But again, that's only against knight class. If you're fighting cavalry, especially cavalry riders, then you're really shit out of luck because Castoria is not doing shit. At least with assassins, Castoria can kill them. MP charge 0.53%. Again, this isn't that bad. Her refund technically is worse than Merlin's, but if she is getting overkill, it's just gonna be better. And the more important thing is that she can arch chain, so I'm honestly fine with this. Like, also the game difference isn't that different. If I'm not mistaken, it's only like 0.04. So she has higher hits on her arts card, so if she hits overkill, she gets more out of it. Yeah, I'm fine with this. First skill. Arts version of Merlin's third skill. Yeah, so big joke. Merlin's third skill, hero creation. What hero is he most famous for? Artoria. What action is he most fucking infamous for in Fate? That's the big joke people were making about Merlin's third skill. If you get it, you get it. So the joke when Lady Avalon came out was exactly what you'd think it was. But that joke didn't stick nearly as well as the Merlin thing. I'm just mentioning because I think it's funny. 50% arts up for 3 turns, 3k max HP, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Again, this is exactly like Merlin's third skill. They are identical. The difference is literally the card type. The real difference is that this is on the first skill and not the third, which makes her just better at being an esports unit. Second skill. And unironically, this is the reason people said Merlin needed a buff. And this is not, and he did not get the buff people were expecting him to get. So, 20% attack for the party, 20 battery flat, literally just like Merlin. The first part of this skill, exactly the same as Merlin. Difference is, Lady Avalon gives overcharge to the party, one stage, one time for 3 turns. And this effect bumped the cooldown from 5 to 6. Do I think this is worth it? If you are doing an invincible comp, abso-fucking-lutely. If you're using a character that has ramp up, and absolutely, you give them higher scaling than what they could have had before. And especially talking about the overcharge, third skill. If you're fighting 3 enemies, this is a 60% battery. If you have her mana loading unlocked, you are already at 100. If you don't have it unlocked, you pop second skill and you're at 100. And this is flat. So this part of whether she MPs turn 1 or not, literally dependent on how many enemies are on the other side of the field. So party-wide invul for a turn. This is Merlin's second skill, but definitely does not work the same way. So the drain effect that Babanshi Summer had, yes. That effect, it only lasts for 1 turn, and explains it a little more. But the more important thing for a lot of people than this part is the fact that it is a 20 battery per enemy. You are not draining the enemy. They just have to exist on the field, so don't worry. You do not have to wait for them to, like, take a turn so you can suck them dry and then just MP like usual bloodsucker shit. That statement was more appropriate because she's a succubus. But she's sucking different fluids than those bloodsuckers. So that's why it works differently. She just fucking edges them. She doesn't suck them dry. Wow. Anyway, passives 4% arts, 11% debuff success rate, 5% gain per turn, and a broken passive where she gets a mana loading for free. She will always start at 20% minimum. So if you get mana loading, you start at 40. And then you only need 2 enemies on the field to be able to MP turn 1 no matter what. If you have 1 enemy, yeah, you're shit out of luck, but more likely than not, you're also using her with Castoria, so there's probably not a lack of charge going around, if I'm being completely honest. Anti-Saber actually makes sense. She needs her harass Arthur as much as she can, and she actually does pretty good damage. NP, this is where she's different than Merlin. The first 2 parts of her MP are only 3 turns instead of 5 turns. For a character like Babanshi, this is not what she wants to work with. So that's another reason Babanshi would prefer Merlin over this one. Even though in a lot of cases, Lady Avalon would be considered better. Not so much this time. Oh, just dropped something. All right. And the other controversial part is the gauge you get per turn scales with overcharge. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of this, but I genuinely do notice the difference between a 5% return and this, like the 2.5%, like it comes in clutch, especially if you're fighting like berserkers way more than you'd think. Like this little bit of MP2 like just feels a lot better, even though it's only 2.5%. It is still a 50% increase in efficiency for what the base number is. Other part is that instead of healing per turn, you get max HP. Max HP is pretty much a heal that works even if you're like full on health. If you're at 1,000 HP and you get max HP, you're at 4,000. If you're at 13,000 HP and your gauge is full, you'll go up to 15,000. And say you lose 1,000 HP, when the max HP goes away, you're at full. So like max HP is healing that you literally can't waste. It's always going to matter, but how much it matters depends on the enemy. The stars per turn is not changing. It still lasts for 5 turns, so that is a huge help, especially for arts. As long as you can keep up good uptime on Lady Avalon's MP, you can at least have a good amount of stars coming your way, even if it's not like an absurd amount. Bonsi, 10% arts up and crit damage while she's on the field. Literally Merlin's Bonsi E, but arts. Why is she an A+ if she's not an EX? It really just comes down to the fact that Lady Avalon is not account defining or account changing. If I'm gonna be completely honest, a lot of the reason people use Lady Avalon for farming is because their cast stories are at Bond 15. You can say I'm right or wrong on that, but that is a factor that plays into it for people. If you have a farmer that is max bond points, like bond 15 and everything, it's right now currently you are actually throwing away the bond points because it doesn't do anything. If you don't care about that, okay, more power to you. For me, like that irritates the shit out of me. The same as using like Mystic Codes. If I know I have to, like using Plug Suit to farm, if I know I have like 5 other Mystic Codes that aren't done. It's mostly a pet peeve of mine. So, we have Phantom Moon, and then I guess I'm going to talk about the beasts too. Yes? Am I talking about beasts today? Yeah, no, okay, I will. All right, Phantom Moon. This is the fastest character I ever fucking got from Bond 0 to Bond 10. Holy fucking shit, she was so good in the raids. Now, obviously, first raid, she got helped by traits in the event. Like, literally, not only did she get power mod, it also gave her class advantage against an Avenger when it was supposed to be CL doing that fight. But the day 2, Phantom Moon. With MP1, I was almost consistently getting 1 turns, if not 2 turns. But again, I was using the event CE for like the power mod, but if I was to do that raid again in 2 years, using the ×3 bond points, I would put it on a different CE. But in my head, it's like 5% bond points to make this run take at least 3 more turns over spamming it in a raid when we didn't even know how long it was going to last. This tangent, again, it's based on the event. If you know, you know. If you don't, and you're on AA, you'll know what I'm talking about in about 2 years. So, Phantom Moon. Just made a video about her. Not just, but for me, it was very, very recent. So, I'm not going to go too specific about this. I'm going to try to run through this, like, especially after how long the last few characters have taken. The rest of this video is not. I'm not giving them nearly as much time as I gave Pretenders. But Streamer, Neko, Arc-ish, Phantom Moon. I don't fucking know. I didn't read this event, and it gives me a headache thinking about what this actually is. Just based off like what I have interpreted. Again, I'm not gonna let my views stain you guys because I don't know what I'm talking about, and I don't need JP players calling me saying I'm like ignorant when I like, yes, I'm choosing to be ignorant about a story I don't want just translated. If you have a fucking problem about that, go fuck yourself. Okay, base attack, good point. HP, definitely on the lower side. Star weight, star gen, pretender numbers, MP charge. Why? We're back to this. We're back to this fucking number. 3 hits on arts, 5 hit on quick, 4 hit on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Why are they building all these pretenders the same fucking way? I don't know. That one's bothering me. I don't know why, but it's like out of all the pretenders, it's like one of them doesn't have MP gain in like 0.5 or like close enough. Even Lady Avalon, she was like 0.05 off from this. Like if they want to make pretenders just have around this refund, more power to them. But like, I didn't look at the welfares, but like pretty much all the gacha ones all have the same. Especially the hit counts, like 3 hits. Yeah, like their decks are almost identical. This one especially is Lost Spell, but you're not waiting for the Lost Spell to do it. You're not waiting for Neko Arc to do the Lost Spells or Phantom Moon. First skill, 30 battery for the party. This is a multi-core unit. And I'm already placing her right now at A+. Only reason she's not EX is because she's not account defining, but she's so borderline there. If at the end of this list I move her up, don't be fucking surprised. She's so fucking good at being a multi-core DPS that it's like ridiculous. 30 battery is held literally by the best multi-core units or higher. It's like 30 battery or higher is held by the most, like the best multi-core units. Case in point, Tonelico, Tezcatlipoca. Those are literally 2 of the best ones, but unfortunately both of them are AoE. Phantom Moon, single target, and she works against all the night class. Most of the time, the issue is going to come from the single target wave, not the AoE. Not only that, 20% MP damage for the party, and you overcharge, same as Lady Avalon. For herself, for the supports, this is only better, especially multi-core, where it might be actually tied to getting more damage and hitting breakpoints. Second skill, Arts and Buster up 30%. Changes her extra attack to AoE. Each individual part of it is like the individual stats of it is cut in half, but you're hitting 3 enemies, so it balances. Like you technically get more out of it, but only if you're hitting 2 enemies or more, 2 or more. Extra attack performance up 100%. This makes it so there literally is no difference whether hitting AoE or single target or hitting 3 enemies or 1 in terms of damage refund star gen. Each individual enemy is going to be the same, but this is a card buff. So the more card buffs you have on this, the less it's going to matter. And this being AoE is going to, like, you're going to feel it. Because, yes, the damage is essentially the same. The refund and star gem are essentially the same. But your base value got cut in half. So your ceiling got cut in half for how effective it will be. Your floor just got raised so much that they're barely, that the floor and the ceiling, it used to be like this. Now it's like this. You really compress it for how well this extra attack is going to do. Also 20 battery, so 50 battery. 20 battery also is static. Third skill, awesome multi-core skill. You get 15 stars. You target one ally. They get 5,000% star weight for 3 turns. They get 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. And everyone in the party gets 20% attack and party crit damage. Again, her kit is fucking fantastic for multi-core as a single target DPS. I am so happy I got her on my main account because I was waiting for a single target pretender. I talked about how much Phycian disappointed me over time. Phantom Moon definitely did not disappoint me in the raid, and I can't imagine that a kit like this would disappoint me in like actual multi-core uses besides lacking damage. Like, I think damage is just the only issue I would ever run into her with MP1, and usually damage is literally the easiest thing to fix. It's called critting. At least when we're talking about MPs. Obviously, just crit forehead easy. It's not that easy most of the time. But yeah. Magic resist B, 17.5% debuff resistance. Item construction A, 10% debuff success rate. She has a fake territory creation. This has nothing. My headcanon is she does not have a room to stream in, thus she has no territory to be a streamer. She has no setup. It is truly unfortunate. She needs to go on Patreon and get her... Can I say simps like this? I don't think I can say simps like this because I don't know how... I know she had a stream chat as part of the event, but I actually don't know what was said in there, besides the fact that CL got like really annoyed by something at like the end. Independent action, A, 10% crit damage. And last thing, Incarnation of the Holy Knight. She is a Santa servant, even though that is not an actual trait. But it looks like she will be counted as a Santa servant in the future, because in this raid event, every single Santa servant was getting bonus, including Abigail that came out the Christmas event before this. Appends. If you want to do solo core Arkwid, you're gonna want this. It wouldn't be the worst thing. She does have every type of card buff, and with append, yeah. So if you want to do single core, you're going to need this. If you want to do single core buster farming with Arkwid or Phantom Moon, you're going to need this. Oh, and just because it's multi-core, you want mana loading too. If you had to choose, if you're doing multi-core, just pick this. You're probably not fully resetting cooldowns in multi-core. You're probably not using double Vitch because only one character is gonna get buffed. Unless their AoE is so cracked that they do not need like another support. Like if it's wave 1 and it's low enemies and then it's just single target, you probably could actually get away with essentially single core Arkwid. You just aren't bringing Oberon. NP, 5-hit single target buster, seals their MP, ups their extra attack performance by 50% for 1 turn. Super effective at damage against evil alignment. 20% battery, scales up to 40, and living humans get 20% for battery, and it's literally the same. Why does it say allies accept herself? It's definitely not because she's a living human. I can fucking promise you that. Said it in the review. If you think Arkwid could ever be a living human, she's fucking archetype Earth in this game. How could she possibly be a living human? She's a fucking type. And NA is about to go through the trauma of fighting a dying type. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and 100% extra attack performance by 100%. I fucking can't believe I already have this bond CE. Chat. Raid event bond bonus plus times 3 bond bond points per run plus frontline bonus plus all the other fucking bond CEs I have results in you bond tending a character in, what was it, 200 raid fights? I don't know. I was pretty like out of my head during that time. Like I kind of don't even remember half of the farming. I know I split it up, but that truly I was definitely on one. So that is Pretenders. I truly spent way too long on this. I truly think I spent too long on this. And sorry I keep flip-flopping, but I just don't have it in me to do Beasts tonight. We will worry about Beasts at another time. If I had to guess, 17 here. Oh. And 15 here. So on Sunday, we will probably do Beasts. Just because there are less, there's going to be less foreigners I have to do than I am going to have to do Alter Ego. So tomorrow is going to be Alter Ego. Sunday will be Foreigner and Beast. I'm saying this now, but as you're watching this video, obviously it's going to continue, but I will see you guys later. All right, so new day, new class we're talking about. Yesterday I talked about Pretenders, now we're talking about Alter Egos. I kind of want to do the same thing where I go through the 4 stars before I start talking about the 5 stars, but for the purposes of this list, there is only one 4-star before we go right into 5 stars. So I guess we are just gonna start with Passion Lip. All right. Yep. Okay. So glad I double checked this. There we go. Yep. Hang on. Pictures got lost. There we go. Okay, let us move the welfares back where they belong, and then we're ready to start on this new day. Any others? Okay, I said A+. Pretty sure I said A+ for you. You are at B. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 7. There we go. Last thing, any more welfares? Yes, there you are. All right. So we are starting today off with Passion Lip. Passion Lip, she definitely has her problems. She's gotten better over time, but she's definitely not what you call like a very good servant. 10.2k base stack, very, very high for a 4-star. HP, extremely low for a 4-star at 10.9k. Yeah, we don't usually see like if we have stats like this, it's usually a berserker. The only justification for Passion Lip's HP being this low is that she has a lot of defense in her kit that like kind of mitigates it. MP charge 0.77%. And also we gotta mention Alter Egos. So they have 1.0 modifier. Star Gen is Night class. Star Weight Night class. We're not really talking about Death Brock. Deck Triple Buster, 3 hits on the arts. It is not a bad arts card if you crit on it at all. 4 hits on quick. Again, this is not a terrible quick card, but Unlike foreigners or pretenders, star gen for alter egos is not the best. 5 hit extra attack. This actually would feel pretty good, just like a normal night class servant, really, or more specifically a saber. This extra attack will feel like a saber of similar stats. First skill got buffed. Damage cut 1,000 for 3 attacks, 5 turns. I think you can just use this up just way too soon. Debuff immunity 3 times 5 turns. This is very important for her. It makes it so she does not stun herself. Buster up 20% and a 20 battery. Because of this battery, if you really, really want to do buster farming, I guess you can, but it's going to require double Oberon, or you're going to have to bring Summer Chloe, because the 20 battery just is not enough. Second skill, Masochistic Constitution. Taunt for herself, 30% defense for 1 turn. So these work together. And she has conditional scaling on her attack buff. So she hits 50% HP. Hold up. Okay, so the base attack you get is 30% if you're at 50% HP or less. The closer you get to 1 HP, the higher this scales all the way up to 50%. This is on a very short cooldown, so if you are doing buster farming stuff, it is not hard to stack this up. It's just the problem is getting your HP like that low to begin with, but because her base HP is so low, it does mean like Vitch batteries do take a good chunk off the top for her Passion Lip. And that is helpful because it is harder for her to like actually lose HP with the defense and damage cut up. Third skill, 30% attack for 3 turns, ignore invincibility for 3 turns. Whenever she attacks, she has a chance to just straight up insta-kill. But this is only a 10% chance for it to happen, but it is a 100% death proc when she normals attacks. So basically, it's like her face card has just a chance to death proc on the same level as, say, Kiara without her having overcharge. But I would definitely not be relying on this. In addition, she gets another 30% defense for 1 turn, and she will stun herself for 1 turn. But this is extremely mitigated by this skill, so I wouldn't. This is just there, so if you are not lining up your skill procs, it's gonna fuck you over. Passive 15% debuff resistance, 6% crit damage, 10.5% star gen, 20% debuff resistance, and high servant right now doesn't do anything. Mana loading, maybe if you're doing other stuff, it just helps you start faster. Skill reloading, probably more beneficial for Passion Lip, although again, kind of don't need it. It really is more you just how do I phrase it? It's like you just get more damage a little faster, but it's like not by that much because her cooldowns for her first 2 skills are insanely low. You're not going to be able to double proc these in 1 turn unless you're popping both Vitch batteries in the same turn. MP has been buffed. 12 hit AoE and 3k heal for the party. It's really fucking unfortunate that she got a really shit MP buff because this is dog shit. There is no normal effect to it. It's just a heal for the party, which isn't bad for herself if you're soloing, but like I would. This MP like doesn't. It doesn't do much. She like at the very least, if she had star gen, she at least would be genning a lot of stars off this. Okay, different MP for that version too. Interesting. 1 second. Oh. All right. Bonsi, 20% buster, and party debuff resistance by down 20% while she's on the field. Yeah, no, Passion Lip is significantly. I think she's just worse than all three of these in pretty much every way. Her kit feels very, very clunky, and yeah, no, honestly, it's the clunkiness. I feel like she got really, really shitty buffs, and it's unfortunate because this isn't even a farming thing. It really is like the MP got a really, really shitty. It's really bad. This skill not nearly as bad as it could be, but still 20% buster, 10% battery. It's like, why are you stopping just short when you know like how much it would help her? And this skill was also extremely early. They just gave it the scaling on the they just gave turn scaling on the attack buff. But I mean, she does have a lot of attack. She does have a lot of attack in her kit, but that really is all it is. It's just attack. That's mostly all she's good for. The invo for 3 turns is something to note, but again, like that's kind of it. It's invo, pierce, and attack, and that really is just all she is. Invo, pierce for 3 turns and attack. A lot of foreigners do have invul. Jacques de Malay, for instance, Yang Guifei. So, it's either invul or dodge, which obviously because Cuckoo and Alco weren't out when this character came out, obviously. But yeah, a lot of those foreigners have survivability, and she kind of just pierces through all the survivability. She only really does get stuck when it comes to Cuckoo and Alco. But yeah. So many buffs this year. They didn't give us Summer Passion Lip. They didn't give her. Did they buff her? Was this year or before? Because I'm pretty sure this wasn't this year. Yeah, no, they had plenty of chances to actually buff Passion Lip this year on JP, and they chose not to. It's the same with them choosing not to buff Queen Dark. She's unfortunately staying at sea. All right. So, continuing on, we have Melt. And she got her last buff. I think everyone can, at the very least, agree of Melt at least being A+, if not higher. Just 1 second. I'm just going through the single targets here. I'm pretty sure there is no other single target quick here, so she probably is Hibiki and Chikage. No, aren't they AoE? Wait, which? Okay, honestly, if she has no competition, she's just going to EX. Cause I was hesitant to immediately put her there, but I'm kind of blanking if she has competition. I'm pretty sure she doesn't, and that's the issue. Or not the issue. Yeah, no. She is EX. Melt is definitely going in EX. A, she has no enemies, and B, her MP buff is broken. And it's exactly what everyone said she needed in the first place. So 1 second. All right, so Melt. Miltralilith. Not exactly sure on the pronunciation. I do believe this is like Miltralilith. Like, this is the actual spelling for it, and this is just how the NA originally localized it or some shit. Or actually, no, I think this is how it was translated. Melt to Lilith. This is how people translated it. Because Triple C has not, pretty sure, officially been translated into English. It was like the fan translation that spelled it like this, if I'm not mistaken. I truly am not entirely sure on this. But yeah, Melt has just slowly gotten better and better over time. Her MP was solid, but the rest of her skills were pretty lackluster. And then over time, they buffed her skills up right to left. And now this year, they finally buffed her MP. So, base attack at least the midpoint for 5 stars. HP 13.4k, definitely on the lower side. Or, no, average, if not low average. MP charge 0.92%. The thing about Melt is her refund is stupid. It is Okita level refund. If you know anything about Okita, even her Saber version that I feel is lackluster, OD Okita. I'm not talking about Okitan. Pretty much every version of Okita, even her alters, their MP gain has never been into question. All their gains for every single version is pretty much iconic for having fantastic refund on their arts and quick card. Melt is definitely not that far off. At 0.92%, like, these, when you crit, they do a lot. Yeah, this arts card, not the best, but it's still like a higher base game than, say, Artoria. But most of her refund is going to come from her quick cards and support. Sakura series for Kazuha drop specifically. Lawful good, so you can use that. Craft distance if you want to get her bond up. And 6 extra attack, which I really, really like, especially with this high gain. You doing Brave Chains with Melt just gets you so much refund in general. So, first skill. Dodge, 2 attacks, 3 turns, 15 stars, NA 30 battery. This is like pretty much all they did to buff this skill was just give it a battery. And this was the year before last, if I'm not even mistaken. Oh, no. This buff is out on NA right now. So every 2 years, they pretty much buff Melt. And yeah, this lets her do multi-core. And for single core farming, it just lets her start up a whole lot easier. Second skill, this is where you really want to face guard. Every time she normal attacks, you get more crit damage. You do not need to crit. She just naturally will get more crit damage. Along with a 30% attack buff, and she gives herself a defense down of 10% for 3 turns. If you can clear this off, do it. Melt has very little in terms of defense. It's pretty much just the dodge and a little bit of damage mitigation, but not that much. This can get you killed very, very quickly. Giving the enemy like chances to buff up their damage is something you want to avoid with like the plague. Also, the crit damage goes up before damage, so especially for quick, no matter what, all of your cards are just gonna hit harder than they normally do. And the more cards, so in an esports situation, this is what you want for Melt, for her to be spamming Brave Chains, and having other units just die while dropping buffs on her, and she just keeps doing that. The more you NP though, yeah, especially if you're doing quick crits, you're gonna want to be NPing, but in addition, your extra attack counts for this. So if you're doing a full crit Brave Chain, you get 60% crit damage for that turn. And if you MP, it is going to be 45%. And 45% crit ramp up just from critting is not terrible. That is literally people's like goated crit skills, getting up to 50 like that. And she can go up to 60 if she doesn't have enough gauge and she has the cards. Third skill, definitely her weakest out of all the buffs, but this is also the first one she got. Reduces all enemies' MP damage by 1 turn, for 1 turn by 50%. and you reduce your party's MP damage as well. For multi-core, this is a huge detriment, and you need to time this to make sure it's not on a turn where your ally is MPing. So if it's a 3-1-1, don't pop this skill on turn 1. Wait for when your AoE is not MPing. And if it's a 3-1-3, same thing. Because this defense MP damage down only lasts for 1 turn. The MP damage for melt of 30% lasts for 2 turns. So ideally, it would be a 3-1-3 or 3 or yeah, pretty much 3-1-X. The final wave doesn't matter, but you definitely would probably prefer 3 enemies in the first wave. Passive 17.5% debuff res, 8% quick, 10% crit damage, more debuff resistance. So her base debuff resistance is 40%, like before any other buffs. Riri, how's it going? Hi, Servant. If you're doing farming, battery, skill reloading for fun, extra attack, especially because of how good her base gain and her 6-hit. Like, and she actually has decent base attack too, so this extra attack will do really well with this card buff. MP is what got buffed. All they did was make this, all they did was make the remove buffs happen before damage, and that's it. And that's literally all she needed. Oh, right. Also, the quick up is before damage too now. Why is this such a big deal? Because if someone had removable invul, you literally had to waste your MP on removing that invul. So our MP just for the first one just wouldn't do damage. And if you're fighting someone that buffs themselves up a lot with a lot of like dodges and shit, this is just annoying. Or this was just annoying. So, yep. And now she has ramp up 2 that affects her MP. More overcharge goes up to 30%. Although you're probably not hitting these unless you have higher copies than MP1. Bonsi, 20% quick up, 30% crit damage while she's on the field. And this is only at the cost of reducing the rest of the party's crit damage by 10%. Like, this is a super, super strong, like, offensive Bonsi. Like, and honestly, it's fine that it's selfish. It's melt. Why would you expect something else? Yeah. Sure, places here. Enjoying FGO. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm making YouTube content right now. Doing this tier list and then enjoying the rest of the weekend. I'm just doing alter egos today. All right. Next up, Kiara. She got buffed too. Unfortunately, Plushie's experiencing buyer's remorse from purchasing her services. Yeah, sorry, Plushie, you're not catching strays. Unfortunate. Unfortunately, she just makes it such a big target that it can't be helped. 11.6k base attack, HP 14.6k. She has a lot of cushion. She has a lot of cushion for taking punishment. I don't know. The jokes are... I don't know. I'm not laughing at the jokes. I don't know if it's because I'm not sober enough, which I do feel I'm pretty sober right now. Or no, it's because I did Summer Kiara last week. That's really it. I think I just made the jokes too frequent. Yeah, no, because her video this year, talking about Summer Kiara, like last week, yeah, no. I just don't have enough in me to keep letting it out on her, unfortunately. There you go. I still have a couple more in me, although I'm sure Kiara has heard that way too many times. MP charge 0.55%. This is a problem for her being a actual farmer, especially at MP1. She can still do it, but there are a lot better options. She is more famous for her CQ and just solo potential. Oh no! If you're brand new to the game, then you probably shouldn't be watching this because I'm just gonna be throwing a lot of shit that's just gonna confuse the hell out of you. Plus, I'm talking about JP stuff, so if you're on NA, you're really not gonna know what's going on. Um, if you want to still watch, feel free. But just know, like, uh, yeah, then I'm talking about a lot of stuff that isn't gonna matter for you for at least like a year and a half, 2 years. Yeah, hit counts here not great. She is pretty much expected to be critting on these cards, which isn't a great feeling. It's either she's critting on it or you're force feeding charge down her throat. And I'm not sure if she's gonna enjoy that or not. She probably will. She enjoys shoving a lot of stuff inside her. First skill, Clairvoyance Beast. Reduce one enemy's debuff res for 1 turn. This is 100%. Completely fights off magic resist. However, you still need to land this part on the enemy. So the issue here is if the enemy has too high of a debuff res, you can't reduce their debuff res because you're not going to land the debuff. Kiara unironically actually sometimes has a problem enabling her own playstyle. Apparently the amount of experience she has with no, yeah, no, that one's going too far. I was about to make a joke about her childhood, but no, her childhood was actually fucked up. I actually do have limits on this. Yeah, I draw the line at pedophilia talk. Debuff res, arts res down 30%, 50% battery, 6-turn cooldown. This is good, but yeah, no, I literally just threw off my mood by ruining that joke. Unfortunate. Yeah, landing this is just important for gameplay, and it's very similar to Summer Kiara too. But yeah, if this doesn't land, she's kind of shit out of luck. She only recently just got buffs for herself, so if her debuffs didn't land, she didn't have a kit. Didn't have an offensive kit to take with her if she's not using Black Rail. Gotta re-clarify that. Second skill, reduces all enemies' gauge by 1. This is a guaranteed drain. Enemies cannot fight this off. There's no chance base. Doesn't matter what level this skill is. It is guaranteed. She is guaranteed to get the suck. Also, make sure all of them are naked as well, and makes them vulnerable. Final skill is what got buffed. Goddess Metamorphosis to Demonic Metamorphosis. You see EX go to B. It's literally because this is a skill that fits her more and can still go higher. Or there is another character that's going to have Demonic Metamorphosis, and it's going to be even more horrendous than Kiara is. Which, if you heard what she did in Triple C, that is not nothing. So, Invul for 1 turn, crit damage for 1 turn, MP gen for 1 turn, debuff res for 1 turn, healing received for 1 turn, power mod for the whole party for 3 turns, party-wide battery, overcharge for the party 1 stage 1 time, and this lasts for 3 turns. So this, in addition, she also got rid of this demerit that made her take 3,000 damage. She missed the hole on this one. This time she doesn't have the issue anymore. So all the original effects are set at 50%, but again they only last for 1 turn. The power mods are at 30%, and the battery is 20%. So she has 70% battery in her own kit, and this seems to be like pretty common for a lot of the multi-core DPSs that they have coming out. It's either they have a lot of AoE charge, or they have very high charge for themselves, along with like a slightly smaller AoE battery. Power mods, 8% crit damage, 2% for crit, insta-kill res, mental debuff resistance because she has the beast passive. Obviously, defense up for all humanoid enemies by 16%. And humanoid is literally all servants in the game except these. So, yeah, she's just tanky. She takes a lot of punishment. She has all the sex jokes that involve that. I'm pretty tapped out right now on this at this point. Ruler class advantage, very similar to what CL has. Basically, she's up against a ruler. She is doing the same, well, different from CL because CL is Moon Cancer, and she normally wouldn't be fighting Sabers just because it's like flat neutral. There's no point. You would bring a ruler instead. Unlike that, Kiara is meant to be fighting against multiple different classes. Finding cavalry and ruler mixed up together, not the craziest thing in the world for how they're doing like multi-core and how CQs just work in general. This for farming, this for having fun with Tamamo as well, and depends. If she's solo, then yes. If not, it is what it is. MP, ignore invul, defense pierce, part of the reason why she's goaded for CQs, and she heals herself 5,000 up to 10,000. And yeah. Last part, Bond CE, arts up 20%, max HP up 3,000%. Sorry, not percent, up 3,000. And she drains the party by 1,000 while she's on the field. Or sorry, not drains. Reduces max HP by 1,000. Yeah, very versatile character. Very comfortable in A+. You do not need her, but she does make a lot of content in the game like just go by a lot easier. Like especially if you have Black Rail, you really don't have to try that hard with Kiara. Yeah, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I missing one? Feels like I'm missing one. This one is oh well. Next up, we're done with the OGs from Triple C. Okiton. OG Okiton. Really, really funny that they skipped Guda Guda this year. Because this character has needed this MP buff for fucking years. This was the first thing people said she kind of needed. And while her other buffs have been like far better. Yeah, like if I'm being honest, like it's hard to determine who actually got worse buffs between Okiton and Melt, because they both had like lackluster kits that were like missing parts of it. But over time, how they got buffed, all of the parts just multiply into each other, and it's making it harder and harder for this to get buffed. However, they buffed Melt's MP, so there shouldn't be a problem buffing Okiton. But flat out, this one for me is like really easy. Like, she's at B until she gets her MP buff. Like her face card, actually, no, A. She's at A. Reason being because her face card damage is really good. She makes very good use of double Vitch. And you in CQs you can use her with a Scotty, specifically Ruler Scotty, and Ruler Scotty buffs up Buster crit damage far like more than Vitch. Unless you're using two of them. So this one does have a lot of good options for supports. It's just like for CQ utility specifically, she doesn't have like Invul Pierce or we'll get more into it. But her MP being as poor as it is definitely hurts her. So, this one I like the most. Base attack 12.4k, very good start. This is income, like this is up there with Avengers, almost 1,000 above the midpoint where four, 5 stars should be sitting around. HP 12.6k, almost 12.7, like barely not 12.7. This is definitely on the lower side for 5 stars though. Definitely on the lower end. MP charge 0.77%. And yes, this is lower than the other Okiton, or no, this is lower than Melt. However, the hit counts are better. 3 hits on Arts compared to Melt's 2 hit, and 5 hit on the Quick compared to Melt's 4 hit. So her face cards are factually better than Melt. But yes, they're better because they have higher hit counts, not necessarily because Okiton is gonna gen so much more stars or get so much gain back in comparison to Melt. With the exception of the Arts card, if she crits on this, her gauge is going way higher than Melt's would. That's the big difference. Her Arts card is significantly better. Yeah, and 5 hit extra attack. Okay, first skill, 30% Arts and Buster, along with getting buffed to give herself Power Mod against Sky attribute. Again, she is Buster, so this is just gonna be doubled. Again, why in CQs, if you want to use Okiton, you are free to use Scotty because it's only gonna help you. Whether it's caster or ruler is up to you and how much you value these quick cards. But ruler Scotty, at least one ruler Scotty, should get preference over a caster. Or use Caster Drop, but that's not helping your crit damage. So again, Quick did get some stuff this year. Not what some people wanted, but can act like Quick didn't get anything last year. Second skill, this also got buffed. I believe this was the second buff, and this I'm bothered by so much. Not as much as I'm bothered with it on Ibuki or how OG Okita, her Shikuchi. This doesn't bother me as much as that, those two specifically, but it's still not great. Yeah, when you're Buster farming, you're only going to get your MP getting the full 40% attack because you have to use 2 up just to get to that third wave. Yeah. At the very least, it's such a small attack buff that it really doesn't matter that much in the long term, especially if you are using a Ruler Scotty to give more attack buff to the party. But 30% battery, star weight for a turn. It's showing when this buff came out. 2000. So this came out the year I started playing with Gura 4. Wait, no, Final Hinoji? No. No, yeah. Yeah, this is when I the rerun is when I started playing on JP. Wait. Yes, summer 22. No. Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah, no, I played the rerun, but I originally played the original version of this. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, I started in summer, like right before 4th anniversary. Okay, just got it twisted. But yeah, that was a long time ago. For context, that is when Caster Scotty was running the meta. That is when Quick was at its peak, in terms of like more people using it than the other card types. So that's the reason this buff is so lackluster. Third skill. Oh yeah, no, big improvement. So going from 30% MP damage for 1 turn and a 1 attack 3 turn dodge, 2 attack 3 turn dodge, overcharge 2 stages for 1 time 3 turns for herself, and 30% MP damage for 3 turns. So A, you can double stack this with Vitch. B, this gives you, if you're up against a boss, this gives you a much higher buster buff. And because you're buster farming, and this is not tied to your battery, you can get basically 4 extra stages of overcharge by turn 2. So this is not going to matter much in farming, but it will against a boss, not necessarily a CQ, but just something that you can just sink your teeth into and like actually let Buster Res down ramp up. Passive 17.5% debuff res, 10% crit damage. For farming, this is a necessity. Otherwise, you have to start with K-Scope. This is for getting more damage quickly, especially this first turn, or for this first skill, you will be able to double up this by turn 2 instead of turn 3, as is on this list here. Which, again, I will be making my own version of this in the next couple months. Probably taking like 2 or 3 characters a day based on farming shit. All right. Yeah, didn't even bring up melt numbers, but I kind of didn't need to. MP. 7-hit AoE Buster. Damage to all enemies. Buster res down. The base number is really good, but she's never going to get this feeling on her first MP. But 30 to 50%, so each time you pop this, you get another 10% Buster up. Which, not terrible, considering, like, she already has a 30 here. Bond CE quick and a Buster up 10% while she's on the field. Again, her face card gameplay is absolutely fine. She gets points knocked down because her MP sucks. Her only good part is the overcharge, and they did not let it affect her damage. He is what it is. Or her MP damage on the first time. So, this before damage, at the very least, same as Melt. Whatever effect you want to give her, I kind of don't care. If you want to give her stars, I would not like give her a massive 30 star bomb. I would not be against this. But do something this MP this year with Guda Guda. Next up, Situnai. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so after Doman, we will take a break and go do teapots. Yeah, we'll do storm pods and more stuff, and then I'll come back and finish the rest of these characters. All right, so Situnai, she also got a buff. In fact, all of the most famous single target. Wait, just one quick second. Yes, all of the single target alter egos got buffed during the last. Was it? Yeah, no, the last third of the year. Melt, Bunyan, and Situnai all got buffs. Situnai is the only one that didn't get an MP buff of the 3. However, the buff she did get was comparable to an MP buff. So when she eventually does get an MP buff, it's just going to scale even better. There's a link here. Lohi. One of the aspects that make up Situnai was introduced to the game. Unfortunately, they have pretty much no synergy whatsoever. That doesn't matter. Lohi is still fun. Just thought I'd mention it. Also, this is the Ilya from Fate Stay Night. Not the one from Prisma Ilya. Very different experience. Because this one actually summons Berserker in the Lost Belt. While Ilya had to fight Berserker and was terrified. I'm not that caught up on Prisma Ilya. I could imagine if Herc had if Herc was not anything but a Berserker and actually had consciousness at that time, it was probably eating him alive. like having to like brutalize Ilya, or I don't know. Anyway, base tech 11.6k, good number for a 5-star. HP almost 14k, good point. MP charge 0.83%, what you'd want for an arts unit. Unfortunately, hit counts are not great, especially for the gain. It would have been a lot better if C&I had another hit on her arts card. She would feel a lot better. As it stands, her deck looks pretty identical to Year 1 Sabers, besides the fact that the hit counts are just like slightly better. Like MP gain, the 0.83, it's literally what Artoria has. Again, just better hit counts on Quick and Buster. And you want more hit counts on Buster just for Star Gen. That's pretty much it. Buster doesn't benefit from Arts and Quick with Overkill. First skill, Invul for 1 turn, and damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns is extremely weak damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns, especially if Ilya is the only one that is getting this Invul. This could easily be buffed to give another effect, and if it's only 500, they might as well just make it 3 turns. Like, I don't think 500 damage cut is anything. Like, this is a nothing burger for 3 attacks. Now, if they bump it up to 2,000, then keeping it 3 attacks, 3 turns, I'm 100% fine with. But this is just too low for hit-based. Second skill, 30% arts, debuff immunity 1 time, 3 turns. This is pretty standard. This is just a nice cherry on top. And she's pretty much going to be used in CQs instead of farming, so this is a little more helpful. When you need debuff immunity, you need it. When you don't, you don't. But yeah, debuff immunity stops in a boss fight, stops you from getting MP sealed, or some other hazardous debuffs that will stop you from clearing. Third skill is what got buffed. So this used to only be an up to 80% chance to get the attack and star gen. So on her list over here where it had niches, it was basically her damage here was her not landing the attack buff. And here where it's like special effects like power mods, SE, super effectiveness, it just had her getting an attack buff. It made Ilya look way, way worse than she actually should have been. And also there was just like no synergy with her MP and the rest of her kit. So what they did to buff it, along with keeping the 30 battery the way it was make the attack buff and the stars per turn guaranteed as long as you hit max level. I'm always fine with this stuff besides Imperial Privilege, because that's its own can of worms. As if you have a chance base, as long as you can guarantee it becomes 100%, I don't mind. In addition, also 2 new power mods for herself, not party-wide. Anti-dragon power mod and anti-demonic. These do not line up that often. However, Shuten Doji is patient 0 on this, and so is Summer Ibuki. So yeah, they keep Summer Ibuki really good farmer, but she has so many traits that go against her. It's not even funny. There are so many ways that make Summer Ibuki as a boss enemy just a joke, but half the time the CPU for the enemies in a challenge quest can't take advantage of it. So yeah, as an alter ego, having general power mods like this, not the worst, especially when these are mods like Dragon, literally all the Artorias, and they contribute for a lot of different classes. So like for an alter ego that is fighting multiple classes, Dragon is nice. Especially like Dragon Scales. riders are very typical for dragons, or to me it feels like dragons are, or worms. They tend to be like riders, especially for like dragon teeth. Like I had to go to Babylonia and farm them like just the other day, like, and just use assassins go burr, whether it's Valkyries or Tez. Assassin just go burr against the dragons. But demonic is pretty much any trash mob. So, and then the servants that I showed. So yeah, she got pretty good power mods. But securing the attack buff, it really helped out her damage. Because otherwise, again, this would be her SE. Like, yeah, no, she would have like 4 more lines of conditions if they didn't buff her third skill and make it the attack like guaranteed. Like, using her would just be inconsistent at best. That would be the best way to describe her if she didn't get the buff. Ridiculously inconsistent. Passives 15% debuff res, arts up 10%, item construction B, debuff success rate up 8%. Debuff res 22.5%, so effective 37.5%. Mana loading, again, you want this just for arts teams, just so it's easier. Again, if you're using Tamamo, and this if you plan on using her as a... If you plan on using her to do Brave Chains, go for it. But if you just plan on doing art spam, just don't worry about this. MP. Does this thing need a buff? Yeah, no. Like, even her getting power mods, which buff up her damage considerably, it's not like Dragon and Demonic line up all the time for her to, like, match, like, Bunyan and Melt on good days. She's more likely or not going to be around here, and as you can see, Melt and Bunyan can pass that up really, really quickly. I can definitely see them buffing up her MP and giving her super effective against Dragon. But yeah, 6 hit, single target arts, reduces Dragon gauge, reduces their defense after damage, and crit attack chance down after damage. Bond CE, 10% arts, 10% MP damage for the party while she's on the field. Even though she's the only single target alter ego here, she's definitely not going in EX just for that. I'm putting her on A, still with Okitan. They both literally have the same exact reason, and instead of MPs are not great for the current meta. Yeah, also, in comparison to Hephaestion, yes, Hephaestion is good against casters, and she gets the full class advantage. Ilya is going to refund better against casters than Hephaestion. She's going to be better against her effective class than Hephaestion is. And because Hephaestion is fighting, for the most part, 1.1 against... in terms of MP refund, she's mostly fighting getting 1.0, if not 0.8, from having Berserkers in the node. Sorry, I just said that like it was Hephaestion's and AoE. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, Hephaestion mostly going to be fighting Knight class, so her refund is naturally going to be lower against Ilya, who is fighting Cavalry, aka Casters and Knights. So her arts card does not have to work nearly as hard as Hephaestion's will have to. Yeah, so again, all these gachas servants are being compared to MP1 to each other, 5 stars to 4 stars too. So I do have to keep that in mind, and that is also a factor why the 4 stars are lower on the list, because it is apples to oranges, or apples to like apple looking oranges or some shit like that. I don't know how to really phrase it. But yeah, she definitely needs the MP buff. She doesn't need crazy effects on it. It's like MP buff and make her defense down happen before damage. If you want to add SE, sure. I don't think they're actually gonna do that though. Protea and then Dolmon. So Protea got a buff this year, pretty sure. Yes. Her buff was making it so buff removal doesn't fuck her over as hard as other characters. Because when you have a 10 turn cooldown for a skill and it gets removed, how long are you waiting to pop that 10 turn cooldown skill again? Yeah. So buff removal hurt King Protea way more than it hurt Castoria. And that's the reason why in that in the triple CC event, the HP stacking was always unremovable. Because King Protea, that fight would be so much easier if you can remove the HP stacks. This character got significantly faster from this buff. And she's a little more comfortable to use. However, she still is a gameplay style. And mostly because of that, yeah, like I'm kind of putting King Protea by herself. Wait, where is she? Oh, right here. Yeah, I want to put King Protea by her in niche just because it's like using King Protea is a very specific playstyle that people do not really enjoy for FGO. She is able to do this role very, very well, and this buff fixes it. Like, without the buff, I probably would have put her in B. With the buff, she could go into A or A plus, but I feel niche is more reflective of this character. So base attack 12.8k, very high for a 5-star. HP 13.3k. This is a lie. Her HP is never gonna be this low, ever. MP charge 0.56%, 3 hits on arts, 3 hits on quick, 1 hit on buster, 6 hit extra attack. This another hit does make this lower number better, but the base gain's not great. Most of her gain is definitely going to come from people hitting her, and it's not going to bother her most of the time. She does have a lot of CEs that actually work with her for bond points. So, lawful good, animal characteristic. These two very wide. This one not so wide reaching, but this one, lawful good, definitely has a lot of characters that fall under this umbrella that you can use the CE with. Animal characteristics has like 30. These are all the characters that can be in your party while you do like bond point farming with King Protea. I don't know. Well, why you're using her, up to you. But yeah, all of these characters can be in the team to charge up bond points. So just a factor I thought I'd mention. Okay. And something almost went to my crotch. Would have been very painful. Maybe. Hopefully. Hopefully it would have just missed. All right. The fuck was that? I don't like the mouse. All right. First skill. So, here's the thing. This skill has been buffed twice. Yes. This is our third buff. Right? Yeah, no, they have not buffed the MP. So, originally, this skill, basically, all it was she gave herself a unstackable regeneration buff, and she just got max HP every turn for 10 turns. And then you pretty much just cap this out. And then she'd be sitting at another 30,000 HP. First buff for this skill. They turned the 3k to 4k, so now up to 53,000 HP at max ramp up. Along with giving herself MP damage based on the stacks of growth. Up to 80% MP damage. So pretty much King Protea became a raid boss. She becomes a raid boss where the enemy is like The only way they're killing King Protea is to crit her to death, because their MPs are not going to do shit. Like 20, like think about, yeah, like think about how much damage like enemy MPs do. Like it's not like our MPs that are doing like 500,000 damage. No, their MPs are doing like 20,000 damage, 30,000. Think about like 80% of that. If you don't know about it, so let's say 20,000 MP damage. You take 80% off that. That's only 4,000 damage. When she has an HP pool of 53,000. So this is why it's hard for me to place her at a certain point on the list outside of niche, because like we're talking about CQs lasting longer than most people ever want to do a CQ. Everyone loves doing min turns. I like doing min turns. I just did a min turn for the new Super Recollection on JP, but using a super big Draco with MOB Black Rail and MP5 120, yeah, of course I'm gonna min turn that, like, of course. But yeah, this to them still wasn't enough because it doesn't fix the issue of what happens if this gets stripped or you use her second skill. She's shit out of luck for all the way till this skill comes off cooldown. So they reduce the cooldown by 4. Massive. Especially if you're putting Vitch in there, you will have this like ready to go. In addition to the cooldown reduction, buff removal resistance 1 time 10 turns, and a 30 battery. Now, you might be thinking, oh, well, shit, they could have done better on this. No, they fucking couldn't. How often are you fighting someone that does buff removal? Like, if you're fighting someone that's spamming buff removal at that point, it's like, why are you trying to use King Protea, a servant that is known to buff herself up? That's like the most counterintuitive thing you could do. Instead, you should be using like a debuff. If someone is constantly removing their debuffs, it's either you make it so that doesn't happen, like you use Daeon, much better buff removal resistance, like flat out 100% for 3 turns for low party, or like the enemy isn't going to be doing this, and all this is, or they're not going to be spamming buff removal that often, and all this is a safety net. So if the enemy has it on MP, you at least stop that from happening. So yeah, it also helps. This is also an indirect buff to this skill. So you consume all the growth stacks and you get a battery based on it. So consuming 5 stacks gave you 100% battery. But doing this removes like everything, the growth, the regeneration buff, the MP res, and also the buff removal resistance. By the way, this buff removal resistance does not stop this skill. Just thought I'd remind people about that. Buff removal resistance has nothing to do with this because this is also only 100%. This is a 500% chance. There is no way you can prevent this. Also, skill cooldown reduction by 1 for all your kit. Again, if something happens where you are fighting someone a lot of buff removal, hey, the cooldown reduction, especially in buster systems, makes it so like you're gonna have another buff removal resistance up pretty quickly. Third skill also got buffed, 40% attack for 3 turns, and she gets MP damage based on the number of growth stacks. And this lasts for 3 turns. I believe this has dynamic scaling, so as you get more stacks, the value of the MP damage goes up. No, actually, we can check that right now. Oh. Yeah. The place, at the very least, should have this. And honestly, this is actually this is like ridiculously easy to actually test. Yep. So King Protea, don't need anything here. This and then this. Okay. So right here, it is grayed out because I do not have any stacks of growth. Bop, bop, bop. And there we go. Right here. We see that now the icon is not glowing. Right here, and it even says it. Increases damage with the growth. And it does not have a value here. So it is, again, it is fully implied that it scales with dynamically, like Tonalico. It's not, okay, I gotta wait for King Protea to get more stacks before I pop this skill. No, you pop this skill and whatever you have is what you get. Yeah, so honestly, that is a whole lot better. But it's also worse because you can't snapshot. But considering like snapshotting in like Honkai is where you get your buff value at the highest point and you carry it through the rest of the duration of the skill. This does not snapshot, but at the same time, snapshot in Honkai is because the damage goes down or you're not gonna get as high. Like you do it at the highest point, where here it's gonna climb to the highest point eventually. Passives 11% Buster, 8% crit damage, 12% arts, more debuff resistance. Oh no, not more. This is her debuff resistance. It's at 25%. This for farming because she technically can do farming now. The damage isn't. It's not amazing, but she does do decent enough damage. But you're probably going to choose Tiamat instead of King Protea for farming. So another reason why she is not. This is another reason why she's not going into higher ranking is because Tiamat exists. Why would you be farming with King Protea if you had Tiamat? Like let's be completely honest on that. Skill reloading for more fun. Crit damage is actually kind of worth here because King Protea doesn't have crit damage herself. Especially if she's solo. Same with extra attack. If you're solo, you should just give up you should really give up a faster start for consistent damage across your fight. Especially for how King Protea plays. Like she is like the servant that you're not supposed to be trying to go fast with. That is literally part of her like entire design. So 2 appends that are all about increasing the speed for characters, yeah, they're lower priority. MP. If you have growth, you get a 20% Buster buff. AoE MP, 5 hits, Buster, and the OC is more Buster up. Bond CE, 20% Buster up for herself. Increases her attack by 20% while she has growth stacks. Not a bad Bond CE. Only briefly in my head, I'm thinking, well, wouldn't it be cool if she also has the guts? But sorry, 1 second, I gotta get this. Like, with that thought, like King Protea having a guts, that has to be like one of the biggest safety measures for a character I've ever like thought about. Because we're talking about a character with a 50,000 HP pool when it's fully ramped up. Is she ever even gonna get to the point where a guts is required? Because also, oh right, actually, okay. So I actually do have to explain how you a thing about King Protea before we move on to Domin. If your HP starts getting too low, that is when you pop this skill because it's max HP. I talked about this with Lady Avalon, but max HP you cannot waste. So as if King Protea has the full ramp up stacks, but her HP is at 20,000 instead of 50,000, if you think you can keep King Protea alive, you'd pop this skill and reset everything. But that also means now you're at full HP and you can start building more max HP. And because you're building max HP, doesn't matter if you're full HP or not, or you're still taking chip damage, you will be getting 4,000 HP per turn, and just keep King Protea alive and you don't have to worry. So yes, she is staying in niche because, again, like, people don't like this playstyle. It is a playstyle though. So I don't want to, and it is a very specific playstyle too. Like, you have to enjoy more stally fights to really want to use King Protea. So like, again, a popularity poll, a lot of people would probably like rank King Protea lower because they just don't like the gameplay for her. But here, don't have to worry about that. All right, Domin is EX. This is gonna be really quick, and then we're taking this break, and then we'll be back for the rest of the alter egos in like an hour or two. Because I do want to get like all the interlude stuff done before the write up goes away on my alt account. Also get Arkwid to Bond 6 and be able to do that Moon Cancer Avengers Stormpod node like easily herself. So, Domin. This guy is one of the most multi-purposed, sorry. Holy shit. Can't English right now. He is one of the most multi-purposed supports out there. He is one of the best buffers for Chaotic Evil. He is a insta-kill farmer. One of the best insta-kill farmers. In fact, the Stormpod node, most famous for insta-kill, you pick your Domin, and then you do support Domin. And you have the first two waves done. And now that command seals refresh every day, if you literally just have Shiki, doesn't even matter if she's leveled up or not, you're going to clear it in 3 turns every single time. And because his how he buffs Chaotic Evil are 2 separate buffs, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to be buffing Chaotic Evil every single time. He can buff Chaotic, he can buff Evil. He's just not going to be the best support for those characters. But there are also characters that can turn people evil. So you have the addition of chaotic characters, purely chaotic, being able to get the full buff depending on supports, whether that's Jacques de Molay or Moriarty. And I think it's only Archer Moriarty that turns your team evil, while Ruler Moriarty turns the enemy team evil. Yeah. So he is not a farmer though. Let me be clear about that. His refund is you would have better luck farming with Khazra drop than you would Domin. And Khazra drop's refund is horrendously bad too. But she has 100% battery that can be like fully refreshed. Oh wait, no, sorry. She has the option of 100% battery or 50 with cooldown reduction. So Khazra drop gets a pass. Domin does not. But again, not every character has to be like super good at farming. And like loop farming. Sorry, need to specify loop farming. Because insta-kill farming is definitely farming and does not require MP refund. Base stack 12.2k, good for a 5-star, but not at like Avenger levels. HP 13.2k. Again, this is like decent for 5 stars, but not super amazing. MP charge 0.7%. He is lacking in all the stuff that makes quick loopers a quick looper, aka quick card buff, MP gain, but he does have the huge battery. However, even for his insta-kill farming, you do need a pen too. Otherwise, his startup is just so much slower. Like Bond 2 maxed out Domin with third skill maxed out is different from like him not being maxed out. Like he feels so much worse if you're trying to insta kill farm and his second append and battery are not maxed out. You like then he becomes like your DPS needs to also be able to help Domin get to his MP, or you need to be face guarding. So you're heavily limited. His third skill and his append are most important by far. 4 hits on quick, 3 on arts, 3 hit on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Decent refund, but again, he's supposed to be critting if he's supposed to be doing face card refund, which I'm not saying you can't use Domin as a DPS. He buffs himself. You can do double Domin shit and get, 80% attack and 200% crit damage? And then you can throw Scotty in there too? It's like, bro, chill. He gives buffs that other mainline supports do not give. First skill. He really has it all. Reduce all enemies' attack by 20% for 3 turns. Reduce their defense by 30% for 3 turns. Terror inflicted. Confusion inflicted. And curse. Terror, delayed stun. Confusion, delayed skill seal. Again, these are also mental debuffs, aka you buff Summer Kiara with him. Not just like, because Summer Kiara, I believe, is also, I hope is she lawful evil? There's no way any version of Kiara's. She is lawful evil. That is so fucking unfortunate. Right? Yeah, no, that sucks. That really does suck. Wait, yeah. Oh. Truly unfortunate, because Summer Kiara scales off mental debuffs, and Domin does bring like 2 mental debuffs. So for Kiara, that is 40% super effectiveness. Or no, you have the 40% super effectiveness, but you don't get Domin's full synergy. And also there isn't someone that can turn allies chaotic. So you can't do the same shit you could if she was chaotic good. But Kiara is never gonna have good attribute ever. Maybe Lily, that truly does not have any memories of her future self. And that would be the only version of Kiara I'm not doing sex jokes about, obviously, because that is a literal child. And again, if you know what happened to Kiara as a child, it is so fucked up that it ruins the joke entirely. But yeah. Terror chance scale. Oh, right. The confusion is static 30%, but the terror does scale up to 40%. Second skill, guts 2 times 5 turns on a 7-turn cooldown. Very good guts uptime. Increases the crit damage of evil alignment by 50% and chaotic alignment by 50%. So again, he's chaotic evil. He gets the full 100% crit damage here. Third skill, 80% battery. When I was talking about Lohi, I dead ass completely forgot about Domin. He was not in the conversation or even in my mind when I was talking about Lohi and how she was like one of the first quick units to get the battery. No, but she is one of the first quick units is actually good at loot farming that has a battery that big. That if I didn't say that in that tier list, that is what I meant to say. That she's the first looper that actually has a good battery, and then Lohi's also good at multicore. So, along with the battery, 20% attack for evil and chaotic, and then 2,000 curse. And here, 500 curse. This really is a baby curse. So if Van Gogh has to like bring that to herself, this one isn't that bad. Be careful. A 2,000 curse on Van Gogh is gonna hurt a lot. Van Gogh likes drawing her battery scales off her curses, and she can't die to curse, but that does not mean she wants to be taking 10,000 damage of curse every turn just because she's not going to die from it. And also it is only that battery. It's not like she has healing based on if she's cursed. If Van Gogh ever gets that buff, oh my fucking god, it's GG. It is actually fucking GG if Van Gogh gets the curse healing that Lacosta has for poison. Passives: 8% arts, 10% debuff success rate, 20% debuff resistance, 20% insta-kill. Oh. I forgot he had this shit. No wonder he's so fucking good at that. There isn't a chance he doesn't insta-kill for the Storm Pod node. Again, if you don't know which one I'm talking about, it's the one in that's over Vegas. Any players, you'll see it. I'm pretty sure that Storm Pod node comes out at release. But the insta-kill chance of those enemies is 80%. So his Domin's 120% insta-kill is a 96% chance of you actually landing it. I forgot he had this passive, so it makes it so even with that chance to not insta-kill, he gets rid of it. He has another bonus on top. And because his base chance is so goddamn high, it means like all the other insta-kill success rate stuff, like Shiki's insta-kill res down, King Hassan's 100% insta-kill res down, the Mystic Code insta-kill res down, all of those work really, really well with Domin for his farming. So, like, again, Domin loop insta-kill farming, it is legit, especially if you can make the insta-kill, like, especially if you're able to insta-kill each wave. You can really tailor your team around that. So yeah, we'll go through the insta-kill success rate in a little bit. Hedonism. He has the Avenger passive. So but it only makes it so he has Berserker levels of refund when he gets hit, not Avengers. Because a Berserker has base 5%, 20% of 4 is 80 or 0.8. So this is 0.4.8, but it's pretty damn close to a Berserker. So Berserkers would get more refund, but obviously the Berserkers, they're going to die a whole lot quicker. Domin takes 1.0 from a lot of characters, so does play a little differently. And he also has the 2 guts, so he's not going to be dying like Berserkers or Avengers do when they're getting hit. He will be surviving. You need this. Everything else doesn't matter. You are not farming with Domin unless you have this. And his MP, 5-hit AoE quick, puts 1000 curse for 5 turns on enemies, 120% insta-kill chance. However, again, this gets boosted by 20%, so the chance actually is 144%. So yes, like literally off rip 80%, it's 150% chance. 50%, 72% chance, and if you use the Mystic Code, it goes up to 100%. Domin is by far one of the best insta-kill farmers in the entire game. There are a lot of characters that are much more accessible for insta-kill farming, such as Needlecris. She's been out forever, but her base chance only goes up to 100%, so you'd have to use the Mystic Code to guarantee like your death proc chance. She definitely is not nearly as good as Domin from how I use her on my ult, which will be very, very soon because we got to get Arquid up. Bond CE, MP damage for chaotic and MP damage for evil alignment allies. This is a fucking, like, is it not enough that he's buffing up like crit damage and attack? He also ups MP damage. Like, this is one of the few Bond CEs you are actually going to regularly be using if you have it. Because as long as Doman's staying on the field, you get this. Now, I know a lot of times you probably are going to try to get rid of Doman because he is very hard to like kill, and that is a problem for esports. But if you don't need Doman dying, he provides a shitload of buffs that any DPS wants. Literally, attack, MP damage, and crit damage. Like, bring whatever servant to bring the car buff you want. Like, this is just generic shit. Especially Buster would eat a lot of this shit up, but Buster is different because of the whole because you're probably using Oberon too. That Doman doesn't work against Oberon if you're able to do somehow, and this is not like Buster farming, this is like in a CQ, do like the Vitch setup and still be able to have like Doman on the field buffing when Oberon comes in. Yeah, that's another 60% MP damage to stack with the everything else. Yeah, Doman is just a really, really fucking good character. He's not at the level of Oberon, but in terms of summoning priority, you should definitely try to get Doman before you get Melt. As much as I like Melt, Doman is almost account changing. He's almost. He's not there yet, but yeah, he makes your life so much easier. Like the CQ or the 90 plus plus that have insta kill literally are trivialized by Doman so easily. So, this is the halfway point for alter egos. We have Bazette, Super Bunyan, Rasputin, Tiamat, Hibiki and Chikagi, and Kazura Drop. We'll come back to these in a bit, but I need a break. All right. So ate dinner, and back. Not entirely sure whether we're gonna keep playing Persona tonight. But I am definitely gonna try and finish this tonight. At least this this part of the list. Again, it's 6 more. Oh, so I could have actually stopped before Doman, but is what it is. Yeah. Also, not a surprise that my favorite units on this list are gonna be quick units. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, that kind of is gonna be a pattern because I feel these quick alter egos are just they don't have as many problems, or I don't have as many problems. So Bazette, only character of her class. Under normal circumstances, she would go here, but she is way too effective and makes it. Yeah, no, she makes 2 turns, and no other servant in the game can come close to her clear speed. She is at top of list. If you can't English right now, she's usually at the top of the list for min turns because of like the way her mechanics work. And the more if she's fighting 6 enemies, she's definitely gonna do some damage. All right, so base attack super high for 5-star, 12.8k is like past even the Avengers going into the Berserker territory. And I don't even think most Berserkers are even this high in the first place. HP on the lower end at 12.8k. 13 usually on the average. But it's not that far off. You're going to definitely want ways to keep it alive, though. MP charge 0.8. Her quick guards go burr. They go so burr. If she had MP gain, like disgusting, but her arts and quick guard do a lot for her. Double buster, double quick as well. So Ruler Scotty, you can use Vitch. Kind of just depends on the setup. But Vitch is definitely more if you're dealing with man attribute. If you're not dealing with man attribute, like Vitch isn't gonna help as much. Yeah, because like part of Vitch's value is that power mod. 5 hit extra attack. This should be. It will do a good amount of damage and refund a lot. For skill, 30% quicken and buster buffs, 30% crit damage, and 30% power mod against casters. Unlike Hephaestion, this is not class advantage. This is basically extra crit damage against casters. Hephaestion has a better a better type of this skill, because I think her card buff is also tied to this, if I'm remembering yesterday correctly. Second skill, 50% battery, 500% star weight, 100% crit damage for a turn. Yeah, very important. It really is up to you though, whether you're popping this turn 1 or not. It kind of depends, just if you plan on doing... Yeah, sorry. The issue with Bazette is kind of coming up. If you're not fighting enemies that are gonna do AoE attacks, it is very, very hard to give her esports level buffs. You essentially kind of have to be using Miss Crane if you want to really be cycling units out, or Summer Chloe, just because you can't expect your allies to die if the enemy is only going to do single target attacks. Bazette is going to taunt all of them, so your supports will stay alive. AoE nukes that Bazette is surviving, but your supports are not, are literally best case scenario, but I'm pretty sure most DPSs will agree with that. But having this 100% crit damage here does give you a little more leeway on turn 1, when usually units are at their weakest for challenge quests. Like, usually turn 1 is the hardest, especially for Buster. And for Bazette, again, depends on the team comp and what kind of enemies you're fighting. Third skill, evasion for one turn, full debuff immunity for a turn, and 20 crit stars. This definitely helps her crit, especially if you're using Ruler Scotty. Yeah, you definitely want to be critting with Bazette as much as you can. Crits help her refund, especially on her quick cards. It is very, very easy to spam Bazette as long as you have face cards. If you don't have face cards, Bazette is not going to refund that much unless she is getting hit a bunch of times by the enemy and then countering, or B, countering a bunch of times. It has to be one of those two. But obviously she would prefer if the enemy hit her like 5 times in one attack. That is best case refund for her. Passive 17.5% debuff resistance, 10% quick. Power mod, no, not power mod. Bonus damage, 175, but it's literally nothing. And then the main way that Bazette even functions, because normally offensive buffs go away at the end of your turn, this passive just makes it so they go away at the end of your opponent's turn, just like debuffs. Or yes, just like the way debuffs work for the enemy. Like, they will basically go away at the same turn. Yep. Actually run her with Merlin, Lady Avalon, and Castoria. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'll get into survivability on that. Yeah, so if she's doing Brave Chains, get this. If you plan to do cooldown reduction stuff, get this. And this is just ease of use. Honestly, Bazette, because she has that block 50, she kind of does not need this unless she is doing multi-core with, like Daryl said, Castoria. So, MP. She taunts herself for 1 turn and then gives herself the counter status. This works just how it does in like other games with counter. The second you get hit, you immediately attack, and thus you extend the amount of times you can attack based on the number of enemies. So normally she would basically only MP, and then if she's doing a Brave Chain, she gets 3 more attacks, and one of them being an extra attack that can't crit. Every time the enemy attacks her or targets her, then she immediately attacks. So this also counts for if someone is going to like charm the enemy, Bazette will counter. I do believe if I just have to double check this. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that goes into the intricacies of Bazette's kit. Um, really, this is just a big paragraph, and I just do not have the time to read this. But basically, yeah, like if anything is going to affect Bazette or target her, she's going to just attack them and punch them in the face, just like she did to the two in Prisma Ilia. I haven't watched that scene, but I do know like Bazette and Prisma Ilia apparently like killed two servants. Like that is significant, even if they're shadow servants. Still a feat. Um, yeah, OC attack buff lasts for one turn, and because of her passive, this will extend to the enemy turns for her counters. So you do want higher levels of overcharge because Quick doesn't really give attack buffs, or that was the case before Ruler Scotty came out. So Fonzie 30% MP damage, Guts one time, and she revives at 20% HP. The Guts is both a con and a benefit. The way taunt works with Guts, though, normally if a Guts procs, you're probably not getting hit immediately again. And again with taunt, when the ally dies, the turn's over. That's not how it works with Guts. The second the Guts procs, the enemy is probably going to hit you back again. So if Bazette is not able to survive that, this isn't going to do that much. It is going to be nice, though, if you make Grand Bazette Grand Counter. And she gets to have this 30% MP damage along with Black Rail. So we'll see. We'll see. Bigger because this is 20%. Obviously, the higher level your Bazette is, the more HP you'll get from the Guts. But if Bazette ever gets a buff, I don't know if that's ever gonna happen. She'll probably get another Guts that is stackable with other Guts. And probably gives her like a huge battery too, because her main weakness right now is absolutely survivability. Quick does not give survivability except for Scotty's MP. Good luck getting that with Bazette, because Scotty isn't getting hit unless it's AoE. Yeah, and you can't use Khazra Drop because Khazra Drop stuns, although Bazette would like the defense down. Khazra Drop just isn't that functional with Bazette. I mean, kind of works, but not really. Yeah, but the literal fact that she is completely unique in this game with a counter, because like Ongar Mainu tries, but does not do it anywhere near as good as Bazette. So yeah, you're sitting at EX for a good reason. All right, Bunyan, my trauma servant. I got 3 copies of this character before one of the rats. And almost got the 4th and almost lost my Oberon to this character. Oh my god, I still remember that anniversary like it was yesterday. I like Rio, and I really like the rats. Bunyan, not so much, but buff Bunyan got definitely was needed. So, real quick, just to the buff, it was stars, star bomb, and that was it. And honestly, Bunyan kind of did need that because Triple Buster didn't really have a good way to be genning stars in the first place. Outside bitch batteries, and obviously Bunyan not gonna have batteries. Sorry, not batteries. Star bombs. Yeah, obviously Bunyan is not gonna have star bombs every turn, so being able to make stars was important for them. Base stack is a little low at 11.5k, just above the average. HP 13.5k HP. Again, this is like not great, like not high, not but not super low either. MP charge 0.86% with fairly decent hit counts. Like this is a very good arts card, as is tradition with Gorilla decks. They usually make the Quicken Arts cards make up for low refund because triple buster. Yeah, also with Mighty Change, these kind of slap pretty hard. Not gonna lie, especially because Bunyan can go MP quick arts, so keep up chain and be able. If you're actually able to loop this, your next turn is gonna be MP Buster. So yeah, they could have made this quick card and arts card way worse. They really could have. First skill, 30% attack for 3 turns, and a party-wide Buster buff. There was no way this was ever going to be AoE. Like, would have been insane. Party-wide mana burst, essentially. I feel like they could slap another effect on this, but I don't think they're going to actually do that. This one, on the other hand, absolutely they can buff this. This is the skill I really want to get buff. All this skill is 30% battery and overcharge for the party for 1 stage. And unlike other skills like this, it's only for 1 turn. You do not have any leeway. I think this is definitely the weakest part of Bunyan's kit by a metric landslide. This fucking sucks, especially if you're trying to do multi-core. This, like, come on. Basically, if Bunyan pops this skill, she's not MPing this turn, because then you're wasting it for your AoE, unless it's like Castoria. Like, this is just this either needs to go to 1 time 3 turns or something else. Like, this is just not enough. I really need this to be 1 time 3 turns, because this 1 turn shit does not work with Bunyan's gameplay. It's like, it might as well just be overcharged Bunyan's MP at that point, because you're rarely gonna actually line it up. You're more likely to do a Buster Brave chain. You're more likely to do a Brave chain with Bunyan because of how Bunyan's kit works. So, like, trying to multi-core like this is not gonna work that well. But again, that's just my opinion on that. Third skill, MP seal for 1 turn, crit attack chance down 30%, and party-wide Buster star weight 500%. It is fortunate that it's not a stupid amount of star weight, because it does mean Bunyan will be able to get stars on these cards. But it also scales on your allies. So if you're using a servant that has like very high star weight, like Reigns, this is a fucking Reigns' quick Buster card there is just gonna soak up all the stars, like, no question. Yeah, this one is a mixed bag, but I still think it's better than her second skill. Passives, 15% debuff resistance, 6% debuff success rate, mostly for here and her overcharge. Then Bunyan's main gimmick gives herself likes every time she attacks. This includes MP and extra attack, so she can get 4 technically per turn. And then whenever she gets hit, she also grants likes. So ideally, she would like to be solo, but she does not play. She doesn't have enough in her kit to actually do solos. That would just give her the highest ramp up, and she's not going to live past that. Does not have any kind of healing. This is for single core farming. Cooldown reduction does let you pop this on turn 2, so think about it, but Bunyan, even for single core farming, I probably wouldn't recommend unless you had a really big beefy Bunyan like I have on my JP account. Like mine's MP4. Bunyan just does not have much to really double stack with Fitch, and yeah, not even debuffs or like debuffs that help Bunyan to that extent on her skills for Fitch to double stack. MP, again, already explained this. Scaling super effective mod goes up to 150%. So like normal super effective scaling, all you have to do is have 10 stacks. That really is easier said than done though if Bunyan is not getting hit by the enemy. Like either they're like popping a lot of skills or just not attacking. It is very hard to like keep max stacks on Bunyan if she's not getting hit. 20 star bomb helps a lot, but again, it is a smaller amount than Bunyan really does need. If you plan on doing mighty chains, like this 20 stars probably isn't gonna go to those Quicken Arts cards, not that easily. You're gonna have to not get any Buster cards, for you to really have that good star weight. Defense down is the OC, and it's very weak at 10% after damage. I would have less issue. Like I would prefer this be 20% if it's not going to be before damage, but if it was before damage, I would be fine with 10%. But they're not going to fix it. They already buffed this MP. That they lost a chance. It's just not going to happen. Bond CE 30% MP damage. Every time Bunyan defeats an enemy, she gets a like, and this one lasts for 5 turns. If you notice in her passive, these only last for 3 turns, so Bunyan will get a lot more ease of use if she is able to like fight trash mobs too. Again, like single target buster, she's the only one for alter egos, and she does. I don't want to say like she functions super well. Like, I do think Seedonai has a more fluent kit. No, Seedonai has better skills. Seedonai has better skills, but Bunyan has triple buster. Yeah, honestly, this is because Bunyan has triple buster as her deck. I would definitely bump her down if she did not have triple buster, from my own practical experience. Like, it just makes like buster crits way easier to manage in runs. Just having that extra one. All right. Yeah, like Phantom Moon blows Bunyan's kit out of the water. It is only that ramp up super effective that saves Bunyan from going here. Rasputin. He is somewhere here, I think, even with the buff. Real quickly, Kirei kind of suffers from that Bond CE only being applied to Grand Servants. Or being able to use the Bond CE with only being Grand Servants. He would have benefited so much more if he could use both of them at the same time, like all the time. But he's definitely somewhere here. Yeah, let me just go through his kit again real quick. Okay, Kirei, 11.1k attack, 14k HP, essentially 14.1. I like this character. I think he was like good dichotomy for Phase Night, but yeah, all I can talk about him all I remember clearly is Lost Belt 7 right now. And I really like that he is taking shots at Koi and Skaya. I think that was one of the funniest moments in Lost World 7. How like Kirei is talking about how Koi and Sky's inner ugliness is she needs to get better at hiding it. That I think that was some of the that was one of the biggest pot calling the kettle black. Oh shit. Alright. But again, back to gameplay. 0.42% MP gain. Him as a looper, if that's what you want him to do, this definitely hinders him, and him being an alter ego does not help, because yes, he does have the 1.5, but it's the 0.42 is not helpful. Not for archery fun. He is lacking a hit on his MP, and he is also lacking MP gain for this being this low for to really work as a farmer. He is able to do it. Do not get me wrong. Don't get me wrong at all. He definitely can do it, as with like most arts loopers with Black Rill. Um, but he's definitely more of a fun servant. Oh yeah, actually, boom. Like if you're really trying to do the gut stuff, um, yeah, I want to rank him like on his gut stuff, not him as a farmer. 5 hit on quick cards, 4 hits on arts, 4 hit on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. His deck honestly does work for him. I do like this double quick, double arts deck on him. I can see people wanting double Buster, double arts, but he did not have the crit damage when he came out, and there's no fucking way they were actually in 2023 going to release an arts unit with only one arts card. It's like if Kirei wants to crit, he does need the quick cards more than the Buster card, because arts is not synonymous with quick. I mean crit. Arts is not synonymous with crit. First skill, targeted heal of 2000, full cleanse, and a 30% attack buff for himself on a 4-turn cooldown. He's a really high uptime for this attack buff, like almost 100%. If you have a pen 5, this is 100% uptime. Second skill, 50% battery, or sorry, 30% battery for himself, along with doing 2,000 damage to himself. So if he wants, you can heal him if you want, but he does want to be lower HP, so probably not. All allies that have evil alignment get another 20 battery, and what do you know? He is evil. Why would anyone be fucking shocked that Kotomine Kirei was an evil character? Holy shit. Probably someone that only ever watched him like running a Mapu Tofu store. I heard. Wait. Was that Carnival Phantasm or Prisma Ilia? I feel like I watched something where Kirei was running a Mapu Tofu shop, and he was literally getting off on people struggling to eat his food. Huh. Um. Yeah. Oh wait, that is something that happens in Prelia? Oh shit. God, fuck it. See, why does Prelia actually have good scenes that people want to watch, but Kuro and no, not Kuro, Ilya. Ilya's a pervert no matter what fucking timeline. This is Ilya's fault. Ilya makes Prisma Ilya so fucking weird to watch. Especially because they're supposed to be girls around my students' ages. I don't need to know what my students do in their free time. Thank you very much. Some of them share enough, although some of them sharing is part of my job, so I don't mind it. But I don't need to see that. I'm fine with just hearing about it. Off topic though. So, in addition to the 20 battery for evil servants, it's also a 20% arts buff for evil servants. Again, he is evil, so he gets this. But I also he does only have a 20 arts buff for himself. That is very, very low for an arts DPS. For him to basically not even have a card buff for himself. But that, I mean, he is supposed to be a sub DPS, and that was solidified with this buff. So, this is a lot of nonsense. But here's what it is. So, this part of this part of Kyrie's kit, the self gut status with a chance when you're defeated, this only worked for wait, I think it's God, I keep forgetting this every single time because I know I've talked about this twice. Isn't it that now it works with other guts that you can get this self proc? Or this can proc on other guts, not just his own? Hmm. Yeah, even though I have Cure, I unfortunately don't have a good enough copy. And also the CEs to like really make Cure work. Uh, is unfortunate. I do want to like actually have fun with the priest, but eesh. Yeesh. Um, but yeah, basically, if you ever use necromancy, that's pretty much what this guts is. Sorry, but it's necromancy with a higher chance of proc. I believe necromancy is 50%. This is 80% chance. Audio. Uh, wait. Yeah, Daryl, my audio was getting fucked up or no? Anyway, got it. All right. So, when the guts procs, party wide MP damage, 20% for 5 turns every time the guts is procced. Um, Usually stuff like this is 3 turns. This is what Cure makes like why Cure is good as a sub DPS because these 5 turn buffs last such a fucking long time. The taunt he also gets taunted for 3 straight turns. So if you're not going for a min turn, you essentially can just have Cure start out on the field and you just don't pop buffs and just have Cure just start taking a lot of hits. So when he dies and a new buffer comes in, you basically are starting with close to black rail level of damage if the guts procced a good amount of times. Hmm. All right. Uh yeah, sorry, I keep going back to this, but I'm pretty sure it's that the buff was that this could proc off other guts. Um so like if you had multiple guts up, you could get another guts back. Like it wouldn't be waiting toward until you were using um yeah, I'm sorry about this one is again another reason why I'm putting Kirei in niche. He is so complicated to talk about with all the RNG. Um I know like this is a really really shitty way to be talking about Kirei like this, and again, forgive me for this. Um But yeah, he is just like complicated, and I just don't have the account to like really be showing off. Mist has a like super good copy of Rasputin, so I would trust his word on it a lot more than me. Um, but yeah, MP damage and crit damage. Uh, just use him to taunt. There's multiple ways you can really use him. And this note does tell you straight up which ones don't work. Yeah, it's a giant trauma response to coup, indeed. All right, arts up 8%, crit damage up 8%, star gen up 8%, uh, mental debuff resistance up 30%, and full poison immunity. Yeah, this is lore passive and is what it is that he has it. If you want to do farming, get this, but I think Kyurei is way more than just farming. Um. Again, I would probably get this, and if you want to use with Tamamo, I wouldn't be against it. Or sorry, not against it, but I wouldn't doubt you, especially because Tamamo does count as evil. So you are giving Tamamo a battery and an arts buff. I I do kind of want to point that out though. So yeah, like if you're feeling frisky and don't want to rely on like Astoria, Kira is honestly pretty fun. I do need to use him in a couple. I should try using him for the super recollection. Yeah, yeah, I want to use him for the super recollection. Just use him as a taunter and just have fun with it. All right. MP 4-hit AoE arts, super effective against evil alignment, burns all enemies for 1,000 damage for 3 turns, and then puts the dot amp for both burn and curse, both at 100%, and lasting for 3 turns each, and another curse, another DOT, and it's curse. Gary also has a 60% chance to insta-kill good alignment enemies, and this good is not just servants. There are okay, no, I fucking take this back. Holy shit. Yeah, chat, it is fucking complicated talking about super effectives against trash mobs when it comes to alignments. Because some enemies do have alignments, but apparently not um trash mobs. So I don't I actually don't get this one. Like I get Kirei, it's killing good allies. This has to be like a fucking lore. It has to be a lore because there aren't trash mobs that you can insta kill like this, and you're not insta killing servants at 60%. Um, but yeah, the super effective against evil does make way more sense because it is Angramainu, or yeah. Like he is the one that knows all evil, so of course he'd be very well suited to destroying evil or making evil worse. Arts up for himself 20% base, activates before damage, so that is why that's why his arts buff for evil servants isn't such a detriment with his looping, but he still doesn't have MP gain. The lore kits, I don't mind it. If he's good at it too, like I don't mind it. Bond CE 30% MP damage, and whenever a guts activates, 20 stars. This Bond CE is why it hurts Kirei probably the most, because he would be so much better as a crit support if if he didn't need if like how do I say it? It essentially makes it so if you want more guts on Kirei, your supports are gonna have to be giving him guts, which kind of narrows down his supports if you want Kirei to be like full main DPS while still also doing the gut shenanigans. But him as a sub DPS, it's not nearly as much as a problem because you're already using him for crit damage and MP damage boosting or buffing for the party. Yeah, like this is one of those CEs where it's you actually would be running this with the recent buff. Before the buff, not really. But if his guts is working the way I'm pretty sure it is, this should be a buff from what it was before. And yeah. It's like if you don't plan on Kirei being main DPS, like you don't care about Kirei's like damage, you probably would run this. Yeah, so for fun reasons, he's here. I honestly don't know that much, or my most experience with him is like brute forcing him to loot farm QP, and that is definitely not how you're supposed to use Kirei. I'm just like not one of those people that can really like put him in the light he actually deserves or should be viewed in. Like I kind of like this explanation is pretty fucking janky, not gonna lie. It is showing the lack of sobriety I have right now, and I thought I would be better about this, but guess not. Lessons learned. Fuck me though. Yes. Yes. Chat, I like Tiamat. I really liked her design when she came out in Babylonia. Like I thought the idea of beasts and like just dragon Kobayashi Dragon Maid like came out around this time. And I do like non-humans. Like I find them more fascinating characters than like human characters, just seeing an alien like mindsets. That's probably also why I like Esdeath from Akame ga Kill. She does not fucking fit that series at all. Like that. Okay, so tangent because just enjoying the rest of this list. We only have like 3 more characters. Esdeath would not feel out of place in Bleach or Naruto. That's how wild a character that author made and how unlikely she fits into that world. Like characters that stand out, I don't know, they just kind of click with me. Tiamat being like the first actual realized beast being shown in FGO, I thought was really sick, especially because Gatia was the one we thought we would be fighting first. And then obviously over time we fought more beasts. But Tiamat is still the one that had the actual alien mindset that we saw from gods. And, you know, taken to the like absolute extreme. But farming wise, gameplay wise, she is a black rail looper. You are able to start with from 0 and use double Vich Oberon and do pretty fucking good damage. She does not overlap with Melisande because you would not be using them to fight the same characters at all unless they're berserkers, in which case you can really bring any servant other than them. Yeah, let's get started. 11.4k base attack, 14k HP. Wasn't this Bizet? Didn't Bizet have this exact HP too? MP charge 0.44%. Don't really have to worry about it. For farming purposes, like you don't really rely on face card refund, but you don't need to be doing double Vich Oberon to use Tiamat effectively. Like can function without it, and her crits do not the best, but they do slap. But animal characteristics is the main one here. Chaotic evil for Doman synergy, and this is just a bond bonus. Just pointing that out. 4 hits on quick, 4 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Extra attack, do not expect it to be all that good. Yeah, she is a farmer more than anything else. Although she does have some both multi-core and some not even some. She does have good challenge quest utility, just not if you're using Oberon. First skill, 50% battery. Crit attack chance down 100%. You cannot get crit this turn unless the enemy has a shitload of crit buffs. And heal block, the enemy cannot heal the turn you do this. There are very, very few bosses that this matters, but fucking Demeter, oh my fucking god. I know so many people that would fucking love to have had Tiamat when they were fighting Demeter. Holy shit, the amount of people that were salty they did not have Ozymandias feels fucking bad. But yeah, if you're fighting bosses that heal a lot, this is gonna stop them from healing and let you let's say it. You don't have to have stupid high DPS to hit the break bar before they heal back up. Like if you can only do 4,000 damage and they heal 200,000 instead of it taking multiple turns to break the bar, you only need 2 because you'll hit 4,000, it won't heal, and you'll do the rest of the HP. So very boss reliant, but Demeter was a boss I remember a lot of people having trouble with, and the fucking cowards are not letting us fight Super Recollection Demeter. I'm okay, so I'm actually salty about that. I wanted to fucking clap Demeter when they brought back the Super Recollections for Lost Belt 5. I really wanted to clap back at Demeter with my Aussie or someone else, but so many people fucking complained about it. Holy. Second skill, 30% attack buff, 30% buster buff, chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, and a 2k curse. There is a craft essence that gives power mod against curse. But for Tiamat, you're probably using, again, Black Rail or First Day of Cranking. So she's mostly an MP spammer. I would pretty much only be doing that CE if you plan on critting more with Tiamat than MP spamming. Third skill, party-wide heal, 1.5k, 10% battery, MP damage for 1 turn on a 2-turn cooldown. This skill is what allows Tiamat to even do her Black Rail looping. Yeah, this also for solos, this is pretty nice because you do have a very high uptime on healing, and if you just run command codes, you will pretty hard to kill Tiamat. If especially if she's just taking like chip damage and not like trying to tank an MP. Yeah, not hard. Passives 10% crit damage, 4% crit damage, in skill res, and mental debuff resistance. The beast passive, 500 damage cut goes really nicely with this for solos. It just means like even more if she's fighting like weaker enemies, it's way harder for them to actually kill her. So like Prison Tower, specifically bringing up Prison Tower, that's so low level that she doesn't have to really be worrying about surviving. Jokes on them. I have a level 118. Right? They didn't let us Aussies rise up. Unfortunate. Yeah, so damage cut, Goddess Essence EX, 30% debuff res, and 5% gauge per turn. This is for black rail looping. This is for getting damage even quicker. And it is very helpful that her battery is not tied to her damage. And you could pop this on turn 2. So yeah, Pen 5 definitely buffed up Tiamat to give her better turn 2 damage. Also, because of a Pen 5, it does also mean you can pop this for free on turn 2, because this will get reduced to a 1-turn cooldown. Yeah, so if you actually can avoid popping Vitch's battery on turn 1 for the cooldown reduction, I would definitely try to hold on to it for another time. MP, 6-hit AoE, Buster, full cleanse, damages to all enemies, skill seals them so they can't do any skills to debuff Tiamat or like buff themselves up. They just have to attack. And again, if you're fighting weaker enemies, she is either going to take no damage or so little she's going to be able to heal back from it. And she ramps up Buster 30% base up to 60, and this activates first. Bon CE. I actually forgot how this worked, and if this actually charged the backline or not. Yeah, I'm still working on getting my Tiamat to Bon 10, but it has been a very, very slow process. I know this works for the characters on the field. I'm not sure if it also charges backline. But yeah, is like essentially the Tiamat will get Prisma Cosmos. But unfortunately they didn't give her damage on this. Would have been nice. But yeah. Definitely deserves to be up there for being a black rail looper. And like, yeah, it's the black rail looping. That's number 1, and then also all the CQ potential. Like it really goes both ways on her. Yeah. Two more. And we got last 2 are quick units. Hibiki and Shikagi. My unfortunate memory for this year, or for 2024, is that I remember clearly, this is when my luck on JP started going to shit. Like, started getting, like, really bad. Like, this was, I think, the first character I missed this year. And then again, I almost hit pity on my JP, my alt account again. And I'm pretty sure I tried to push pretty hard on my alt for this character. I was super interested in their multi-core utility, and if I can snag them on main, I probably will. They have a lot of traits going on here. So let's get started. These are characters from a Type Moon franchise I am not super familiar with. So yeah, don't expect lore dumps from me. But I do know they were in Carnival Phantasm. Not sure if it was the same episode that had Phantasm Moon, but I do know that they were in Carnival Phantasm. Base attack 12.2k, HP 13.5k. Attributes completely change depending on what ascension you're in, and that also affects traits. So there is no bond CEs that have to do with like attributes. However, if you stay in Ascension 1 and 2, you do get 2 different bond CEs, one from Lawful Good, the other from Living Human. Group Servant is here also for, I think it's Nemo, but are you AoE? No, you're a single target, right? Oh no, you're AoE. Okay, yeah. So unlikely you be using Nemo, with the Group Servant. But stage 1, Man Attribute, because this is the one from whatever series they're from. Stage 2, Earth Attribute. Pretty sure whatever spirit is involved. I don't read events on JP chat. Don't expect lore dumps for characters I don't know. And especially if I don't have them, then I really am not reading like their translated stuff here if I don't have the character themselves. Star Attribute, though, this is very rare to have. Not many servants can hit you very hard with this, but you are losing these traits. But again, that is only if you're doing Bond. If you're not doing Bond, different story. Yeah, alignments change based on Ascension too. Oh yeah, something to note: weak to Enuma Elish on stage 1 and 2. It's nullified on 3rd Ascension, which is the DD. 3 hits on quick, 4 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack, with 0.55% MP gain. Again, I don't have this character, so I can't speak on refund right now. We're gonna have to do calcs in a bit. First skill, 20% MP gain. Sorry, no, I am right. 20% MP gain for the party, and then 20% card buffs for quick and buster. 2 attacks, 3 turn evasion. Second skill, 30% battery, party-wide battery, 20%. I believe she also gets this too, so 50 battery on this skill. Also increases max HP by 3k. I think this on a 7 turn is a little too much. If they swapped the batteries and made this the personal battery 20 and the party wide 30, then I could actually see this being a 7 turn, because an AoE 30 is just like really, really fucking nice for multi-core. It makes it so like any character just needs a mana loading, and then they're able to MP with the standard support batteries. Third skill, party-wide MP damage 20%. On attack buffs, every time you attack with quick cards, defense down, static 10%. This also affects the MP. Or, sorry, the MP will also apply this. So MP always has 10% defense down before it goes. Every time you use a buster card, or no, again, same thing, 3 times 3 turns. 10% crit damage after using a buster card, and grants waterside battlefield to self for 3 turns. So again, like we saw with another character recently, Tlok, Hibiki and Chikage were serious. They put the waterside buff on themselves. So if they get buff stripped, you're going to lose waterside. It's not like Van Gogh Minor or Lohi, where the field is put on the field, or the buff is on the field. So even if they get buff stripped, you still have like Darkness and Cityscape. I do think this skill is fairly weak. However, this MP damage is party wide, and defense down also is technically party wide. I feel like if they were gonna have this restriction with the Buster card, they might as well have just made this AoE too. Like this is the only thing that I'm like scratching my head on. Like if you're gonna have all of your buffs be AoE except for this one part of the skill, like why not just make it AoE too? I feel like a good buff would just be removing the restriction, and then you can just have fun. If they want to make this AoE too, awesome. Not sure if they're gonna do it. Passives: 10% buff removal resistance, 10% buff debuff resistance up 10%. Crit damage 8%. Party crit damage up 5%. So again, very good multi-core utility. Although this is very small, it's still party crit buff for free. 300 damage cut, always nice to have. Again, if you're fighting weaker enemies, you just will take less damage. Or sometimes no damage. Last passive, 5% stars and 5 gauge when you're on water side. If I'm remembering this event correctly, no, my memory is like scuffed for this event. I didn't even get to use them that often, so I'm not gonna talk about the refund like that based on anecdotes, because again, not remembering it that well. For a multi-core, and this is a multi-core unit, 100%, most of their buffs are party wide. You're probably gonna want this. However, again, she is a quick unit, so do you need this? Probably not, because again, too much charge from Scotty. Unless you're using a character that has lower charge, like say Neurobride. Not too sure you're gonna be using Neurobride with her. Anti-moon cancer. Yeah. Not really needed, but helpful. MP. MP Gen up 20% while you're on water side for 1 turn. Literally the same shit Talok has. Removes all enemies' defensive buffs. Super effective against chaotic alignment. And then Quicken Buster up activates first. So MP does get another 10%. So she does have a 30 card buff for MP from her own kit, which is the standard, but it's still like a little lackluster up front. Yeah, it would have been better if she can ramp this up, but are they really going to do that? Probably not. Okay, Bond CE, quick up 8%, Buster up 8%, and Party Gen, MP Gen up 10% while she's on the field. So, real quick. Like, she essentially is like a better version of Talok. Like, kit-wise, it's some similar shit, but just straight up better. And also a better class for farming, because all three goes just has casters and riders that she's actually going to get overkill quicker with. All right, so and for farming, using Ruler Scotty. Okay, so I'm only going to be showing, obviously, normal loop farming numbers. I've already said that this is a multi-core unit, so I am using her with double Ruler Scotty, so you really can take the Oberon and put any DPS you want to really run with her, and it should be pretty okay. But yeah, this, when we're talking about 90 plus, it really is, you need to figure out the puzzle pieces. Oh shit. Let us not fight this, because that was the pretenders that I was doing that testing on. All right. Chat. 80% on a quick unit. Like, okay, chat. I really should have figured that out when I saw 8-hit quick MP. That's AoE and has MP gain. Like, you really kind of should have been expecting that. myself included. Again, I got screwed over and didn't get this character. Goddamn, is that not good refund for a single core? Um, so also, so while we're here, what does it look like if in multi-core you're using the quick buff on someone else? I think that is a far better thing to test. Do I at least loot 50? Still 60. Still 60. So again, not only is she a black rail looper, but that refund for multicore is nasty. Even if this is against casters, it's still what she'd normally be fighting against, and it's either casters or riders, or assassins, and she still will have an easy time getting overkill with assassins and has face cards to rely on. Unfortunately, she kind of is heavily just a farmer and multi-core. Yeah, it's like this is mostly farming style buffs. Like the enemy defensive buffs, yes, this is good, but this is an AoE character. You're probably not using her to fight bosses, more likely than not, unless they're spawning trash ads. Yeah, like this character is, don't get me wrong, really good multi-core unit, like super good. But she's definitely gonna want to be run with Quick, and Quick still has some issues with consistency. Like this, I mean. Because she does do very, very similar things to Lohi. Like, right now, it's A plus or EX, and I want to say it's A plus only because the buff potency isn't that high. Yeah. She's great as a sub DPS, and I do like that Quick just has a lot of sub DPSs right now, rather than just traditional, just basically Scotty with a different coat of paint. I'm kind of glad for Quick they're going different routes, but I think this character, it's like Lohi can get the ramp up actually going a little for your sub DPS. It's like she is sub DPS but more focused on herself, while Lohi is more focused, or is just as focused on herself as buffing others. While Hibiki and Chikage are just a little too, it's both they're not selfless enough, or they're not giving enough buffs, and it's also they're not buffing themselves enough either. It's like crit is not something they can rely on comfortably as quick units if they're doing multi-core. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I want to. Like, they're gonna be able to make a ton of stars. Trust me on that. But their crit damage is not gonna be as high as it could be for characters that actually have more crit ramp up. She's kind of just heavily reliant on Scotty to carry the brute force of it. And if you're using double caster, a ruler Scotty, that also means the quick cards are not going to be as strong as they could be, because you would not be using caster Scotty in multicore. Yeah. Yeah. It's like Lohi is the sub DP, like, sorry. It's like Lohi is like closer to a support that is, I don't explain. It's like Hibiki and Chikagi are and Lohi. They're like towing the line, and like Lohi is closer on the support side, and Hibiki and Chikagi are closer on the sub DPS side. But they basically are trying to do the same thing. Yeah, I am just concerned about buff potency with them, and that's the only reason they're not going to EX. Alright, People Scotty for... Yeah, but for me, it's like quick, like that's the whole thing about how people see quick. Everyone is so hyper focused on getting quick to feel as good as arts, but it's like just take advantage of me personally. It's like take advantage of what quick does like really well, and that's just carding. Like call a spade. Arts servants do not crit normally. They don't crit well. It's not fun if you don't have Black Rail because their damage is just suffering because Black Rail stands out so much more. While for a quick unit, yes, Black Rail helps immensely, but Black Rail is only helping their crits so much as it's 400 more attack than they would get from another CE. And another CE would help their crits out more than Black Rail, honestly. Yeah, and this is the quick rot for me. And again, why I like quick so much is like at lower investments, quick will feel better than arts. It's just that arts barrier to entry is so fucking low, it's not even funny. Like an arts unit that doesn't do high MP damage is not gonna feel good. But a quick unit that doesn't do good MP damage has like crits that will completely make up for it. All right, last one, Kazura drop. This for me is an immediate EX because she pretty much is exemplifying what I was talking about with Hibiki and Chikagi, and Lohi. It's like Kazura drop is for me again towing the line between support and DPS, and in a lot of cases for quick, she is this is my perspective, she is more of a support than she is a DPS. By the way, this is Rio Emerald's favorite character. I would say the phrase that is very much associated with characters like this, but no, because again, too close in appearance to my students, so I'm not saying any of this cringe shit I see. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Some of the shit I see online fucking fucks with my mental health when I have to go to work and see kids, like actual real kids. I know it's fucking crazy. A lot of these people that talk about this shit don't spend zero time around children. Again, reason I have to be so fucking plastered to watch Prisma Ilya is mostly people online. But we're not really talking about that phrase. We're talking about Kazura Drop and Mirian. And I'm so happy that they are as good as they are. This is a character I think is actually like fine and does not ever need to get buffed. And I am 100% serious on that. I don't think Kazura Drop needs to be giving a party-wide battery. I don't think she needs to be giving a crit buff. She is giving an alternative to what Quick has been feeling. Especially if you use Ruler Scotty, Kazura Drop is just naturally someone that is going to fit in better with your teams because unless you're bringing in Vitch or Merlin, your Buster crits are only getting crit damage, not card buffs, which is a huge difference when it comes to quick servants. Like, yes, their Buster crits hit very hard, but they're also only getting about like 15% Buster buffs. So imagine, or yeah, 15% Buster buff per Ruler Scotty. So imagine them getting more than double that Buster buff when they crit. That is what Causer Drop can provide. Letting quick servants actually fucking crit and benefit from it. 11.2k attack, 13.8k HP. Causer Drop is also a DPS herself. I'm not gonna take away her flowers because she actually does really fucking good damage too. She has a fucking passive that makes it so if you're fighting of the same class, she has Black Rail. 75% power mod. This is Black Rail, basically, while also applying to crits and face cards when she doesn't crit. Like, you cannot take this away from Causer Drop, and it does make it so Black Rail isn't necessarily the best option. And makes farming with her a lot easier, too. MP charge 0.68%. Thank fucking God it was 0.68. I'm not making the joke when she looks like this, chat. I'm fucking not. Because she also acts like a child. It's not only that she looks like a child, she acts like a child too. And clearly has the child servant trait. This is not your Lollibaba situation like Shuten Doji. This is an actual fucking child. And if you like have read Kazura Drop, it makes so like her lore, it makes so much fucking sense why she bonded with Mirian in the Lost Spell, and the fact that she actually is composed of Mirian. What else she's composed of, I fucking don't know. Again, I haven't read Foxdale and other shit. But yeah, 0.68% gain, 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. But because of how her kit works, she is going to be getting a card buff when she crits with any of these cards. So the gains on paper are going to be misleading. Summer Mode Servant is second Ascension with the banana. And oh, wait. All 3 stages, she has mechanical, but only second she has summer mode. Okay. A weird way to show this. I kind of... Wait. What? Why didn't they just put mechanical here then? Right? Am I crazy though? But you can tell she's pushed. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah, this is just throwing me off. I don't know why they... Again, why didn't they just put the mechanical here? Yeah, also rip Bozo, because this actually does... Okay, so this actually does put Cosner Drop in danger. In the off chance that Cosner Drop tries to copy a foreigner, because if she changed to foreigner class, it does open her up to getting smacked very, very hard in the face by Mixa, because she'll be a foreigner with the mechanical trait. And is it power mod or yeah, hang on. I forget if it was power mod or not. Yeah, 50% power mod. So yeah, shit. Yeah, if you're not careful, your Cosmo Drop might just get one shot or some shit like that. I don't know if the computer is going to be that smart. All right, first skill. Guaranteed drain. Debuff success rate up 30% for 3 turns. Buff regeneration, she's going to put quick res down and crit damage res down on the enemies every single turn at the start of your turn. And then she also applies that same res down immediately. So she is able to carry quick res debuffs through farming. This was Quick's biggest issue with Caster Scotty, in that her defense down was only effective for one turn. Also, because this is a res down, it does also mean that for multicore, this just works better, because now instead of buffing one character, you buff your entire team. And if you are using like two other characters besides Khazra Drop, like you fully are using Khazra Drop as a support, not necessarily a sub DPS, she's still going to do like decent damage if she happens to crit. So, quick explanation on this. The crit res down. This is a card buff, but only if you crit. So if you crit, like I said earlier, if you crit with a Buster card, this counts as a Buster res down. A 50% card buff for Buster. Quick servants, they like, especially because of how hot Ruler Scotty is. Hot as in like very good, not just because mommy Scotty. But yeah, for multicore, this just straight up is an upgrade. No contest. However, Khazra Drop is not providing crit damage, so the DPS needs to be more on top of that than usual. Second skill, 50% battery. At every other Sakura series on the field, including the enemy side, gets you another 50 battery. If there are no other Sakura series on the field, cooldown reduction. Khazra Drop can commonly be used in farming. You pick two of them, and they both wave clear, and then your main DPS can, if it's a one enemy node, you can like fully try to just one shot. Like, especially if they have a lot of one-turn buffs, like I'm talking like an Okita Saber, like using double Khazra Drop actually will make her feel far better and usable actually in farming, and her like one-turn buffs won't be an actual demerit because the fight's going to end next turn anyway. Third skill, full cleanse, 5k heal. Changes her class to match whoever you're targeting, but her class score remains alter ego, so you do not need to fucking max out all your class score if you get Khazra Drop. It's just alter ego, and we already have the alter ego access because of OC1. Last part of it, 50% defense down. She is such a heavy debuffer, I really could not see her as anything other than a support at her initial release, and then I saw what her like farming numbers were actually doing, and I'm like, okay, yeah, no, this isn't bad. But just to note, when I say farming, again, I do not mean loop farming. Khazra Drop has very bad refund. It's not as bad as Domin, but it's still bad. Khazra Drop kind of just gets by because of cooldown reduction and how easy it is for her to use her 50 battery, if not higher, especially double Khazra Drop, it's 200% batteries. And if you want them to MP again, all you really need to do is crit on one of the turns. So, yeah, Khazra Drop just does not have problems like spamming the MP. And like actually encourages like face guarding. 20% debuff res, 12% arts up. Again, I already talked about this power mod here. However, there is one more thing here. And if you're fighting a Sakura series, you get 30% power mod off rip. Why is this important though? It's because the Sakura series are usually only two classes. Moon Cancer and Alter Ego. So when she's fighting Alter Ego Sakura series, she doesn't even need to pop this skill for her to get the full effect of her passive, which is 105% power mod. This is event bonus level power mod that she can literally have off rip and still be running any other CE she fucking wants, whether as a support or a DPS. Can't understate that. And then her third append here is Moon Cancers. So the only close that. The only exception to this rule is Lancer Melt. She's the only one that is a slight exception. And even still, all cause her a drop has to do is pop her third skill, and then she's matching Lancers and she's getting the full effect no matter what. And also that is applying to the Moon Cancers too. But best case is she's fighting alter egos and then she gets her power mod for free. Next best case is she's fighting BB, and she has her append 3 unlocked, and then she's getting an attack buff with it. Not the worst case, but like the least good case is fighting Lancer Melt. High Servant does nothing. For farming, you want this first before you want this, and this is more for multi-core reasons where you have extra charge. I know, right? Fucking Shisho. Shisho had High Servant and does nothing. Why? When are they gonna buff High Servants? All right, MP, 4-hit AoE quick, damage to all enemies. Obviously, reduces attack 20% for 3 turns. If you're able to spam this MP, the enemy is barely gonna hit you or do damage to you because 60% attack down is not anything to scoff at. And then OC, more defense down. You can very easily, with one caster Scotty and using all of your kit with Causer drop, get someone to 100% down defense down in an instant. Like turn 1, 100% defense down. You combine that with all the other multiplicative buffs, and it's just ridiculous damage that you can start outpouring, and truly does exemplify quick. Not showing any shade to any content creators that definitely don't see Causer drop as a support. I completely understand it. Her being a support, though, mostly comes from me playing Honkai as much as I do. And debuffers are like one of my favorite type of characters in Honkai. Acheron, DOT. So this is screaming like Honkai character, debuffer. And I know for a lot of other people, like this is, they don't like think about debuffs like this half the time. Like also people don't like quick. Causer drop is quick. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and basically, okay. Both of these effects are essentially the same. They're all falling into that same buff type as her own passive. I think for Causer drop, this is actually pretty weak. It is pretty weak as a passive because essentially, like, if you were to use her and give her Oberon's buff, it is basically like she's already using Black Rail. Like, the amount of MP damage, effective MP damage she would have is the same as if she didn't have her passive and she just used Black Rail. If she had gotten, like, party-wide crit... If this was party-wide, I would like this so much more. Because it would make her first skill way more lethal. But this is definitely for more her as the DPS. And again, I can definitely see her as a DPS as well. I'm not saying she can't do that. But me personally, I prefer her as a debuffer. Because there are not many cases where you can get defense down to this level with Causer drop. And also, if you're able to spam the MP, you would only need like you wouldn't even need the caster Scotty, and you can focus on like bringing another ruler and just doing more damage. So this is all the alter egos. Again, I'm sorry about how this recording is turning out. I am definitely not as sober as I usually am for these recordings. I can fucking feel it. Very much so. It's either that or I'm hyped up on coffee. Because right after I ended stream, I did drink another cup. Huh. Let's just blame it on me being me and not anything specific. So let's not give more ammunition to people that don't know what they're talking about. But obviously, we're somewhere in the middle on that. So we will do beasts and foreigners tomorrow after I'm not tripping on my words. This part's almost done. Last day. So I am rested and completely sober right now. Hopefully. So we're done with extra class for pretenders and alter egos. Now it is time for my favorite out of the classes, foreigners. And then right after foreigners, we are doing beasts. And I only just realized now that Space Arash was not like her picture wasn't on here. That's more because of how this list is made. Again, I'll be remaking all this stuff, thinking about how I'm doing it. And 2020 or 10th anniversaries list is just gonna look very different to doing it on the site. Again, I'm probably gonna do it in Google Slides because it's just easier to customize. So, first, base stats for foreigners. 1.0 modifier, pretty much like all three of these have the same thing. So their base stat has to stand on their own. Star gen 15%. Star weight is what's 150? Archer numbers. And yeah, we got a lot of foreigners here. 2 of them are welfares, and then we have 2 beasts. So that's why we're at 15. All right, first up, Abigail Williams. Out of probably all the characters that have come out in the game, like, people's opinion on Abigail has probably been the most in flux. This character at release, like, looks dog shit. Just looks very, very bad for the time she came out in. Because this is a time where the only real support you had was Merlin and Waver. So a Buster unit having such piss poor arts cards just did not sit well with people. You didn't have block chargers like Koyanskaya. You didn't even have Scotty or Castoria. So even her triple art stack was just a detriment on its own. You pretty much had like Tamamo, and that was it to like really have good uptime on her just MP and skills, because if you use Merlin and Tamamo with Abigail, you had 9 arts cards. And yes, you had a Merlin Buster buff, but you did only have the MP and 1 Buster card, so it's not like you were doing that much Buster crit damage anyway. Now, however, Abigail is definitely being used in multi-core. She has very, very good burst damage, and she makes her own niche. That is super, super important for multi-core, that they're able to do like good damage on their own. They're not super reliant on supports to like carry their damage. And again, that's also why multi-core is mostly quick in arts, because Vich does not give AoE buffs. You kind of have to rely on Merlin for that. Base stack 12.1k, good start for the first foreigner that ever came out. In FGO, have to preface in FGO because we know Altera is the OG foreigner. HP 13.7k. Not bad, especially because, like, again, her year one team comp probably was, like, again, I didn't play then, but with hindsight now, I feel like her best team would have been Tomo and Merlin. How people played her in the beginning, again, don't know. Don't really watch year one gameplay. Chaotic Evil for Doman Synergy. MP Charge is the biggest pain point. 0.25. She has 6 hit arts cards. She's not critting on these, or at least when she came out, she definitely wasn't. Yeah, like, she is, like, basically, if these are not critting, you're not getting much out of them. You would get far more refund from doing an arts chain than you would even... Your party would benefit more from you just doing art chains than you trying to do, like, spam Abigail's MP through her own charge. 4 hit on quick, 3 hit, 6 hit on the 3 arts cards, 4 hit on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. Very, very low base gain means that this extra attack is going to do shit for getting you back to your MP. Star Gen isn't going to be that bad, but it's still not going to be, like, super amazing. First skill, here's the multi-core utility. 30% MP damage for the party, along with getting 10 gauge per turn every turn for 3 turns. So this is a build up 20% battery. However, depending on, like, the node, this is either going to help you a lot or help you only a little. Again, it's because of when certain characters are MPing, whether your AoE has to MP turn 1 or 2. Either way, you're probably popping this skill turn 1. For single core farming, this was on a 7 turn, but with a pen 5, you can bring it down to a 6. But you're also probably going to want to have mana loading too, so it becomes more of how many pens do you have. But again, this list counts as if you have both of them maxed out, so non-statement. Second skill, inflicts terror to all enemies, and again, terror delayed stun. The activation chance is 50%, which is a very high number for terror, but also mental debuff. Anyone that scales off mental debuffs like Summer Kiara, here you go, here's an extra debuff, but I probably don't use Abigail with Summer Kiara. Defense down 20%. Also at a 7 turn cooldown, if you want to do single core farming, you're going to need a pen 5. Otherwise, she's not double popping anything. Third skill. And also why she kind of doesn't need mana loading now. Reduces one enemy's gauge. Guaranteed. Reduces their attack 20%. A little on the lower side. I would have preferred this got bumped up to 30, but is what it is. Power mod against terror. This is both the stun itself, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's the clock. Whether you have the clock or not, I'm not sure if the stun counts as terror. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, honestly, I'm having problems remembering whether or not the stun actually counts as terror or not. But again, the more important thing is the clock, because she can apply the clock any turn she wants. Again, the stun chance is a chance, but this terror, as long as it lands, counts as she has the mental debuff on the enemy. 100% power mod for this terror. Is this the most crazy thing out there? Absolutely not. She shows power mod way fucking better. 3 turns of 2 100% power mods on a 5 turn cooldown. Abigail's not touching that, but Chisho is significantly worse at multicore, so kind of balances out. Also 20 battery and reduce the cooldown from 7 to 6. So yes, because of this 20 static battery, you are going to just want mana loading. No, skill reloading and mana loading is mostly a second priority. Based more on node structure. MP removes all enemies' buffs first. This is kind of the only thing that really saved Abigail in the first place, because she had buff removal on her MP. So as long as you technically had the charge, you could spam this. We have command seals, and we get 3 a day now. So it's not like you couldn't spam this. It's just, why would you spam this? Because also, the enemies don't need buff removal like every single turn. They do like to do damage to you to try to kill you. They're not all about buffing you. Hi, Hacks. And then OC, crit attack chance down for 1 turn. I always prefer 3 turns buff with this, but it is what it is. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and insta-kill immunity for 3 times. I'm not the biggest fan of this Bond CE, but MP damage, 30% MP damage is still 30% MP damage. So, Abigail, I'm feeling strong A here. Yeah, I'm feeling strong A, because in comparison to like say Phantom Moon, that slow charge is not as helpful as a AoE 30 battery, like flat out. AoE 30 is just better than charge per turn 20. Again, unless this is again, unless the AoE is MPing first, and even then, if they're able to get to their battery immediately without Phantom Moon, after their MP they just get a 30 battery. While slow charge, they're not even gonna get the full effect before the end of the fight if it's only lasting 3 turns. Yes, she has a super effective that she can control, but again, it's also the case where if her terror doesn't land, she is so screwed, it's not even funny. Again, this is the issue with servants that have niches that they can make themselves. Most of the time, it is tied to debuffs, and if you can't debuff the enemy, that servant's value goes down. Like, especially if you're going off autopilot, the worst thing you want to deal with is inconsistencies. So, while she has, like, the best damage by a landslide, this is also assuming that you have your niche. I'm honestly pretty against how this is showing this. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like that they're not showing her base damage, because they are making Abigail look significantly better than she actually is. Yeah, no, I am firmly against showing it like this. Because it really does make it look like Abigail is like leagues better than MHXXA. It makes her look like so much better. Like, her MP1 damage is like way more than her MP5, but that's not fucking true, because you can just look, and at MP1 she passes up Abigail. So yeah, I feel strong, like mid A, just because if the enemy is isn't getting debuff, not immune to debuff, but just resists the debuff, her damage falls off a cliff. Is literally cut in half. All right. Next, Hokusai. So, we need to check this like right now if this is still bugged. Okay, yes. So before I even talk about this servant, I need to just double check. Oh my fucking lord. It's actually gonna be hard to test this. Yeah, no, in Laplace it's gonna be hard to test this. I would actively have to do this in game. All right, 1 second on this because I really don't think Laplace is gonna show it whether the bug is still active. Okay, so Hokusai. When I talked about her buff, she was bugged. Her third skill was activating on the MP. So this part, inflicting defense down, it was happening before damage with arts cards. I don't remember if it was arts cards in general or just the MP, but that was a huge damage buff to Hokusai, having defense down before damage, because her recent buff also gave her another effect that happened before damage, and those two together gave Hokusai explosive damage. I think I have to change the thumbnail for my video now that it's not bugged anymore, but I forget when it got fixed. So Hokusai, really OE. This is actual Katsushika. No, this is Hokusai and this is OE. Also, I'm pretty sure like this is the artist that got Japan into like tentacle gentai. They make enough jokes about it that I would find it pretty believable. But back then, they probably thought it as a gag. Like, think about it. Like, back then, people genuinely thought that humans could be birthed through other magical creatures. That is the time frame of when this character was originally around. So take all that shit with a grain of salt. Half the time, people are just making jokes about it because they see how funny it is that people took this seriously. But unironically, people on the internet take it more seriously than people did back then. So base attack pretty identical to Abigail. HP on the lower end. MP charge 0.33%. Again, you might be thinking that her refund is abysmal. No, it is not. I literally just used her to test, and against two enemies getting full hits of overkill, she was getting 80% with double Castoria, and it was just double Castoria, no Mystic Code. Literally popped as many skills and went, and she refunded like 80% off to enemies. Her buff gave her so much utility, not just for farming, but also CQs, where even against one enemy, she's still going to refund a pretty good amount. I wouldn't say like single target levels, obviously, but it is going to be a lot more than what you would expect. So again, 0.33% MP gain on her arts cards with 6-hit arts cards. They look a lot better on paper. And also remember, Summer Ibuki has MP gain around this, and she is one of the best arts loopers. So while the face cards might be lacking in gain if she's not critting on them, just general refund with it is definitely where it needs to be. Oh, I'm not going to be mentioning it that much because we are talking about foreigners specifically, but most of them have existence outside of the domain, and this is specific for Van Gogh. If a foreigner does not have it, I'm going to point it out rather than pointing out which ones do have it, because it's a lot easier to say which which foreigners don't have existence outside the domain than the ones that do have it. Also, chaotic balanced. If you can make her evil, she'll get full Doman synergy, but she is not that much of a crit servant. So going the extra mile for that is probably not worth it. 4 hits on quick, 6 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 4 hit extra attack. This is lacking, but she's, again, not really a crit servant, so she's probably not doing too many brave chains outside of you just don't feel like using your sword and you just want to like clean up a break bar or hit break bar. First skill. I'm not... Okay, so There are plenty of characters that have a full turn of dodge and 30 battery, and they're at a 6-turn cooldown. If this skill is not doing anything else, why are the other characters having longer cooldown on the literal same exact skill? They need to buff this to show why this skill deserves to be on a lower cooldown. Because I don't think they're buffing dodge plus battery that often. Like on a 6-turn, actually, am I asking? No, hold up. Let me rephrase this. Because it's like, am I asking for this to be like so much better than all the other characters, or am I? No. Okay, so hers doesn't need to change. Like this does not need to change unless all the other 6-turn cooldowns of this exact skill also get buffed and have extra effects. I don't think they can buff this skill, and like besides straight up buffing Hokusai without it just feeling worse. Like that, like buffing this would just be a win more for a skill that's already better than like most other characters that have the same skill. That's more what I'm trying to say. Would I like more effects on this? Absolutely, but they're probably not going to. Second skill, 30% arts up, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. The fact that Hokusai is a foreigner, you're gonna probably want to remember this for Lost Belt 7. If you have Hokusai, you already have something in your back pocket to help you with one of the more annoying fights for Lost Belt 7. Debuff resistance for up 100%. So this wombo combo, you can't debuff Hokusai, and you can't take her buffs. Her damage is her damage. This is awesome CQ utility. This combo doesn't come across that often. And like more times than not, you're gonna need one or the other, but just having both is awesome. Because there are cases that you are gonna experience like both of these happening at the same time. Third skill, what got this is not what got buffed in the most recent strengthening. It was her MP, but what it gave her was more effects, because if you did not click arts cards, this did absolutely nothing. So if you weren't getting to your MP, you were just shit out of luck, and you wasted this skill. Now, star weight on arts cards 500%. And 15 stars. This makes a lot more sense. Hokusai is an arts crit servant, and it's very hard for that to really work. And the arts crit is mostly for her for MP spam, not loop farming, or not. Obviously not. You're not really using crits in loop farming. But I mean like CQs. Like Hokusai isn't doing, like, most of her damage is not gonna come from crits. It's just the crits are there, much like Summer Kiara, to get back to the MP to keep up the arts gameplay. Passives, existence outside the domain EX, the best debuff resistance for it. That's pretty much what existence outside the domain scales off here, is just the debuff resistance. All of them have the 2 stars per turn. 8% debuff success rate. This is a very debuff heavy character, so this is a pretty important passive. 4% arts, divinity, this for farming, this for Tamamo. She has anti-berserker as a foreigner. Best case scenario, because she's already doing 2x damage and the berserker is barely going to hit her. This is a big win more button. Because her only other effective class is pretenders, and you're not seeing pretenders in loop farming that often. Anti-berserker means you hit overkill a lot. You hit overkill quicker. NP, what got buffed? Her MP used to have no normal effects. It was only super effective against man attribute. In 2024, that is not enough in this game. This is nowhere near enough. MPs that have no normal effects are getting buffed so much more common. Even if they have super effective, it's just been proven that like super effective is not enough for MPs. It just becomes, the MP just becomes a beat stick, and it's crits, like say, yeah, crits from someone like Richard just make MPs like this look stupid. Like, it's only the fact that they're AoE that they would even be considered an MP. So, buff is more damage. Arts res down before damage, so a 20% arts buff every time she MPs, and in a CQ you can ramp this up. And MP gen up 30% for one turn. This is why her refund right now is so stupid, and she's looping on the same level of refund as like Summer Ibuki. It's because now she has pretty much the same buffs that Summer Ibuki has, except she's lacking like attack. And you can get attack from popping Castoria MP, so it's not as big of an issue as it could be. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and a 20% guts. That has no duration because this is a guts from a CE, not a skill. But yeah, 20% revive. So, how am I feeling about Hokusai? She's looping on par with Summer Ibuki. And then, like, that's just her loop farming. Like, her loop farming is, again, on par with one of the best. Obviously, damage is going to come into the equation because that affects refund, hitting overkill. But her refund itself is extremely high. Like, again, looping 80% on 2 enemies, even if it is the max possible refund, that's still not nothing. And she's just not gonna have the same kind of problems that a lot of other AoE loopers just have with loop farming. Like Hokusai has in her, like the way she's built, she's going to refund 100% more often than not. And that is what you want for multi-core. You want your DPS to be able to stand by themselves as much as possible, so that you don't need to like pop all the buffs on them. You can spread out the card buffs to let your single target do more damage. Right, yeah, let's close this out. MHXX. The anti-foreigner. Although she also does pretty good damage against sabers. This is also full on double damage. As if she was an archer. Like, that's why like this super effective damage is so fucking massive. It literally basically makes her a single target archer. But she has way more utility than just that. So, base stack 9.7k. Good for a 4-star. 11.2k HP. MP charge 0.64%. And she is an art servant that is going to be critting. This is an crit servant. Her MP is going to hit very, very hard against foreigners, berserkers, and sabers. In fact, she has some of the highest burst damage in the game against those specific classes. But this is still a character that is heavily reliant on burst damage. So, CQs, she is much more heavily reliant on her supports. There you go. MP charge 0.64%. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 4 hit extra attack. This is definitely suffering. It would work better if this is 5 hit, just for refund purposes. But the gain itself is fine considering she's supposed to be critting. Again, once her refund is good enough, one arts crit gets her MP all the way back to 100. Like, you only can get so much gain at MP1. It's like when you have like MP2 or 3 and you're trying to get higher levels of overcharge mid CQ is where these gains from crits start really applying. But we're not talking about this on this. We're not talking about MP5 refund numbers and gain and all that. We're talking about MP1 because, again, trying to be able to arts crit from literally the MP and to 300% gain, not that many servants are able to do that on one arts crit. I don't even think they can on one arts crit without a lot of buffs to go with it. First skill, invul for 1 turn, 50% attack for 1 turn. Second skill, 20 stars and star weight down for herself, 100% on a 4 turn. Third skill, ignores invincibility, 30% battery, power mod against threat to humanity enemies. And let's just take a refresher course of what threat to humanity is, because it's probably like not even in her niche, right? No, it is exactly in her niche. Fighting foreigners, where she has full class advantage, and pretenders. It's, the Ellie's make her get stuck, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 40% of her own class she has power mod against, along with all the other nonsense that goes with it. And because some MH XX is also an art servant, you'd use her with Castoria, who also gives a threat to humanity buff or power mod. This one is also 50%. So double Castoria, MH XX has a 150% power mod against threat to humanity. That is literally almost as much as what Oberon doubles for Black Rail. And luckily for MH XX, Castoria's power mod is not 1 turn, it's 3 turns. So, unfortunately, like, if you know how I feel about some characters, MHXX is unfortunately a heavy burst damage unit that has no sustain after that 1 turn of burst. However, usually with characters like this, they're also not able to refund their MP that much. That is not the case with MHXX. Her arts crits, she's able to do them consistently and actually get very good refund with it. Yeah. 2 stars per turn, debuff res, 4%, 8% more star gen, 10% crit damage, 10% quick guard damage. This for single core farming and multi-core, but boss too, you just start easier. This definitely if you're using Tamamo, and I would advise Tamamo because these cooldowns are stupid low. These are extremely low cooldowns that make it much easier for MHXX to crit and keep uptime on her MP, regardless if you're using double Castoria or not. NP, again, has been buffed. It was always a super effective mod against Sabers, but this was only like a regular super effective. This is class advantage super effective mod, along with a 20% attack. So at the very least, as long as you were MP spamming, she at least had 1 buff. Pawn CE power mod against all Saber enemies, not Saber servants, just Saber enemies. While her MP is specifically Saber class servants. So don't bring MHX against a non-servant boss. She is not getting this super effective, and she's basically full on hitting neutral. And also you have to remember what enemies count as servants, because something like Bargus in Lost Belt 6, that is Bargus while she's still alive, so she can't be a servant. She does not count. So Where do I see her on here? B. I like this character. I still don't like one-turn buffs. Because it makes it so if you don't have that support, the character is, I wouldn't say unusable because you can pull the support from your friends list, but they're definitely not going to be running as well as you want. And especially in cases where your support dies, it's a longer fight. The character is not going to have their own buffs. Tamamo really does become almost a necessity. Otherwise, you don't have any buffs at all. And it's just like raw. You're completely reliant on that MP buff, like carrying you. In which case, just use another character. I do think it is pretty fair though that for this class specifically, that the 5 stars are completely like these low rarities. This honestly should be how it is when you're comparing MP1 of a 4-star to a 5-star. Game balance wise, it only makes sense that your SSRs are better than your 4 stars, and this is not always the case for the other classes, but for especially extra class 2, the gap between a 4-star and a 5-star is noticeably bigger. But that is just my opinion on that. Yang Guifei. This character is literally only stopped from going into A+ because of debuff immunity to burn. And is also the reason MHXX got bumped down. Because, again, only really effective against Saber class servants. And then a lot of her buffs are 1 turn. Yang Guifei, very debuff heavy. Again, so not going to EX because of that. If you cannot burn the enemy, there is literally, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage for using Yang Guifei, and you would be better off using MHXX. But my god, when this works, it fucking works. And this buff made it even better. So, Lychee Head, Yang Guifei. Base attack 12.3k attack, 13.3k HP. MP charge 0.51%. With 4-hit arts cards, this is in line with characters that usually have double arts with 4 hits. More recently, take Zenobia for example. But Zenobia's is lower because she's expecting to be crit on her arts cards, while Yang Guifei can crit, but she's not critting nearly as much as Zenobia. And Zenobia is also AoE too. Chaotic good, so can't use Doman for full synergy. 4-hit on the 2 quick guards, 4 hits on the 2 arts guards, 3-hit on Buster, 4-hit extra attack. The double quick is mostly so she is able to gen stars for her own, so her arts crits will refund her MP as much as possible. First skill, this was the first buff, and honestly, she really needed this. Before, her taunt was only for male enemies, so if you were not fighting like servants or like non-human entities at all, like wolves, like Yang Guifei just wouldn't do anything. So her taunt and invul just wouldn't work, and that greatly impacts her gameplay. She wants to be getting hit. She wants people to hit her up. So, full turn of invul, gauge per turn for herself, 25 stars, up from 15, and the taunt is for all enemies, and it's not caring about gender. Second skill, absorb all enemies. So you get a battery based on the ticks the enemy has. You cannot pop this on turn 1. Otherwise, you do not get a battery. But the more enemies you have on the field, the more gain you get. So think of this like Lady Avalon. However, unlike Lady Avalon, she is actually trying to do the suck. Lady Avalon is not trying to do the suck. She's just edging. So, yeah, don't wait for all the enemies to have at least 1 tick before you try to pop this skill. Even though there's damage tied to this in the defense down, it's not worth giving up the battery. We're talking about giving up an up to 60% battery in fighting 3 enemies. And again, if you're fighting 6, 120. But if you're only fighting 1 enemy, it is only a 20 battery. So you're more able to just use this for the defense down. But it depends on your team comp. Third skill. This is what got buffed. And it is a doozy. So before Living Flame, 3 attacks, 3 turns, she only was able to inflict 30% defense down, and the enemy got burned 1,000 when they did the attack. So if Yang Guifei was fighting more than 3 enemies, she was purely shit out of luck. And yeah, she would be getting hit a lot for no reason. Also 20% defense. Now, the Living Flame buff is flat out 3 turns. So the more times Yang is getting hit, the more devastating this is. You can inflict a stupid amount of defense down, and not to mention, that first turn, you are fully invuled and taunt. You were always fully invuled and taunted, but now, like, if you're fighting more than 1 enemy, you're going to see more value. This also carries over past 1 turn, so you can fully ramp this up to at least 90% if you're fighting 1 enemy, and that enemy does not pop any skills. There's only trying to hit Yang Guifei. 90% defense. This is literally what Summer Aris has. They buffed this skill to make her on par with Summer Aris, and Yang Guifei has an invul instead of a dodge. So, Pog. Also, a 30% arts buff for herself. She did not have a card buff all this time, so this is brand new for her base damage scaling. Obviously, if you use Castoria, it's not going to matter as much, but we'd always prefer to have more buffs than less buffs, especially if we're not hitting the cap. Avoid using art servants, though, that give defense down, because you will hit the cap on this, unless you're just trying to hit the cap quicker. In addition, another 30 battery. So she was, before she needed to wait a turn before she had a battery. Now she does not need to wait a turn and get mana loading, and she gets to 50 pretty easily. So this was a really strong buff she got. 2 stars per turn, 12% debuff resistance, and tickle. So she does not have many passives. If you're using her with Tamamo, again, standard, get this. If you plan on using her as a crit servant, I would look into whether or not you want this, but she does only have a 4-hit extra attack, so there's only so much this card buff can really help out. MP, 4-hit single target arts, inflicts burn. This burn scales with your copies of Yang Guifei, but she does not have burn amp. So Yang is not really a DOT servant. She is enabled by DOT. There is a difference. DOT servants want to be trying to amp the damage as much as they can, while just getting super effective from burn, it just needs to happen. It's all or nothing. Unfortunately, this burn does not happen before damage, so if you're not setting up by using a command code and face carding before you MP with Yang, her first MP is going to be lackluster. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and here's the burn amp. Every time she had normal attacks, she puts the burn amp. It's only 20%, but again, this is on a Bond CE, and now you're just like the more Yang is like solo, the more she is amping this. Like her thick burn is just gonna do more, and at higher copies, that 20% burn damage is just gonna feel even nicer. So, yes, she doesn't, or yes, she didn't have sustained buffs. However, she was debuff heavy. And the MP, like, as long as the enemy is burned, you get the super effective. So, it really isn't that hard to just have good damage with Yang, even if she doesn't have buffs. Because, again, She didn't really have buffs in the first place. So it's not like her damage can get much lower, but she does need to burn the enemy first. All right, I'm going to get water real quick, and then it's time to talk about the good boy Voyager. Also, something I thought I would mention about Foreigners specifically is that I have all of these characters and have used them like a lot. Like a lot. I haven't used Van Gogh with all of these characters or double Van Gogh, but I have spent a lot of time with all these characters. So this, unlike talking about like Kirei, these are, with the exception of Riba, these are all characters I've used extensively. Koyanskaya, Jacques de Molay, and yeah, and Alco in particular. These are the three I've used the most. So these three are going to be the most confident I feel. But in general, for Foreigners, this is a class I feel much more comfortable talking about. So, the good boy Voyager. This is the embodiment of the Voyager probe. And funny enough, I actually read something online about this, that Voyager lost communication with Earth for like a good couple months, but they actually fixed it pretty recently. Yeah. So, Voyager, base attack 10.4k. This is very low for a 5-star. Off rip. This is part of his damage issues. It spawns from his low base attack. HP, very, very high to compensate, though. MP charge, 0.56%. And in my experience, this has gotten better over time, especially as he is quick. So less loop farming and more multi-core / CQs. Because he does have a little bit of debuff in his kit. 3 hits on the 2 quick cards, 3 hits on the 2 arts cards, 3 hits on the buster card, 5 hit extra talk. Average literally across the board. This is what you expect from FGO these days for hit counts to be at least this level. MP charge being at 0.56%, it's literally because most of the time you're critting on his cards. They couldn't let the game be too wild. First skill, 50% battery, debuff immunity flat out for 3 turns, not times, just flat out debuff immunity. 10 stars per turn. Obviously, this has absolutely no purpose in farming. Since when do you get debuff while you're 3-turn farming? Unless it's from your supports, in which case, what supports are you running that you're worried about getting debuffed? The 10 stars is literally just to start off, and so that you have some chance of critting on turn 1. But if you do have Ruler Scotty or you bring a Star Bomb, this kind of loses value, but 10 stars is still 20% of the stars you need to crit for your whole hand to crit. So it's not like this is bad. He doesn't lose points because it's only 10, because this is stacked on these 2 effects. Like, I'll be completely honest, a 50 battery with full debuff immunity, I would honestly be fine with this being 7 turns. because in a CQ, like full debuff immunity, especially if it's gonna last for 3 turns, like you're trying to min turn it, you're good the entire fight. You don't have to worry about getting debuffed the entire fight. So like break bars that stun you, break bars that like give you attack down, MP damage down, none of it is gonna stick to Voyager. He's not known to be a CQ heavy unit, but this is like it, and it's not Invo Pierce and Defense Pierce. But if you're fighting someone that debuffs you a lot, you're gonna appreciate this. Second skill, full turn of evasion, 20% quick buff for himself, and then 20% quick res down for the enemy. In farming, this is like really, really unfortunate. It only helps with the first turn to help you get break bar. And this is, or not break bar, but to get break point so that Voyager can loop to the next wave. This being as low as it is, the reason they had to buff his third skill first. It's like why they felt Voyager needed the buffs more than Jacques de Malay, even though I feel Jacques definitely could use another buff right now on her MP. And literally they just buff them the same way because I don't think Voyager should be that much better than Jacques de Malay, but Jacques de Malay does have more synergy with a lot more foreigners, while Voyager is not really supposed to be ran with other foreigners. Does have existence outside the domain, but multi-core with other foreigners probably isn't happening too often. Third skill, though, this needed to happen. So again, if Voyager in farming, he only had 20% quick up for himself to carry beyond turn 1. And for a 5-star, that is abysmal if this is like if it's not AoE. Like 20% card buff is fine as long as it's AoE. The second it's single target, you run into issues with with the DPS not getting the card buff they need if they're supposed to be by themselves and not getting extra help. So they changed this skill. All they added was 1 line of text. So it's star weight 600% for 1 turn. Now he gets this targetable part is also 30% quick up, so he could be a sub DPS for quick, but more times than not you're gonna pop this on Voyager. 30% crit damage and 30% quick res down. So again, he is able to do multi-core. He's not the worst at it, but you're probably gonna want to choose someone else, or he's probably gonna want to buff himself for the most part. 6% debuff res along with 2 stars per turn, 8% crit damage, 8% arts, 10% buff removal resistance. Multi-core reasons you'd get this, but appends aren't really that important on Voyager. If you want him to be a crit DPS, get this and give his extra attack a card buff. MP has been buffed, which again, surprising because Jacques de Malay doesn't have a buff yet on her MP, even though she could pretty much use it. 5-hit quick AoE, super effective against Sky Attribute, 20 battery flat for the party. If you're with living humans, get another 20, and then 20% MP damage before damage. So before, the living human was only 10%. All the MP buff was more damage and making it 20. So his main utility is multi-core with these single target living humans. Off rip, the one that I see the most synergy is Bazette, but really any of these living humans will gladly take a 40 battery, especially if they MP first and then Voyager follows after to clean up. I would definitely say the most synergy though is Bazette. Yeah, because there's no Bazette is technically the only single target here, so giving Bazette more crit damage and also another quick card buff, not the worst thing. Bond CE power mod against Sky attribute, and if I didn't say this earlier, super effective against Sky attribute. Is unfortunate that most foreigners are Earth attribute, so Voyager is not getting really good class advantage against other foreigners, unlike MHXX that actually is in niche when she with her skill set. But I mean, still getting this on Herc, Raiko, Juna, Summerbuki, like some of the most well-known berserkers. But also all the other characters that Voyager can just hit neutral. He is a foreigner. For a long time, I just used foreigners as neutral loopers. So it's not like it's like he's unusable because it's like there aren't enough Sky attribute berserkers, pretenders, or foreigners. But he still isn't hitting like max effectiveness most of the time. But luckily, it is enemies and not servants with Sky attribute. So this is a lot of enemies that have Sky attribute. A lot of all the demon pillars. So again, it's not like the super effective is bad. It's just not meant for servants. More value is just going to be seen in farming. So, Voyager, solid A. Solid A. I think refund in multicore is going to be much more of an issue, but he does have the 20% battery on top of the MP that he does get himself. But yeah, like he's not doing too much crit damage himself. Yeah, it's him not doing the crit damage himself, and him just. How do I phrase this? Yeah, it's like him. He wants to be with living humans, while like other foreigners would rather be with other foreigners. Like running, yeah. So like you're less incentivized to run Van Gogh if Van Gogh is only gonna get a 20, while someone else is gonna get a 40. And Bazette is a really good unit too. Yeah. The fact that okay. So if he does get this, okay. Before I move on, if he does get this skill buffed and it's very similar to like Khazro drop, how it just reapplies every turn, I do think he will go up in value. But doing that, like doing the Khazro drop style buff, is not easy because they basically be reworking this part of the skill entirely. So it's what would help him out the most, but they're probably not going to do it. Oof. Abigail Summer. Right now, she is here. She has so much potential, though, to definitely elevate and go up here, or at the very least here. But I don't think Lasagna is going to do the buff I really want to make this kind of character pop off. So we'll go through it, but basically if her battery was targetable, she would be an alternative to Oberon for turn 3, like big damage. Much in the same way that Khazro drop is for quick. Actually, I'm going to rethink. I'm just going to double check the buffs while we go through this, because I think she actually puts the same amount of defense down that Khazro drop puts on. Yeah. But I think Abigail, it's like all from her skills, while Khazro drop needs MP. Which, again, why I thought that her battery being targetable would just help her out more. So, first off, base attack, 11.7k attack, almost 11.8. This is a decent number for a 5-star, but is a little too close to that 11.5. HP, 14.2k. On the higher end, but not super high. MP charge 0.86%. Very good lineup with the arts card and for how much gain if you crit, but you're probably not critting on this card. 3 hits on quick card, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack, so same hit counts as Voyager. But because she is a buster card or buster servant, her refund is going to be much more heavily weighted to this art card critting than Voyager is on his 2. Lawful Evil, so not full Dolmen synergy. If you wanted to use her as the DPS, which she is Buster, she can make Buster Brave Chains, but I would not recommend it that much. But, I mean, she's able to do it now, at the very least. First skill, you put the enemy to sleep for 2 turns. This is a stun, but they will wake up if you attack them. Full buff strip, and their defense goes down 50% until you attack them. This is positive and negative. If you have more than 1 enemy, this is a 2-turn stun. But you're putting like this 50% defense down. You're definitely going to try waking them up, but it just depends on if you're gonna do it, like use this as a stun or not, and buy another turn. If you have 2 enemies, this works out perfectly, because you just leave one of them alone and hope that your MP followed by the Brave Chain does not go to that other enemy, because you're actually going to be praying you don't kill. If you're dealing with break bars, phenomenal, because then your attack isn't going to go to the one you put to sleep. Second skill, Terror skill, and this got buffed. 55% chance to activate to all enemies. Defense down 20%, and she gets a buster buff of 30% along with cooldown reduction. So if you want to use her as the DPS for buster farming, you can. I forget if this list actually includes the buff, but I also don't think it takes append 5 into... Yeah, there's no way it takes append 5 into consideration. Yeah, I'm not going to rely too much on this. Just because I don't know what is actually being counted and what's not. But yeah, getting a buster buff when she didn't have a buster buff before can be double stacked with Koi and Skya. But again, because she's so heavily debuff focused, you will be able to double stack some stuff. Like, you can actually put the 100%. Actually, yes, because you can do back-to-back sleep turns. But I'm pretty sure you cannot double stack this. But we can check right now. And this is just going to be a quick check. Whether the sleep and the defense down are different icons, or if this is directly tied to this. Okay, Slick Servant, Warner. Yep. Wait, Van Gogh's next. Oh boy. Oh boy, Van Gogh is next. Literally one of those, like, if Oberon was not in this part, Van Gogh actually might have gotten her own tier. But again, these extra class are so good that's not gonna happen. Okay, so sleep. Okay, so 2 different icons. Oh wait, Abigail does not have a pen, so this is not gonna work. All right, so sleep. Okay, so the sleep does not stack, but the defense down does. So keep that in mind with Summer Abigail if you do plan on using her. You can double stack this, but I don't think it's very practical. Especially because you're using Vitch batteries, so you are actively wasting... You're actively wasting charge in that case, but I just wanted to show proof of concept. Third skill, 50% battery. Debuff success rate up 30%, just like Cosra drop. Buster res down 30%. I want this to be targeted. This can stay on being just for Abigail, but this make it AoE and then Buster farming now instead of like for servants that have very low amounts of MP damage, like especially the servants that can't use Black Rail, and have a lot more power mods. Characters like Ivan, even though Ivan has like a lot of MP damage. Never mind. But yeah, characters that don't have MP damage in their kit, and your CE doesn't have MP damage, Oberon is only gonna double his own MP damage, which still is 60. But if you are very heavy in power mods, you're much more gonna want to prefer MP defense down, because that will affect your damage more than getting an MP damage buff. But again, these are only for one attack, so this is for big burst damage. It is not meant for CQ, and you carry this over. This is going to be used up very, very quickly. Passives, 12% debuff res, 8% buster, 9% buster, sorry. Divinity for tickle. As a support, probably this. More DPS, you're going to want this. And crit servant this. NP removes all enemies debuff defensive buffs and defense down 20%. In her own kit, she has 90% defense down, and if you add in overcharge, you can get to 100. However, you're never gonna get this. The second you MP, you're trading 50% defense down for a lower amount. So that's kind of her flaws as a DPS. As a support or sub DPS, I do like the potential, but she's just not there yet. This character has like, please Lasagna, make this character into a support. Please turn her into a support or a sub DPS, and she will be so much better. The same reason Constantine is now really good for setups is why you'd want Abigail to get buffed like this. Except for Abigail, because it's a targeted 50 battery, she'll be usable with other servants that have 50 batteries, like Cuckoo. I'm not saying to replace Abigail with Cuckoo. Absolutely not. Cuckoo gets, what, like 80, 60% from herself, and then another 30 from Oberon, so that's 180% MP damage that gets buffed by Oberon when she's not even using Black Rail. So her Black Rail damage, if you use Summer Kuro, is fucking disgusting. You are not replacing that with Abigail, Summer Abigail. But for characters like Drake, Drake also has a lot of MP damage. But characters that don't have MP damage but have 50% battery, they might like Abigail more. It also depends if they have defense down, because defense down, the more you have of it, the better your damage. Or at least like all the way up to 100. That's how it works in Honkai, and from what I remember in the formula, it works the same way in FGO. Res resistance is different in Honkai and FGO for the damage formula, but I'm pretty sure defense down is not. I think they're pretty consistent in how they work. Passives, already talked about this. Yeah. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and debuff immunity for 3 times. For me, she's just in this weird midpoint of being a DPS and a support. And I really wish they kind of would just make the decision whether they want her to be a DPS or a support. Because right now, she's jack of all trades, master of none. My opinion on that. If I could, I honestly would give you another tier Van Gogh. This character did not need a fucking buff. Can I please get what they're smoking over at Lasagna? Whoever thought Van Gogh needed a buff, they cooked. They fucking cooked. Do I think it was appropriate that Van Gogh got a buff at that time? Yes. It was very appropriate, and there was lead up to Van Gogh having that event and getting a buff. Still, you have other foragers like Quiet Dark that could probably use the buff. Even though Plushie no, I'll talk about that when it's time. I'll talk about Plushie finally ending that anime season. I'm gonna miss it this year. That was a good meme for 2024. All right, Van Gogh. The existence outside the domain buffer. For pretty much any servant that has this trait, their best support for crit damage is going to be Van Gogh. Not their best support, period, but if you plan on using that servant for any kind of crit, you need Van Gogh. Van Gogh improves existence outside the domain so stupidly that literally bringing almost any other support, including Domin, for chaotic evil is superfluous. If you're bringing Domin, it is because you do not give a fuck about card buffs and you are going all in crit damage and attack. And you're expecting more buffs to cycle in or something. What's up, Yusuke? Yeah. Van Gogh, if you have two of them, it is very, very dumb, and enemies just straight up die. Base attack 11.2k. Trust me, this is not a problem that it's lower than average. In Van Gogh's case, most of the time, she's significantly higher and might have more attack than other DPSs. HP, 15k flat. She did need this level of HP, and honestly, I will take more HP over slightly lower base attack for Van Gogh's case, because part of the kit is stalling, staying alive through DOT, and then the amount of attack buffs you can have with Van Gogh, it gets really dumb. So this, even if it's not like 13k, they weren't going to give Van Gogh as many attack buffs as they have and be as good a support if her attack was higher. They would have tried to balance the support buffs around Van Gogh herself, not who she was buffing. MP charge, 0.76%. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 4 hit on buster, 5 hit extra attack. MP quick, and you are refunding a lot before the buff. Now, with the buff, MP quick, I'm pretty sure you get back your whole MP and you're spamming again. So Van Gogh not only got a buff as a support, but more specifically as a DPS, being able to spam double Van Gogh herself. Like, double Van Gogh is your strategy, and you're bringing in Domin for chaotic evil, Scotty for quick buffs, you name it. Van Gogh as the DPS just has more options. It's like people use Oberon as the farmer. In that case, I have more issues with it because Oberon is a farming support, so him doing farming means they're using more supports to get farming done. Van Gogh is a support, but has such good buffs and gets all the buffs herself that she might as well be a support, DPS as well. Usually the case is that a support is a support, and you just use other DPS, like use another DPS to get the buffs. Not with Van Gogh. Not with how well her kit just flows together and how good her gain is. Van Gogh would be better. No, it would not, because that would affect refund. MP, because you get Art's lead, like you get more refund off the quick cards, and also you make so many stars. Why do you want higher star gen and like 20 stars flat if you're just gonna get more stars per turn? Like if you had a character like Cuckoo that was eating the stars, yes, I agree with that. But that's not who runs with Van Gogh. You can't use Cuckoo. So the extra stars are just wasted. Van Gogh having a quick MP doesn't change that much. Like, quick Brave Chains aren't that good, especially with MPs. Not when star gen is not an issue. Like, the reason the quick chain got the 20 stars was because a lot of older quick servants had really shitty quick cards, so they needed that star bomb. Van Gogh does not need the help genning stars. First skill, Guts, 1 time 5 turns, puts 3 curses on herself before activating this last part. Every stack of curse Van Gogh has 10% battery. So, double Van Gogh, all you need, one of the Van Goghs need to be MP2 and have mana loading. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough outside charge to actually be able to pop MPs without relying on other supports. Also, this is kind of where, like, because double Van Gogh, you probably would have a Doman in there, and then you plug Suit out for a different support. Probably Ruler Scotty for the AoE quick buffs. But yeah, the more stacks of curse you have, the bigger the battery. This can easily go up to 100% battery, and if you have higher than MP1, you can easily get to like higher stacks of the overcharge, which is more attack buff. Not the best scaling on it, but are you gonna say no to more attack? Yeah, exactly. It's the same with Super Ryan, although Super Ryan is not probably doing a mighty. He honestly probably would benefit more from doing a mighty chain than Super Ryan specifically than Arts, Buster Arts, or though you probably do Buster Arts, MP Arts. Yeah, no, Super Ryan, like, Van Gogh is very similar to Super Ryan, but Super Ryan is a DPS first and foremost. Van Gogh is a support first and foremost. Second skill, 150% chance to inflict defense down to all enemies. This 150% chance is to basically fight off all forms of magic resist and make it so a servant needs to be buffed with debuff resistance in order to resist this. Like, even the ones with Goddess Essence, they're gonna need like heavy debuff resistance to ignore this part. Unfortunately, the quick res down does not have that same level of success. So if they fight off this, or if they don't fight off this, they have a good chance of fighting off this. Harp of Healing effect, 1 attack, 3 turn dodge for the party. Healing 300 per turn for 5 turns, and inflicts curse to everyone in the party. Yeah. It is why, like, double Van Gogh, you can get away without needing like a Doman to put another curse on, because to the party with this skill with 2 Van Goghs, you have 6 curses that you can spread between both of them, so 60 battery. And then they have their own guts that also gives them another 30. So the first Van Gogh is only going to get 90, which is why you either need mana loading, or you have a second. The other Van Gogh is MP2 with mana loading. And then the weaker Van Gogh will pop their battery, get all the curses, and have I believe 120 curses, 120% battery from all the curses. You'll have 12 very low damage curses as well. Like each one of these is 100 damage. You heal up 300, but it's not like they're taking Doman's 3,000 per turn. Also, your healing will be doubled because you have 2 Van Goghs. So you'll be spreading the curses out and you'll be using them up, so you're not even going to be taking that much damage from them in best condition. Third skill is what got buffed, and this is really, really, really stupid. Targeted 30% attack buff, star weight 600% for 3 turns, and an on attack buff for Van Gogh. Every time you use your quick card, you remove a curse debuff on Van Gogh, and you increase Van Gogh's attack by 10% for 3 turns. Also, this skill absorbs all the curses on the field, on the enemies, and on your party. Why it's on the enemies? Because Doman and like Jacques de Molay put curses on the enemies, especially after they MP. So you're able to suck up all the curses, focus it on a character that cannot die to curses, and you're using all those curses to buff up Van Gogh specifically, which, again, why you would want this part more for Van Gogh. Like, this is the issue with using 2 Van Goghs. Basically, one of them is not going to be able to get this effect, but at the same time, that other Van Gogh isn't the DPS and shouldn't be hitting their quick cards that often, unless you're trying to get even more pops of Van Gogh's MP. Passives: 10% debuff res, 6% buster performance, 7.5% debuff success rate, so slightly fights off very low levels of debuff res, but this isn't gonna make it 100% for most servants, just the ones that are don't have magic resist, so they were already probably gonna get debuffed. And then this passive, you will never die from curse damage. Any other DOT, yeah, but curse, no matter how much damage it's gonna do, you will never die to it. But this will keep your HP very low. It's not you don't take damage from curses, it's you don't die. So as long as you don't flood the field with like Doman's curses of like 3,000 and you put all of them on Van Gogh, Van Gogh will still get very low HP, and all it takes is someone to breathe on them and Van Gogh's dead. So, Van Gogh as the DPS. You're probably going to want this because you're doing a lot of Brave Chains. This will definitely help the extra attack, but it's not a priority, especially if Van Gogh is not the DPS. This is the priority, and this is more for fun. This isn't nothing, though, because if you do use Van Gogh as the DPS against Caster Boss, you hit break bar easily. So a Merlin would be nice on the field with Van Gogh. She's the DPS. Probably not, because of the buster buff, and the crit damage is only 1 turn. Like, Van Gogh only has 1 buster card. And it's also Merlin trying to get to his MP without arts chaining. Van Gogh is very unlikely to even hit her own arts card unless it's just like you don't have other options. You're probably hitting the quick card more than your arts card. So Merlin, not as good, although he does provide a good amount of crit damage. But again, Van Gogh is going to cap out on crit damage super, super easily. Especially if you have 2 of them. If you have 2 of them, you're not going to use Merlin. You're going to like opt for more damage. Less sustain. Alright. MP, Dysterenok. 500% chance to inflict terror with a 60% activation chance. So no matter what kind of magic resist they have, unless they have debuff immunity, they are getting hit with this terror. Party crit damage up 50%, scales all the way to 100. Mine's at MP2, so this 25% crit damage, very, very nice for me. If your allies have existence outside the domain, it is an extra 100%. when you're doing double Van Gogh, you do not need to worry about spamming your MP literally every turn. You are going to hit the crit cap if you pop Van Gogh's MP more than 2 times. You are going to hit that cap. In which case, you're popping your... In which case, the Van Gogh NP spam is purely for terror spam, not for trying to get more crit damage. Also, you'll be getting 10 stars per turn, so you want around 2 of these effects going on at once. If you can keep 3 up at a time, cool, but that is a lot more effort than it's probably worth. 20 stars per turn from Van Gogh's MP, along with another 4 from both their passives. You already make 24 stars, and that's not even counting any kind of quick cards you use. Probably going to be using a lot of quick cards because those things are going to get roided the fuck out. You're going to make a lot of stars, and you're going to crit very hard, especially if you even bring Caster Scotty in here. Yeah, honestly, if you plan on using Van Gogh as the DPS, you shouldn't be using Ruler Scotty unless it's for multi-core, like Van Gogh is also doing damage, and then a different foreigner is going to come in and somehow... Yeah, no. For Van Gogh as the DPS, you're using Caster Scotty, not Ruler. I take it back. Khazra drop is also an option. Yeah, actually, I would prefer Khazra drop now. Because you're going to cap out on crit damage, Caster Scotty's quick crit up is going to lose value depending on how many MP pops you do. Especially if you are using like a MP5 Van Gogh, you're going to hit that crit cap very quickly because this plus this, and then another 50... Yeah, like that is already 350% crit damage. If you're bringing Dome in, that's another 100%. Yeah, no to even Scotty. I would opt for Khazra drop. You just have way too much crit damage at that point. And yeah, and that's where Khazra drop's value is gonna shine, because also Khazra drop can swap to another class too to help out with damage as well. A lot, like, also Van Gogh doesn't have defense down, so yeah, no, I'd take everything back about trying to put Scotty in here. Khazra drop is just gonna help more because quick res down is quick up for the whole party. Caster Scotty is only gonna buff up Van Gogh, while you do have the option for your other Van Gogh to also be doing the same amount of crit damage. Or yeah. So again, Pog for Khazra drop. She actually buffs up Van Gogh and gives her buffs that she did not have normally. Obviously, you can't do double Khazra drop and double Van Gogh, but that just would be like really, really fucking funny. But the MP management for that would just be a nightmare anyway. Bonzi, 8%, 8 stars per turn. Party crit damage up 15% while she's on the field. Not the best CE, but this does also bump up how many stars per turn you make without including... Yeah, so double Van Gogh and both of them running the CE. Before you do any kind of carding, you have 42 stars on the fucking field. I would be more surprised if you're not critting every single time and having such good uptime on like everything, because at that point, whether you have card buffs or not, you're still critting every time you use a quicker arts card. So it starts to not matter, but if you throw Khazra drop in there, then those quick crits and arts crits are actually getting card buffs. So yeah, Van Gogh has absurd potential, both as a DPS and as a support. and honestly makes characters like Hazard Drop more value because for again, she is going to be buffing up another foreigner half the time if she's not going to be the DPS herself. But she's still going. It's not like when she's a support, she doesn't get the effects of her MP. She still gets the effects from her MP too. Yeah. That's Van Gogh. She is. I would. Besides Oberon, out of all of these characters on this list, the closest to account changing are without a doubt Van Gogh and Oberon. Khazar Drop and Doman are the next closest. But these two and then these two are like definite hierarchy. Only reason they're not getting their own tier is because I don't have like a must summon tier, or an account changing tier. That might be something I looked into next year. Like have EX, but have like a rank above it that says that is specifically saying like if this character shows up, you should be trying to get them. Yeah, like I think that will also eliminate the bloat up on EX if I actually do make the must summon tier. But that is going to be few and far between. That is mostly for extra class. When I'm comparing 3 classes, this one 4 at once, having a must summon tier kind of is a requirement. Okay, I need to turn off the heat because I'm in like shorts and starting to sweat. Oh, oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. I left this on the floor and now the tool for my vapes is fucking bent. Yeah. My chair plus my weight is things are gonna get bent. Like, it is what it is. Too much worse. I did not think the metal was this weak that it's gonna bend like this. It's supposed to be straight, and this. I don't know. Maybe use a hammer. No. I'll probably just get a new one of these in the future or something. Okay. We are down to 8 characters left. 6 foreigners. Chat, this is one of my favorite characters gameplay wise. Flat out. I have used this character so goddamn much. This is the only character on JP I have MP5. And pretty much this is going to be the first character I probably get to 120. This character at level 60 was carrying me through part 1's campaign. At level 60, I was using this character in what is it? Camelot. And this character was just actively just so fucking good for it. As a new player, I was so happy to get this character. In addition, Pure Prisms weren't in the game at the time. So that's the reason she was stuck at 60, and she was still helping me clear like all the way up until I could actually go farm her ascension mats. And or was it 70? No, it was 70 out of, yeah, it was 70 out of 70 she was stuck at, because this is unique to Epics of Remnant. So without pure prisms, you literally could not get Jocks higher than this without clearing part 1. I like this character's gameplay just so fucking much, but I am definitely biased on this too, because it was at the point in the game where I was still very much learning. When I started JP, it was only 4 months after I started NA. So there's no way I was actually having mechanics down pat, had good team building, had good supports, like all that. This account was definitely missing at the time. Like, didn't even have Scotty when I got her, because Scotty's rate up was like 2 months after. But over time, this character was very similar to Voyager, except there was definitely things lacking in her kit. But she was able to do some DOT stuff. Only memes, though. Because right now, DOT is a meme. And Honkai, it just doesn't ramp up fast enough. If more characters like Baba and She comes out, then it will be more legit. Like, we also have... we did get a bunch of DOT characters that came out. Specifically, Arts DOT that works better with Tai Sui. But yeah, quick as a DOT, it kind of just doesn't really work, because Quick is not spamming MPs like that. Like Tai Sui. Like, Tai Sui DOT is fucking next level compared to like what Quick can do. But Quick has the good crit damage, and since she is existence outside the domain, Van Gogh synergy, especially because she's not chaotic evil, so she doesn't get full Doman synergy. Base attack 10.8k, definitely on the lower side. MP charge, however, 0.78. I really fucking noticed this gain. Her face cards just give her so much more refund than you would expect. Her quick cards are awesome, and just work with her higher star gen. I'm not bullshitting. Jock Dumele is the reason I like Foreigners as much as I do. This was like me as a new player getting such a solid fucking character that even without buffs, she was still really doing her job, and she just kind of works with other supports, but obviously other supports aren't going to be the best for her. Yeah, 5 hit on Quick, 3 hit on Arts, 4 hit on Buster, 5 hit extra attack. Solid base stats. The only thing that the extra attack is going to be lacking is going to be damage, but is what it is. First skill, 20% attack, 30% crit damage for 3 turns. This is straight up better than Ishtar's Charisma by a metric fuck ton. Not just the crit damage, you also give an AoE 20 battery to the party, and you turn all the servants in the party to evil. So if you are running with, if you want to use Jacques de Malay as an esports unit specifically to turn your chaotic allies evil, if they're like chaotic good, to give them full Doman synergy, hey, all you really need is like esports Jacques de Malay at level 1 if all you care about is the evil alignment. Is that a really good use of your resources? No, it is not. But hey, all 4 of these effects are still more than most servants give for esports. Let's be completely honest. A lot of the time, esports units are just giving attack, defense down, or MP damage, and then are being expected to die. This is significantly more and can lead to more setups, but it also heavily depends on your account. If you don't have Doman, like the reason for this synergy is gone. So like Doman is a necessity for this part. But that's not the reason she even makes allies evil. She gives allies with the evil alignment a invo for 1 attack, 1 turn, and this can literally save your whole team from getting hit by an MP. But again, it's only 1 attack, 1 turn, and this is also a 30 battery on Jacques. So big problem if you, for loop farming or even starting off in a CQ, that you do have to, such a big battery and one that works with the block charges is tied to this. Like, you cannot do this turn 1 without popping the skill unless you know all your allies are evil. Especially if you're, like, you say you break the bar on turn 1 and the enemy immediately MPs. That happens so fucking often. And if it's on the second break bar, not the first, you are going to be out of block because you're probably going to pop this turn 1. Third skill got buffed, and honestly, this was what I thought needed to happen first before they buffed her MP. Jacques has a power mod against Curse, but not super effective. Now, do I want Jacques to have super effective on her MP? Absolutely, for Curse. If they gave her Bob on Cheese buff, oh my fucking god. But they're not gonna do that because it's... Actually, they might. I actually want to say they might because of how easy it is to stack up Curse with Jacques de Molay. Like, she can do it more than Babanchi, so I wouldn't be surprised if the amount of super effective you got per stack was lower, but you're also able to hit the same, like, ceiling as her. It's just gonna require a lot more because in a full crit chain, you can put 4 curses on in 1 turn. So even if per curse it was 5% and it caps out at if it's 5% each and it caps out at 50%, you got 20% in that 1 turn per curse stack. But yeah, allowing Jacques to put curse on before she attacks means that not only do all her cards basically have 50% buster crit damage, or no, sorry, not buster crit, 50% crit damage whether you're critting or not. It also affects the MP because you have a quick MP and an AoE. You might, like, buster card, like if you want to do a mighty chain, lead with buster, MP, art, and then every single part of Jox's chain is getting the super effective. I mean, not super effective, power mod. Yeah. Sorry, got confused because I am talking about super effectives in here. 10% debuff res, 10% arts, divinity for tickle, 20 battery for multi-core and or farming. It depends on your supports. This, if you're doing more sustained stuff. Anti-Saber, this is because of the other version of Jacques de Molay from Arcade. Since most of the time you would be using Van Gogh, I would ignore this like the plague for a lot of foreigners. Just because this is going to experience severe diminishing returns for how much crit damage Van Gogh is going to give you. Like, 30% is a good amount, but it's not compared to the 150% one Van Gogh MP is going to do. MP, Vendredi 13. Love this MP too, like for the animation. Damage to all enemies, inflicts curse to them that lasts for 5 turns, gives them evil curse for 5 turns, so you amp it, and MP damage ramp up, base 20 all the way to 40, and this lasts for 3 turns. So inherently, Jacques is a better main DPS than Voyager, which is why they have been more hesitant in buffing Jacques de Molay's MP. Because Jacques does make her own niche, and again, is only going to be stopped by full-on debuff immune. And also, unfortunately, when she came out, the only pretender she would have gotten full class advantage in an actual fight is Oberon for his ascension. And remember, Oberon cannot be cursed. So Jacques is a fucking wet noodle against one of the pretenders, like an actual wet noodle. Oh my god, it is a big part of the reason why I fucking hate that fight. That actually made one of my favorite characters, like, fucking useless. And that's going besides the mechanics of that actual fight, because it's still fucking horrendous. Bon CE power mod for the entire party, while for enemies that are inflicted with curse. Honestly, out of all the power mods, this is one of the easiest ones to actually enable. I know other characters have this same Bon CE, but Jox de Malay has very little problems actually spreading curses out, like throughout the battle. So like even if the enemy is cleansing a lot, like Jox is still gonna put more curses on them. And also, because she is a crit servant, she is less reliant on higher copies. But still, gotta be honest, Yang Guifei kind of does the DOT a lot better. And Jox, it's like a hard toss of who's affected more by debuff immune, Jox or Yang Guifei, or like dot immune. Yeah, it's like full debuff immunity usually has a restriction. Cursed immunity, it fucks her over. The same with burn immunity. But it's like Yang is also a single target, so even if she's not getting the burn, she still would be doing more damage against debuff immune than Jox would be doing. But it's a lot harder to say that if Van Gogh is in the picture, because then the Jox de Malay is only a power mod, which is the equivalent to crit damage. Actually, no. Okay, so let me take this back. Jox de Malay is impacted far less from debuff immunity than Yang Guifei, because Yang Guifei, if the enemy is debuff immune, no defense down, and their super effective isn't going to work. For Jox, it's only the power mod. Jox actually does have a lot of self buffs, and not as much debuffs. I don't know. I'm kind of... Yeah, like, the MP doing noodle damage is just, like, MP doing noodle damage at that point. And she mostly just becomes a crit servant, which is what I usually prefer. Nah, no, A+. A+. I don't know why the immediate comparison was to Yang Guifei. Yeah, no, the issue is, like, this is actually, it's not even, yeah, I don't even know why I brought up Yang Guifei. I should have been talking about Voyager. Like, which one do I actually think is better, Van Gogh or Voyager? Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, right, the debuff part. The debuff part is why I brought up Yang Guifei. Yeah, I shouldn't have been comparing Van Gogh to Yang Guifei at all. They're two completely different things. They just happen to both involve DOT. The better question is Voyager versus Jacques de Malay. I feel you're more likely to actually be doing loop farming with actually doing farming with Voyager. So the MP1 is more impactful, but I mostly was using Jock and CQs, and her MP doing noodle damage. It kind of just was like kill the other enemies, and I worry about the big boy. Well, yeah. Yeah, Van Gogh unironically is less worried about her MP, even though she has MP damage ramp up, than Voyager, who's trying to battery other characters too. This I know is gonna rub people the wrong way. So if you want to swap these two around, it really is just like a personal preference. I I I am so admitting the heavy bias on this for how long I've used Jocks and at different literally every single different level of power for her. Yeah. If you want to call bias on this one, I'm fine with that. I'm not going to defend Jock's placement as much as I would another character, just because I do have too much of a bias. This is like one of my favorite characters, and I kind of wanted her to just be an A, just for me to say that I really like this character, but I don't want the bias to show. But if Jocks is not dealing with curse, it's only 50% power mod, and again, that is almost nothing when you have double Van Gogh. Yeah. Koyan Dark. I really use this character in farming, but again, I will be honest. Arquid and Tonalico, or whoever you want to use in place of Tonalico, or no, in place of Arquid, because you would probably use yes, no, you're gonna use Tonalico with Koyan Dark more than you're gonna use Arquid with Koyan Dark. It's just like how my account worked. Like all three of them just work pretty fucking well together. But Koyan Dark has very specific synergy with Tonalico. So yeah, like she's no cuckoo. I'm not rating her on buster farming. This is for multi-core only. This is not the Koyanskaya that I prefer. This one, when you read this, you need to be watching the video to see how her face looks. If you see someone, okay, this isn't the official artwork, but you guys all know this scene from Naruto. If someone looks at, oh, here it is. If someone is looking at you with this face when they are talking about sex, I would be running for the fucking hills. Because I fear for what trauma I'm going to go through. I forgot where I saw this. I think it was Xnaya. But he showed Koyanskaya's face for this. And she... and this part, she is making that exact face. This Koyanskaya treats humans or everything else as a pet. I don't want to know what's going to happen to my balls if I ever fall into that honey trap. I'm probably not going to survive. I don't need a collar around my neck. Or down there. You know she is going to do that. You are her pet. Base attack, 11.2k attack, HP 14.7k. I made my other alt account based on this foreigner. And this also before Koyan Dark or Tonelico and Arcwood even came out. Was she a little more underwhelming back then? Yes. She definitely was a lot more underwhelming. But with a pens, she got better as a DPS, or a pen 5, she got better as a DPS. But the second really Tonelico came out, that's when this character's value went up. I want to say if it wasn't for Tonelico, she probably actually would be here on B and it's more because there were less multi-core supports out there than Koi and Dark being bad. It was more characters didn't work fully with her unless you were using characters with higher MP copies, thus higher investment. MP charge 0.67%. Like decent gains on these. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit on extra attack. Chaotic evil for Doman synergy. Animal characteristics for bond bonus. And she is indeed a crit DPS. First skill, AoE 30%. That by itself is usually good. An AoE card buff being 30% instead of 20, good starting point. The real kicker is the AoE 30 battery. I've said in previous lists, and maybe even this one, that the best multi-core servants have AoE 30 batteries because it makes other servants just work better. They just need mana loading and then 50 charge, whether that's coming from the DPS themselves or other supports. At 50, you have way more supports able to help out that character than 30. Because with 30, most of those characters also have 50. Like, bring up Castoria. If you use the AoE 30, you only have another 20 and you're still short. And would have to run, like, if this was a lotto, you'd be running, like, an un-MLB 30% charge. So, yeah, like, because of this, it makes it possible for units that do multi-core stuff, like the way I use Arcwid, Tonelico, and Koyan Dark. It makes that kind of farming possible. And honestly, like, for me, I appreciate it more because that means I don't have to use Koyan Light to get this character to farm. Those characters, all 3 of them working together, can kind of bond farm for themselves and take your backline and also charge them and not really care about what CEs you use. All of your DPSs that are clearing, all they need is like raw attack. If you want to give them more damage, you can, but they can kind of work with the bond CEs that give you like 2,000 attack and like other bonus, like bond bonus. Like, you can easily get away with using them. In fact, like, the animal characteristic CE is all attack. So, yeah. Just thought I'd mention it from my own experience. This is the synergy with Tonelico. Overcharge when allies MP to stage 1 time. This makes it so Tonelico is able to go immediately after she MPs to using her big 50 AoE battery. Again, that's part of the reason Tonelico is like one of the best multi-core, because she doesn't even stop at AoE 30. She goes all the way to AoE 50, while also having another 50 battery for herself. All right. Another on-attack buff, though, that she gives to the targeted ally. Every time they use a buster card, you get 5 stars, and it is only when normal attacking, just like Koyan Light does, not when you're MPing. Unfortunate. Would be nice if the MP could just gen 5 stars for no reason. Last part of the skill, 30% attack and defense for animal characteristics allies. She herself gets this. But using Arcwood and Tonelico, neither one of them are animal characteristics. I'm pretty sure Arcwood doesn't even have the bunny. Does the bunny stuff like Alco does, even though definitely there has been more than enough time for them to do a meme like that somewhere in Type Moon. Kona Ace. I don't. There are so many properties for Type Moon. I don't even know where to begin on that. Third skill. 50% crit damage. Ignores invincibility for 3 turns. This is really like all you really care about is this part of the skill. All this stuff is just butter, and it's not for inflicting DOT. This is for enabling any like DOT niche. So if you're using something like Honey Lake, it is superfluous with Koyan Dark because she does have this invul. But as a sub DPS, if you're using her with characters like, say, Bavan Shi, who now has ramp up for her SE based on the amount of curse on the field, you are going to help her spam up her MP a lot more if Koyan has to attack, whether that's from the MP or whatever. That is just an example. I'm not saying use Baban Shi with Koyan Dark. They have very low synergy, like really low synergy. But this doesn't future-proof Koyan Dark, but it's just like a nice little cherry on top that if you use Niche Enabler... Oh, also, build up stacks for Van Gogh. These are very low curse ticks that, again, existence outside the domain. If Van Gogh wants to do the suck, you are going to give Van Gogh a lot more curse to work with for both clearing it with her third skill and also giving her a bigger battery. But you do have to attack first. Also puts all 3 of the dot amps on, but these are so low, it's only 100% for them. And lately we have been seeing like 200 and 300% for dot amps. Yeah. Passives, 6% bond debuff res along with the 2 stars. NFF service, power mod against wild beasts, 5% arts and debuff success rate up 10%. Nega self, 20% chance to inflict buff block, and this does get upped by her own passive, to wild beast enemies when you attack. So randomly, you just put buff block on some servants. No, not servants, enemies. However, this does come up a lot in like random enemies. Also, Kamazots is here, so you can fucking just buff block him during the fight. I forget. It's been a while since I did the Kamazots fight, and unfortunately, I didn't do the Super Recollections last month. Lotto plus raid equals me not caring much about much of the game state at the time. That is like truly when I start checking out mentally. But she herself counts as a wild beast. So her fighting herself, she is going to buff block herself. And it's not just going dark, it is also Beast 6. Unfortunately, the only way to fight Beast 6 right now is to go through Tunguska, the main interlude. So practicality, not here. But this is just funny for it to happen randomly. You just buff block them, and it is the ultimate fuck you to them. This is her stepping on someone's balls. Like randomly, she just steps on your balls, and you can't just do shit. And she's gonna sit down and laugh in that same. Hold up. Cute. Kaguya. Yeah, like Koyan Dark, while she's stepping on your balls, is just gonna look at you and say how cute to this little pet she's training. For farming, if you want to do single core farming, you need this. Otherwise, her turn 2 damage, not great. And this is just to make farming easier, whether you're doing single core or multi-core. Huge caveat, you should not be using this character for buster farming. Not when there is such a better option The better option can do multi-core, but is nowhere near as good as Koyan Dark. Even a targeted 50 battery is nowhere near as good as an AoE 30 in terms of multi-core. That is a literal fact, just because of how the battery situation works in multi-core. Like, Koyan Dark is a Buster Servant that is not requiring Vich Light to work, and Vich Light is a very selfish buffer that provides no party utility and is only buffing one unit per skill pop. So you could spread it out, but you're probably not going to. That's not how the Buster system really works. MP, 5 hit AoE Buster, 20% attack buff before damage, removes all offensive buffs. Doesn't matter if this happens before or after damage, because the enemy can't hit you during your turn unless you are fighting Bazette. And it still activates during the turn, so even if you are fighting Bazette, you are going to rip all of her offensive buffs off, and that's going to be really, really funny. I actually unironically... Oh, wait. Okay, hold that thought. You would not be using Koyan Dark to fight Bazette. God fucking no, because whether or not Bazette has buffs at that point, all it takes is one counter, and Koyan Dark is going to go down very, very quickly. 20% Buster Res down. Would be better if this happened after damage. Would help Koyan Dark a lot. But, again, probably not. This is a card buff for your party. Lasts for 3 turns. Doesn't really apply in farming, but definitely in CQs and multi-core, especially if your both their DPSs are going to MP that turn. You just lead with Koyan Dark, so the Buster Res down can help out if you're doing Buster multi-core instead of like mixing and matching and adding in like an Arts DPS. Super effective against Earth attribute. It really sucks that she has this, and it's because of who her main comparison is for a lot of people. Koyan Dark is not a single core Buster farmer. Also, Bond CE 10% Buster, and if you're running with animal characteristics, another 10% attack. If you're using the other Bond CE, this is free attack for whoever is being run with Koyan Dark. If it is an animal characteristic multi-core team. It always depends on the party how good the C is. This character is not a single core farmer. Her single core farming is actually fucking pathetic. It is really, really, really fucking bad if you try to use her for single core farming. 180,000 sounds good on paper, but you also have to remember Koyan Dark is a foreigner. Most of the time, she's hitting neutral. So 180,000 neutral is only equal to 90,000 neutral. If that standard knight class is going to be hitting the correct class advantage, which for 7 knights you really should be matching to the appropriate class. You shouldn't be using neutral if you can help it. Koyan Dark is almost always going to be neutral. So this damage being as low as it is just hurts her as a single core farmer. Especially when her comparison is doing almost double the damage, and this just gets a lot higher. So Koyan Dark is solid at A. I don't think she's that bad of a servant. Do I think she needs a buff? Absolutely. Are they going to buff her? Well, Plushy gave up. Plushy gave up. He gave up on one of the funniest things on YouTube that was like drama less. Like there was very little. Oh, he's right here. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. If you watch Plushy a lot, he shit talks Koyan Dark so fucking much, but it's only because Cuckoo exists. If Cuckoo did not exist, Koyan Dark would not be getting nearly as much shit as she does. But unfortunately, this character does exist, and she's coming out on NA in about 2 weeks. So obviously we're going to talk about this. Cuckoo. I am going to try to avoid any Lost Belt 7 spoilers. This is the epitome of Buster farming. She is the epitome. There is no character that benefits from Buster farming as much as Cuckoo. She is designed with Double Vitch Overrun completely in mind and expected to be used with her. She has no fucking enemies, and her damage is so goddamn close. Using 50%, she is almost touching the same damage that Melisande does with Black Rail. Sorry, right here. She is short. She is she does 10% less damage neutral than Melisande does with Black Rail. Why is this important? Because Cuckoo can use Black Rail, but your party cost goes way up. So her damage ceiling is a lot higher than people even give her credit for. The issue is just party cost. You are not bond point farming with Cuckoo or any 50% charger using Black Rail with Summer Kuro. Whoever's in the party is who you're bond farming. Everything and everyone in your party is just there to squeak out as much as you can, because party cost for that is ridiculously high. The damage, though, is just as high to compensate. So, base attack 12.5k. We are pushing Avenger numbers off rip. HP lower 13.3k. MP charge 0.78% on 4-hit quick, 3-hit arts, 3-hit buster, 5-hit extra attack. This, again, makes sense, but most of the time, Cuckoo, red till you're dead, unless you're doing a Mighty Chain. First skill, and the most important thing you need to know about Cuckoo, you can upgrade her skills for the cost of stars. At base, this is a 20% charisma and party crit attack chance down, or resistance of 30%. 30% crit attack chance resistance. Your team is probably not getting crit while this is active. If you can choose to consume 10 stars, you get another 30% attack. And remember, Cuckoo is a Buster Servant, and Koyanskaya, her skill 2, gives her 20 stars. So you have literally 2 of these skills upgraded basically for free as long as Koyan Dark is in the party. Second skill, targeted 50% battery, although in Buster farming, you're probably just using this on Cuckoo. And that's just it. It is just a 50 battery. If you want to spend more stars, you can give that character evasion and ignore evasion for 3 turns. This actually is very important because of one of Cuckoo's passives. It makes it so Cuckoo actually can, this plus her getting involved in the turn, she is not taking any damage. She is not going to be able to be damaged, even with someone like Hakuno with the Solemn Defense Pierce. Because of this part of the skill, it makes it so Cuckoo's still not taking damage, because the dodge is going to take the hit, not Cuckoo. Third skill, Invul for 1 turn, although this is not going to be an Invul in-game. 30% Buster, 50% crit damage, and if you consume 10 stars, 30% MP damage. So let's go over this again, but consider how it is when you double it, because this character is designed for Koyan Dark. 100% attack for herself, 40 for the party. 60% Buster, 100% crit damage, and another 60% MP damage. All of these things multiply into each other and just make Cuckoo fucking devastating. Like, she has no, like, Same offensive buffs Koi and Dark has. She literally has them. The 30% attack, 30% buster, 50% crit damage, and she also has MP damage on top of it. It's not a case with Koi and Dark that Cuckoo like just has a better kit. She literally has she has Koi and Dark's offensive capabilities plus more. That's what makes it like why Plushie got so fucking bent out of shape when it came to the coughing baby versus the tactical nuke. It's like, if you have the choice between the two, you're going to choose the one that is just does more damage and doesn't have like bullshit in the kit like the DOT. I'm not saying like the DOT is a bad thing for Koi and Dark in multi-core, but it is actively useless in single core farming. They're not going to be able to ramp up enough DOT in single core farming for it to even fucking matter. If you're that concerned about DOT killing the enemy, you need to just level your character up from 90 to 92, and you're probably not going to have that issue. This character for a Buster Farmer is absolutely broken. If you get higher copies, everything scales more. If you level her beyond up to 100, everything just scales higher. More than other characters for how many different buff types she has. And we're still not fucking done talking about how much more damage she can pump out. Party-wide debuff success rate while she's on the field. Awesome. This passive, I might have opened it in like her reviews. I'm not going to do it this one. You know. But any invul she has is going to turn into solemn defense. So that's hit-based invul and turn-based. I believe that if you have an invul that's stackable with other invuls, both of them, you could have multiple counts of this. But if you are like given anti-purge from like Castoria, I don't think it's actually stacks with an invul being turned into solemn defense. Again, if it doesn't say they stack, they don't stack. And this converts invul to solemn defense immediately. So you're not gonna run Cuckoo with Castoria anyway. Maybe Berserker but yes, but no, because then you're missing out on having Oberon buff Cuckoo even more. A Pen 5 lets you pop this skill on turn 2. So you double stack this a lot sooner. That's pretty much all it really does. If you want to do Black Rail looping too, you need this more so than this, but this just, again, makes your turn 2 damage better. MP. As if she didn't have enough parts of her kit that multiplied into each other, she also has a power mod, which adds into the MP damage. But it's threat to humanity, and we already went over this with MHX, that most of the characters that have threat to humanity are also going to take 2 times damage class-wise from foreigners. She is going to clap these characters so hard, and to add insult to injury, she also has anti-earth attribute super effective. So literally any foreigner here is dead. They are not surviving getting hit by Cuckoo's MP, and we're not even talking about the Buster crits yet. These characters take the full brunt of how damage stacking works in this game. These foreigners are donezo. And if she didn't need any more, skill steal so the enemy can't pop buffs to help save themselves, and 30 stars so that any, like, Cuckoo literally is probably critting on anything she does next turn. And also, if she wants to buy these skills again, she is going to have enough stars just available from her MP, as long as someone doesn't steal the stars, to just pop all these again and double stack them. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and 20 stars when she enters the field. For a character as broken as Cuckoo, honestly, it's pretty nice that her Bond CE isn't that crazy. However, it still is 20 stars, and for Cuckoo, 20 stars equals being able to pop these two and get the full benefits, while also now saving Koyan's star bombs, so that now you can reliably actually crit on turn 1 and not have cards that can't crit. Because if you use all of Koyan's star bombs on turn 1, you upgrade all 3 skills, you're only going to have 10 stars left to actually crit. So if you have more than one Buster card, you're kind of shit out of luck. So even though this is not the strongest, it doesn't need to be, because Cuckoo is already the strongest. Anyone that says this character needs a buff is fucking delusional, or they're telling a joke. They are making a joke if someone is saying Cuckoo needs a buff. If they are 100% serious, they do not play this fucking game, and they do not care about game balance whatsoever. This character honestly should never get buffed, period. The most I'm willing to accept is an MP buff and only damage, not adding any more effects. Changing her skills, making them more busted, is just... okay, I have no problem with people saying that word. I'm just not saying it because I don't want it in vocabulary, because I work around kids where most people would be called, like, some of the kids I work with are, not all of them obviously, but they're the kids that would be called that word. Again, for this list, and because it's YouTube, I'm not going to say it. I don't have a problem saying it if I need to, but I prefer not to say it so it never slips out at work. I never want... Same with, like, I curse a lot, but I can control the cursing way more than the gamer words that we used growing up. Not around kids, especially when I hear kids using even newer gamer words to each other. Yeah. All right. 5 more characters left. 3 foreigners, 2 beasts. Wangina. Unfortunately, only a solid A. This character came out at probably the worst fucking time imaginable, and not only that, her event was so fucking lackluster. Like, they, not only was it just missions, but they couldn't even make a background for the event either. I do like this character for multi-core potential, but she has a lot going against her. But at the very least, double quick, double buster, and existence outside the domain. So no matter what, still good. Still gonna have very good crits. Chaotic good. So you can make her chaotic evil with Domin, but that is another step. And supports with her kind of important, but not really. We'll get into it. 12.5k base attack, 13.5k on the dot. MP charge 0.75%. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 4 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. No traits here to really take advantage of. First skill, 20% quick, 20% buster, and an on-attack buff that gives herself Wrath of the Elemental whenever she normal attacks, and these last for 5 turns. Last part, 2 attacks, 3 turn dodge, and this is her super effective mod for MP. Second skill, 20% attack for the party, 30% crit damage, MP damage of man attribute allies except herself. They're saying they accept herself in the off case they ever make a servant that is then that can change characters to man attribute because their base is sky. And for your man attribute allies, whenever they take a hit, Wangina gets stack over elemental wrath of the elemental. So, man attribute supports. Not too many of the premium ones that you know and love for loop farming. However, there are a lot of supports on here that are more tertiary that still will give a good amount of stuff for multi-core for Vango. Umu, not the best synergy, but she does give a lot. Like, if Wangina is fighting Sky, yeah, Nero is going to help. But most foreigners are closer to Earth than Sky. But there definitely are some Sky foreigners, pretenders, and definitely berserkers. Trying to see who else. Nightingale. Especially if you're doing like big Kiara, Nightingale will take hits and then just give free stacks while you keep on cycling. Reigns, Waver. These are the two big ones. Especially Reigns that can remove elemental weakness. She can make it so Wangina can hit foreigners and for 2x, but foreigners hit her for 1.0. So that definitely is something to note about, especially for foreigners, because they are doing 2 times damage to themselves. Again, issue with there not being enough quick support. Santa Martha, another like really goated support. Yui Shosetsu, I would say Yui is probably the best. Yui actually is the best use case here because not only does she provide charge, but her MP works very, very, very well with Wangina because of this being her having the quicken buster buffs. Third skill, 30% battery, charge return for 5 turns. I'm much more okay with this, with it not being 3 turns, because it just means that Wangina is more geared towards fights that last longer than 3 turns for multi-core. So, aka, you're not doing farming, you are doing a boss fight or CQ. And this just works pretty nicely. 1,000 heal for the party every turn for 5 turns on 7-turn cooldown. Her skills are just really wonky, but I am not happy with this being 20%. I've never been happy with this being 20%. I've always thought that this should have been 30, but well, yeah, like it's not like she has other card buffs in her kit. All right. Okay. Yeah. Again, never liked where the buff levels were here. This is obviously the most likely skill that's gonna get buffed. I will be surprised if they buff anything before this. Passives, 8% debuff res, 21% debuff res from magic resist, so base 29%. And if you're on airspace, 20% MP damage. Unfortunately, you're not on airspace too many times, so rip. Multi-core, you're gonna need this. I would advise this because she does have a lot of... this skill does have a longer duration. So she probably is... this isn't 100% uptime, but it does make it so if she's not buffed as much, she's not going to do that much less damage. MP, 7-hit, single target, quick, ignores invincibility, power mod against threat to humanity. As why do foreigners have this so often? Why are they trying to kill each other? Oh, right, because they're at war with each other. Okay, actually, that makes way too much sense. Like, unironically, the foreigners that aren't at war with the other outer gods don't have this. It's actually kind of funny that the ones that aren't like trying to like all fight each other by taking over this realm first, you would think they would have threats to humanity, like power mod against themselves, but they don't. Yep, single target. Super effective ramp up to 100% extra damage, so double damage. And the stack goes up to 10. So yeah, you want to be face guarding, and your man attribute allies, especially if you're getting hit AoE, are gonna give Wangina a lot of stacks. Yeah, so best case scenario is always for the first 3 turns, Wangina is just like out in the field, breaking bars, and like you're running like Waver and like Yui Shosetsu or Reigns and Yui Shosetsu. And then if those 2 die, you bring in other supporters, and Wangina's super effective mod is going to last for a while because these stacks last for 5 turns. Yeah, all of the stacks always last for 5 turns. So non-traditional fights, like fights you cannot win in 3 turns, Wangina is going to shine a lot more because more like as long as you can break bar in turn 1, she will probably eke out a lot of other characters because it's not like she's so heavily reliant on her own buffs besides her super effective. Yeah, besides building up the Wrath of the Elemental, like her own self buffs for damage are not great. Like you're not 20% quick and buster and 20% attack. You're not gonna notice that much. Super effective is MP damage, scales from 10% to 30%, and it's only 1 turn. A rip. Bon CE, 15% MP damage, and allies with man attribute, another 15% MP damage, which throws a whole wrench in your supports being man attribute. This is straight up telling you want your AoEs to be man attribute instead. Like, Wangina wants to be multi-core for a CQ with one of... Either that or your supports need to have offensive MPs, and there are not that many AoE man attributes that also have good like supportive utility. Like there are definitely some. Like I think Hibiki and Shikagi probably best use case because they're both quick. Yeah. And Alko. Yeah, Hibiki and Alko, unironically, I think were probably the best. Oh, and Shufu. Shufu's here too. But she's not buffing quick, so meh. Rip. These 2 are. Nightingale is probably a good one too, because she is gonna go down really, really quick. Like you don't have to worry about keeping her alive, and she's just gonna get free stacks for Wangina. But Wangina isn't so heavily buster favored that it's like you would be avoiding quick. It's like Nightingale just kind of works best because she dies easily. Yeah. A with stipulations, she could be here, but she's still like decent as a single target quick foreigner. Like she's not terrible at it by any means. Like she has a lot of ways to up her damage. And a ramp up super effective mod that goes all the way up to double damage. Not that common. And especially because she can get some just by normal attacking. If it was only man attribute allies getting hit, they probably would have made each stack like 20% and only go up to 5 if you had to rely on your allies. But her being able to ramp it up herself with her face cards, she's a quick servant, you're going to want to click face cards, does make more sense. So her damage is definitely not lacking whatsoever. She completely out damages Abigail, but the party utility just isn't there. If they buff her and make this AoE, it's better, but it's just better for the party, her multi-core, but it's not gonna change her damage whatsoever. Two left. I'm saving Alco for last for foreigners. We're gonna do MH double XA. Can you actually believe that this is the first Buster Crit Servant that actually fully works with Van Gogh? Sorry, no. BB does. Summer BB does work with Van Gogh, but Summer BB is also AoE, and her MP hits like a wet noodle. MH double X A is not hitting wet noodle damage. Sorry, I closed this again. This character is not hitting noodle MP damage, and then the fact that they have triple buster while having existence outside the domain means full Van Gogh synergy. Most of the time, the only option really is Koya and Dark, and she still has an AoE MP. This is a single target MP that you get all your buster buffs for, and then you would also get all the Van Gogh buffs. So, yeah, her MP spikes at 91,000 with everything lining up. But against the more common case, Lawful Good, 60,000. That's still at the top of this chart for non-niche. But for niche, 60,000, definitely not the best. But this whole list is just like full of caveats, so it's like you can't even take this list super seriously. In terms of like comparing each one to another, because most of the niches do not line up. But this is a Buster Servant with a Gorilla deck that fully works with Van Gogh. People have been waiting a long time for a character like this, and not only that, she's also chaotic evil for full Dolmen synergy. If you don't want to do a double Van Gogh, I don't blame you. You probably are trying to throw like Merlin and Koyan Skya into this. Base attack 9.6k, off to a fucking great start because this is above average for 4 stars. It would have been better if it was in the 10k range, sure, but it is what it is. HP on the lower side, but not super low. I think we've seen like 5 stars that had lower HP than this. MP charge 0.65%. 4 hit quick and 4 hit arts. Yeah, no, this is going to refund a very good amount. This is 10% off or 40% 0.4 effectiveness lower than Koyan Skya. So this is a very good arts card at base. Yeah, like this is like 2.8 effective, or no, 2.6. So 0.4 off Koyanskaya or Gramps. Yeah, hit counts look just really good. Arthur, Tori, Face Dragon, existence. Yep. Move it on. First skill, Invul, 2 attacks, 3 turns, 20% attack buff for herself, 15 stars per turn, and 15 star bomb. For a character that's probably going to be used with Koyanskaya, there's not much more you can ask for in terms of crit. It's going to make, yeah, it's attack buff, Buster farming doesn't give attack buffs. And you are not super heavily reliant on Koi and Skaya's batteries to let you crit. You are going to need mana loading if you want to double stack this attack buff. Or not mana loading, skill reloading, a pen 5. You are going to need this to be able to double stack the attack buff. Second skill, 30% attack Buster card buff, 500% star weight for Buster cards, and 30% general crit damage. So you don't have to use the Buster to like see increase in value. Third skill, reduces all enemies' gauges by 1. Battery, based on the number of enemies, 20%. Oh, no, sorry. This part is very similar to Lady Avalon, in which the enemies on the field give her a battery, and this part is only 30%, 10%. 30 if you're fighting 3 enemies, 60 if you're fighting 6 enemies, but only 10 if you're fighting 1. However, there is another 20 battery here on top of that, so even if you are fighting 1 enemy, which is probably going to be MHX's like biggest use case, she still at least gets 30 battery, which is really all Buster needs. This is also not a suck, so it doesn't matter whether the enemy, this is happening on turn 1 or 2, you will get the same gauge no matter what. It's just you won't get the drain if you do it on turn 1. MP Gen up 30% for 3 turns. This is also on a 7-turn cooldown. So MHXX requires a pen 5. So something I just want to note on this, they probably, because of a pen 5, they can get a little more crazy with skill buffs and worry less about balance, because on paper it is a 7-turn cooldown. They're not gonna fully balance the game on new characters around everyone having a pen 5 from them. In fact, that would be really, really stupid if they did base every new character, especially Buster, around a pen 5 existing, because people are just going to be upset. They have to choose between, especially for Buster, they have to choose between mana loading and a pen 5, which usually they all need one or the other, if not both. Koi and Dark is an example of her needing both, so her at MP1 suffers because of that. Yeah, MHXXA is definitely also one of those units that is going to suffer because of and again, this is also only a single core farming problem. If we're just talking about boss fight, this really doesn't matter. But MHXX is wait. It's just a lack of ease of use. But if you're face carding, like you're in a CQ, a lot of some of this like just doesn't matter. Because you will have face cards to get extra refund from, so like the block charges aren't as impactful for single targets as it is AoEs. But it does still matter, because if with single core Buster farming, you are not planning to refund, but you are planning to kill on the MP. And if you're not killing on the MP, well, you better hope that DPS does not have hit-based buffs. MHXX does not have hit-based buffs, so whether she kills or not doesn't really matter. With the MP, she just needs to kill. Passives, 4% debuff resistance, 6% Buster up, 17.5% debuff resistance here, and then another 20. What? Holy shit. Oh, right, Alter Reactor. Right. Okay, so this is the MHX passive. Yeah, so this is a total of 42.5% debuff res intrinsic. Not bad. She fights off debuffs very, very well for a servant that does not have Goddess Essence. Like this is definitely like Goddess Essence combo levels, and she doesn't have Divinity. That is a huge plus, considering how much of a problem, like how many characters are anti-divine. that her biggest worry is really anti-dragon and anti-Saberface. So, yeah, like I said earlier, these are the two most important skills for her. If you're planning on doing single core farming, this is a necessity, while this gives you ease of use and better starting time when you use C's like Black Rail. Because single core farmers, again, it doesn't matter that much, but if you're starting with Black Rail, there is a turn you're going to want to take to at least card. But also single core farming, if it's 1/1/1, you definitely have a wave that you're able to just crit. So you're not as heavily reliant as like loop farming. But even in that case, she is still an Artoria and gets 20 gauge off her MP. But power mod against lawful alignment, power mod against good alignment, super effective against ruler class servants. So just like MHXX has 200% against saber class servants, MHXXA has super effective against ruler class servants. So this is an even bigger bonus than what Kiara has against rulers. Like, yes, Kiara has the red numbers, but this is still more damage. This is essentially she has class advantage, full class advantage against rulers. And not only that, lawful and good on rulers is one of the most common alignment they all have. There are very few that are not, yeah. I don't want to say there are a lot that aren't lawful good, but 2, 3, 3.5, because it's not 2 mods, or it's not 1 mod for lawful good, it's 2 mods for lawful and good. So we're at 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 7, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10. I already know Moriarty is chaotic evil. 10.5. I'm starting to lose count, but you get the point, chat. Almost every single ruler here is gonna get smacked so fucking hard by double XA, like ridiculously hard. So this use case here, it's not gonna really exist if you're using her as a foreigner. But if you don't have Avengers, or bringing in an Avenger is just a bad idea, say like there is a Moon Cancer in there, like that, the advanced quest that cycle between the extra class 1, like it rotates, it has Ruler, Moon Cancer, and Avenger. MHXX is not in danger in that case, as a Berserker or any of those classes that would have class advantage in that case. And again, against those rulers, she's going to have a power mod against them. Bond CE, lawful and good, up 15%. Yeah, and I barely even talked about like Van Gogh synergy here. It's fucking there. It's just fucking there. There is no character that is really going to benefit as much from Van Gogh being thrown in there as this character, because even Koyan Dark doesn't have triple buster. Not even her. So this character, if she's able to set up to do triple buster multiple turns, it's disgusting fucking damage. And and you would be doing the triple buster if you're not fighting rulers. If you are fighting rulers, obviously use the MP, but the power mods for lawful good against rulers in that case are greatly going to be diminished from what Van Gogh is going to give MH I honestly would put her on the same tier as Wangina. Just because this is a far, far easier character to set up to do some like cool shit. Wangina is reliant on supports that may or may not even exist right now as a best in class support. That like lets her full kit like take advantage. I feel Yui Shosetsu is that support, but Yui also can't use the MP damage part of Wangina. Yeah. Funny how like I do think she's on the same level as Bunyan, mostly because she just has better crit synergy than Bunyan. Like Bunyan at MP will hit hard against a lot of different classes. MH will hit hard neutral. Like pretty much wherever you can't bring this character, you could bring this character, but this character just very different gameplay. 3 left. Alco. Niche. While I think she could go here or here, I think Alco just has too much going on and has extremely how do I phrase it? If you're a dumbass with Alco, she's gonna be very disappointing. But if you know what she's good at, it's night and day difference, and that is talking as both a support and a DPS. She is used in the CL BB farming for Buster Crit farming. She can be used as a Vich substitute if the DPS is able to target Koi and Skya for cooldown reduction. She is able to buff quick to the point that they are, if they're not usually able to even do start from 50, Alco makes it so they're gonna be able to start from 50. She is a much better support than Karna Santa and BB for those rare quick servants that do some stupid shit to themselves that screws over the refund, aka they stun themselves on a MP. Alco is the best support for characters like that. Any character that has demerits, Alco is going to stop them from not even having demerits. I'm going to have to run through this really, really quick. If you want more details on Alco, you're gonna have to watch the video, or based on the servant. Again, if they have cooldown reduction in their kit that they can target Alco or its AoE and their Buster, Alco will be in the consideration for replacing a Vich. I'm not joking because of how she works. You're able to use her for double Vich, essentially replace the Vich. However, there are, again, restrictions on this, and you have to use Case Scope or something like it to be able to MP turn 1. Depends on the DPS. If they have an AoE battery, makes your life a whole lot easier. And you don't have to use Case Scope. You can start from something else, and might even be able to use Alco in a lottery for this. Although turn 1 damage is not going to be great. So, on whenever I like made the videos about this servant, I always talked about them as like 2 different servants. We're just gonna go down both of them. Base Alco's attack is 11.3k. Super Alco is 12.5k. Super Alco is an actual DPS. Regular Alco is a support. HP 14.2k HP. For normal Alco, again support. Super Alco 13.2k DPS level HP. Base Alco is man attribute, so it works with Wangina. Super Alco, star attribute, does not work with Wangina. However, the way Wangina actually works, you actually kind of would use Alco with her, because by the time Alco is ready to go to Super Alco, Wangina's buffs wore off. And you no longer need this version of Alco to be getting hit for Wangina to get stacks for her MP. Star weight for both for base is 153, and Super Alco is 147. They're around the same because they're still the same class, even though she's changing from regular to super. They're not changing class from like foreigner to something else. MP charge 0.55% at base, 0.33% super, and this is because she has an AoE arts MP. They had to nerf it. Both forms lawful good, so use the CE. She also is a living human, so you can use that CE to help bump her up. Bunny Servant does not count as animal characteristics. And if you don't know what this is a reference to, beat the main story for Witch on the Holy Night and then play the Whodunit side story. And yeah, because there is an actual story to this. And it honestly is pretty funny. Dex also changed based on whether you're in whether you're normal Alco or super. 4 hits on quick, 3 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Now the hit counts don't change, but she does get an extra arts card, and her buster and AoE, her buster and extra attack turn into AoE attacks. The way AoE attacks work is they cut the base scaling in half, but you can hit 3 enemies. So yes, you have a lower ceiling, but overall you do more damage if you're hitting 2 or more enemies. However, with the Buster crit, every single enemy is going to roll the crit differently. So if it's only 50%, you might crit 2 times and not crit 1 time, or you might not crit any of them, or you might crit 1 of them, or you might crit all of them, even at 10%. It's rolling the numbers game, but trust me, rolling 10% and critting 3 times at once, that's a fucking unicorn. That is a 1 in 1,000 chance of happening, because 1/10 time raised to the 3rd power is 1 over 1,000. First skill, she gives herself magic bullets, 3 of them. These magic bullets gives her a 50% attack buff whenever she's normal attacking. And I believe these work before damage as well, because it'd be really, really stupid if you removed all 20 stacks from your extra attack and it wasn't buffed up by this. Be really, really dumb. The magic bullets only activate for that attack. It's not 1 turn, it is 1 time. So it's pretty much actually impossible for Alco to hit 20 stacks with her extra attack, because she would have to be getting stacks of magic bullets after she cards, which is impossible. So this 20 stacks is theoretical. And just want to preface this, the attack buff you get from magic bullets goes beyond the cap for like buff stacking. This is its own thing. So even if you hit the max amount of attack buffs that a character can possibly get before the game just says nope, this will go beyond that, and I believe will also get affected by those other attack buffs. Last part of it, 20 stars, but this is on a 2-turn cooldown. So if you have a Pen 5, you can pop this skill back to back and get very good crits. That's default Alco. Super Alco, instead of 3 magic bullets, you get 6. Already went over this. You don't have stars. You don't get a star bomb, but you did get invul for a turn and 30% arts buff. But the cooldown also went up from 2 to 4. However, when you swap from normal Alco to super Alco, whatever cooldowns you have, they stay where they are. So when you go from super or normal to super, you are not getting 2 more turns of cooldown. Say you just pop the star bomb the turn you go super. You're not waiting 4 turns. Yeah, you're not gonna wait 4 turns. You're gonna wait 1 turn because again, 1 turn ended. You have 1 cooldown for the skill. So, second skill. This skill, like the self-regeneration buff, goes away if you go super Alco. So, ideally, you do not want to pop Alco's MP before this skill goes away. Another reason she kind of works pretty well with Wangina, even though I didn't mention Wangina, like it's because of this. Because while Wangina wants your allies with mana attribute to be getting hit, Alco is also going to be providing 20 gauge for the party along with 10 stars per turn. This is on a 7-turn cooldown. Quick Servants eat this shit up. Quick Servants' most notorious problem is that if they loop 30%, they are fucked. But if they have charge per turn, so much better. It means they have to loop an even lower they get to loop an even lower percentage than normal to be able to still get Scotty batteries. Using Alco like this, you are probably not using Black Rail, unless Alco is also you're not going to use Black Rail because you're not going to be able to get Super Alco's battery in time to make up for this fact. It is actually impossible. You have to choose between this and the third skill or Super Alco's kit when you're farming. And for quick, you're going to keep it normal Alco. If you're doing Buster, you're going to want Super Alco for what the third skill combo works. And because of this, we're going to go to her third skill on this skill, not this Super Alco. So, this is why she is able to support quick. Omni card buff, 30% each card, 30% crit damage, healing per turn, 2,000 per turn for 3 turns. All of these last for 3 turns. And then this right here, protagonist correction. If a skill has the word demerit in brackets, that demerit is not happening while you have this effect. However, if the demerit is used to pay for something, or you're going to sacrifice yourself. So King Tut, and then you have Cuckoo. This is not going to neg Cuckoo buffs. They are specifically making it so Cuckoo, when they buff Cuckoo, they are fully planning. If Cuckoo can be buffed, they are planning that they are incorporating that part. So yeah, this is mostly, oh, good. Oh, okay. Awesome. So this was not here before, but this straight up tells you which ones doesn't work. So self-sacrifice stuff, or so Habitrot. Yeah, Habitrot is not gonna neg her. Chengdong, Arash, not gonna neg those effects. First star. Yes, so this is not going to get negged by if you pop this skill on Alco herself. Cuckoo's star consumption, it's not treated as a demerit. Anger Minu's shit, can't use this to neg some of his stuff. You can't neg anything involving Van Gogh. You can't neg Oberon's third skill, Lucosa's self poison for the healing. Summer Kiara, you can't. Yeah, this one was a big one. They were never going to make it so Kiara basically had infinite skill rank ups. They were never going to make that a thing because she already has it. So if your cooldown reduction is like high enough, you have more than you need. But Nakraba, Nakraba, the Fair Soldier buff, which again, I'm not that familiar with this character. I'm happy I'm not talking about it on this list. And also, if you buff the enemy, it's not going to neg that. But things that affect you, yeah, Alco just straight up stops it. I love this skill mostly because it's also tied to the card buffs. Whether you're helping Arts, Quick, or Buster, Alco can really do it. Quick just really benefits the most because 20 gauge per turn for Quick is literally 40% of what they have to loop to get to the Scotty breakpoints. If you're using Alco like this as a support for this, for quick looping, you're not starting with Black Rail. Otherwise, why would they... Like, their refund has to be able to loop 100% as a quick unit. What quick units have demerits that can actually loop like that? I don't think Okita Assassin is able to loop like that. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure not. However, Okita Assassin does greatly benefit because even though the stun didn't affect her MP spam, it did affect her getting refund after her MP, like face guards. So that is where something like this will definitely come in clutch. I truly think if you're using Okita Assassin, Alco is pretty much a requirement because she also stops that Okita from having the defense down. And I think all the other demerits that are in the kit. But I think it's only 1 in 3 that have like some kind of demerit. So let's talk about Super Alco. Like I said, when she goes Super, she loses. You immediately lose the effect of this, so you're not gonna get 20 gauge per turn or the 10 stars. What you are gonna get is 100% battery and 40 stars. Fair trade. Then, in exchange for 100% gauge, you drain Alco by 100%. They are very specific with this wording. At MP1, yeah, this is all your gauge. However, if you have more copies, you're able to go beyond 100%. Thus, you will say you're... Okay, so here's the use case. Say you're at 90% battery. You're at 90%, so you're 10 away from being able to use this skill. If you're MP1, you use the 10% to get you 100, and that 90% disappears. Truly unfortunate. If you're MP2 and you're at 90, you go to 190. This gets drained 100%, and then 50% Buster for herself, extra attack buff, 100% card buff. This is exactly what Brisma Phantos Moon has, except obviously it lasts longer, but the value is the exact same. And in this stage, her extra attack is already AoE, so popping this skill fixes Alco's extra attack, whether you have the append or not. 50% battery for the entire party, along with two turns of cooldown reduction. Again, everyone in the party gets her, but gets this part, but her, and then a 5k heal for the entire party. This part is what allows her to do Buster farming and in place of Vitch. Like Vitch's second and third skill have 6 turn cooldowns. Append 5 brings it down to 3. If your DPS has cooldown reduction, that's 2. And then 2 more turns, you're on turn 3 for Buster farming, and Vitch can pop her second and third skill again. She's not going to be able to pop her battery. Yeah, I'm still working out a DPS that actually you can use Vitch like that, but it's a struggle. Yeah, so in addition to the whole MP2 thing with Alco, because you're reducing the cooldowns, if your DPS has AoE charge, you doing this will make Alco get back to her MP. So While if she was only MP1, you would just lose that, and even if your ally had an AoE battery, Alco was drained to 0. She doesn't have any charge now. And again, you would have, if you had the skill off cooldown, you would have popped it before her 100% battery, and then you would just swap the order. Again, because she doesn't reset her own cooldowns, order doesn't matter here. You can pop this first and then pop this, but it really depends on if you're already at 100%. So Alco has very different playstyles depending on MP copies. She's being ranked at MP1, and I see her at MP1 as a support rather than the DPS. Passives. This is her passives always, including whether she's super Alco or normal Alco. She always has these. So 2% debuff resistance, because she's barely outside the domain. It's more hurt. She's a magician, so she's like rejected the least by the world. Then say like the other foreigners. Territory creation E, 2%. Item construction E, 2% debuff success rate. Magician, 20% debuff res, so we're setting at 22%, also why this is so low. Insta res, 20%. Buff removal resistance, 20%. And just like Cuckoo, any invo she gets turns into solemn defense. Oh, okay. So this I didn't realize about Cuckoo, because I'm assuming it applies the same. If you use a CE that gives you invul, it's not going to turn it to solemn defense. This part of the passive only works if you are given invul during battle, not outside of battle. So even MPs will affect this. I'm not sure how this works with invuls that stack with other invuls though for her, but I believe it would the solemn defense would stack because they're still invuls, or they would still be coded as invuls that could stack with other invuls. The invul is, and it even says it here, converts. So it would be converting the coding of invul into solemn defense along with the caveat to it. I believe that's how it would work. Now, super Alco passives. Because she lost her second skill in normal Alco, she gets 10 gauge for the party per turn and 3 stars per turn. Again, I really, really like this when it comes to like sustained fights. And then she also gets 2 magic bullets per turn. Ease of use, yes, especially for sustained fights. If you only have MP1 Alco, I can never recommend extra attack finesse. The way extra attack gets cut by turning it AoE really, really screws it over the lower MP copy you're at. But not by that much. Again, I will get into this a bit. And it really is thanks to like Phantom Moon that I have a better perspective of this part. So regular Alco, when she MPs, she transforms to super Alco. Permanent Buster buff 20%, but Buster card is also turning AoE, so the base damage is cut in half, and the extra attack base damage is cut in half. 20% doesn't come anywhere close to like the value it's gonna hit. So unlike Phantom Moon, Alco is gonna see a damage difference, and it's only made up for the fact that you're hitting 3 enemies. Even hitting 2 enemies is gonna be worse than what it was before at MP1. At MP5, it goes to 50%. This still does not fully counteract this, but it does make it better. 100% completely cancels out the base value being cut in half. But again, you can only stack so many buffs before you reach the ceiling. So your ceiling gets a lot lower, but your floor goes up for overall damage. Also, you remove second skill. So again, like I said, you get rid of this regeneration buff. Yeah, and this kind of just explains it. Super Alco. AoE arts. Ignores invincibility. Ignores defense. Damage based on the magic bullets. This is super effective damage. Yes, this is super effective damage. And it goes up to ×2. Defense down also before damage. Unfortunately, the base number is 10 and it scales up to 30. If you're able to get higher overcharge, go for it. But the important thing it really is that it activates before damage. Bond CE, 30% MP damage and magic bullets. For Super Alco being like a stationary DPS that's pretty much giving a party-wide Prisma Cosmos, this is not a bad Bond CE. Grand Super Alco would actually be pretty dope. She would be doing like very good damage for sub DPS. And like also self-sustaining and just utility. So there is just too much going on with this character for me to put her like here. Not only does her gameplay change based on MP copies, but it also changes completely based on what team you're using, because she works in literally every kind of card type team you like can think about. It's pretty much non-center teams, like when you're bringing in Van Gogh, Doman, so like CQ, that yeah, you're probably not bringing Alco to a CQ. Maybe not super Alco, but normal Alco, maybe. She's just not going to be the best at it. But she is a good character. I like her a lot. And I am going to prioritize getting MP2 on main, because I have used her at MP2 and MP1. And I can promise you, the drain is probably the most annoying part about her. And it makes it so you can't just pop it, or second for Super Alco. It makes it so you can't pop 2 and 3 whenever you want. So like the MP2 is just a comfort thing, and it makes doing AoE crit farming with buster cards or extra attack just much more viable, that you have a better base multiplier that is permanently on Super Alco. We are done for the most part with Extra Class 2. We only have 2 more characters left, and then I am done with tier lists all for a good 6-7 months. Beast class. We only have 2 playable beasts, and both are their own things. Beasts, they are their own monsters. Their class advantage is whatever Nasu wants it to be. And this is canonical. Each one is very, very different. Koyan, for example, Tunguska, only animal character or demonic beast servants was, especially demonic beast casters, had full advantage over Beast 4. That's why Tamamo stall was an actual thing, because Tamamo actually fucked up Beast 4 pretty badly. Beast 4 could not, even in like when you couldn't see Beast 4, like in Lost Belt 5, I believe that was like the main big appearance. Tamamo was the best like surviving support, because casters took like half damage, and Tamamo is demonic beast caster. While Beast 3 gets smacked around by alter egos and moon cancers, but not full class advantage. It's only like 1.2. Let's start with Draco, the beast that everyone knew about before she came into the game, because her origin is FGO Arcade. Draco is a character that is always going to scale based on the developers when we're talking about CQs. When we're talking about story fights, most enemies you're going to fight are the standard knight class. So Draco, inherently for clearing the story, is literally one of the best characters in the game. The only times you would not bring her to fight a boss is if they are an extra class. And in story, there weren't that many extra class bosses. Like, you can definitely count them on your finger. Kishi Wong, Zeus, and those are just rulers. When we go to OC, very different story. But it's the ordeal calls are literally stories about the extra class. Of course, Draco isn't going to do that good in them. But for clearing story, Draco is like literally one of the fucking best. And I'm also talking about big Draco. We're not talking about Nugget, Umo. Even though this is like, also this is not Nero when she's a child. This is just because like being in this form takes up too much energy. Kama is literally the same exact way. And my God, was this a surprise at release? A lot of people were expecting like actual beast appearance for Nero. I think this is so much better. She looks so much cooler like this. Like most characters, the less clothes you have, the better they look. Not Umu. I personally think Nero Draco looks better than B6 from Arcade. I truly think she looks better. Base attack 12.7k, off to a really good start. HP 13.1k on the lower end, but she's taking half damage from literally every character that is not going to do damage. Like, the only time you're not going to like bring Draco is when you have the box with the question mark or you see an extra class marker. Just don't bring Draco and you're good. Standard knight classes, easy clap. MP charge, so because beasts are completely different classes, they change literally depending on what character. I do have to go through like star gen and star weight, and this is archer numbers. Archer star weight with saber star gen. MP charge 0.57%. 5 hit on quick, 4 hits on arts, 3 hits on buster, 5 hit extra attack. Animal characteristics: saber face, dragon. Even as a beast, she's still counting as humanoid. Roman, because it's Umu. And stage 1 and 2, child servant, but I would prefer not to see the child servant version, especially this one. I would much prefer this, and I will take this over seeing Draco like this. Yeah. Big con with Draco, though, is the fact that she only has one arts card. This is something you will feel a lot. However, she does have a lot to kind of mitigate this as well. So, again, showing right here. Basically, the only class she's going to hit one time X is Shielder or another extra class. Like, when you go through Triple C, you see the Lost class. Draco would be hitting 1.0 for that. It's like only Shielder and those custom classes. And Beast. If she's fighting another Beast, she will also do 1x. But Berserkers take ×2. All the other Knight classes take 1.5, and extra class do 0.5. The reverse is also true. But Draco is never going to take 1.5. It's either 2x, 1x, or 0.5. First skill, 10 gauge per turn, every turn for 6 turns. Crit damage, 6 times. Reduced damage taken, 1,000, 6 times. 666, number of the beast. Unfortunately, this is on a 7-turn cooldown base, but with a pen 5, it goes to 6. That was something I was like, okay, why why is this on a 7-turn cooldown if it's supposed to be 666? But now the reason is there because they eventually made it intentional that for the start of the fight, if you have a pen 5, it's going to be 6. Second skill. Skill Seal, all enemies, burn, and a chonky burn too at 500%. You increase their gauge though by 1. If they're already about to MP, this does nothing to them. If they're about to MP, well, they're going to MP next turn. However, this is also, like, Tamamo Lancer has this, but this isn't necessarily always a con, because now you, like, if you force them to go from 4 to 5, you know they're going to MP next turn. If they're at 3 and you do this, if they have a battery, there's a chance they'll activate the battery and MP that turn, or they might activate the battery last and, like, MP the next turn. You can control the enemy gauge with this, but you gotta be tactical with it, and you don't want to be that tactical with it. Because if you don't pop this skill, her third skill is useless. It does nothing. She does have a massive 40% attack buff, though, for 3 turns. Usually, there aren't that many characters that have this. Melisyn is the only one off the top of my head that has a 40% attack buff for herself that lasts for 3 turns. Other characters that have high attack buffs like this are either 2 turns, in the case of Monster Strength, or 1 turn in the case of Kintoki. Most important part, she gives herself the Holy Grail. This is a direct reference from Arcade. Again, I haven't played Arcade, so I don't know that much about this mechanic, but she lets herself hold the Holy Grail. And this is treated as neither a buff nor a debuff, so that also means buff removal is not going to take this away. Very nice to have, because there are break bars that just strip buffs, and they're not going to have to worry that much about this, but obviously buff removal going to take the rest of the buffs. So, yeah. Third skill. Speaking of buff removal, it's right there. It's not going to take the Holy Grail, but this will protect all Draco's other buffs. So, it is always the buff removal resistance, but if you have the Holy Grail, aka you pop skill 2 before 3, power mod against Dragon, power mod against Roman. The Roman part is extremely easy now because there's a command code that lets you put Roman debuff on, and it lasts for 5 turns. This is the most used command code on Draco. If you do not have this command code, your Draco is straight up gimped. And I don't want to say you shouldn't be using her, but this is free crit damage that you cannot take advantage of. 10 stars per turn, 20% healing rate, so every heal you get 20% more. 20 battery per turn. So Draco has 30 battery she gets every turn while she's holding the Holy Grail. She also has debuff immunity for 1 time and defense spears. So these are just really nice effects to have for a DPS. And 7 crowns, 7 effects. Wait. Is this 8 effects? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. 7 effects as part of holding the Holy Grail, but there are 8 effects on this skill. So, yeah, the charge per turn really helps with the fact that she only has 1 arts card. It helps so goddamn much. Most of her refund is going to come from her getting hit, the charge per turn, and her buster crits if you're using Vitch with her. And again, using Vitch with Draco helps pretty much mostly if you're fighting man attribute. Authority of the Beast, 10% crit damage, independent manifestation, beast passive, 2% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff resistance. Really funny that a beast has such a low version of independent manifestation, but I believe this is also tied to the event that she came out in, of why she would have independent manifestation E. Last passive. 500% debuff success rate. This is why the Roman command seal on Draco is so imperative, because there is not a case, unless the enemy is debuff immune, that you can't put the Roman command code on. Because I'm pretty sure it does count as a debuff. It is the same icon that Roma puts on, and he also has anti-Roman. So if you don't have that command code, you kind of need Roma. But yeah, Arcade had the rerun already, so them putting it in the shop is probably going to happen in like the next year or two. So if you're on NA, make sure you're doing the Arcade collab, because the Roman command code does not just affect Draco, it is also affecting Boudica, because Boudica buffs allies against Roman enemies. So again, that command code is pretty fucking broken in terms of like overall damage amp, especially for the party cost for it. Passives. Extra attack, absolutely. Draco is doing like a lot of DPS. And because she only has the one arts card, you're probably not doing too many arch chains. She needs like as much gain as possible. This helps clean it up. This gives you a faster start. This with cooldown reduction is just a lot nicer to have. And again, she got a good append 3. They could have gave an extra class just to fuck with Draco, but they didn't. And it's Caster. Wonder why they gave her anti-caster. It is an Umu. I wonder what caster Draco could possibly want advantage against. It's Tamamo, if you didn't get it. MP. I don't know. Okay, so the video, they split it, but not for the MP itself. So the MP has no normal effect. It does have super effective damage against the 7 Knight class servants. This MP, again, it doesn't do much, and I would prefer it to have an effect. But this is probably one of the most free super effective mods out there. As long as she's fighting servants that aren't extra class, she gets super effective for basically free. And this is what makes Draco stand out so well. Even if she's not fighting servants, even against non-servant enemies, as long as they're 7 Knight class, Draco still is essentially a better Berserker. She is a Berserker that isn't going to take 2x damage. So that is your baseline. A Berserker that basically, and not even like 1.0 damage, like if you use Reigns, you take 0.5%. So she just is a better Berserker for 7 Knight class. Whether they're servant or not. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, and an on-attack buff. If you're holding the Holy Grail, 40% chance to give yourself an attack buff. Based on the fact we can't summon Draco or Space Arash from GSSRs, I highly doubt they are going to let us make Grand Beasts. That is very, very stupid lore-wise for them to do that. And Nasu is like pretty uptight about this stuff. It's really funny what bits of lore he does and doesn't care about. But like Grands, Beasts, I get that kind of is sacred for him. And like some effects of like servant class of why this happens here can also be attributed to Worldline. But where Nasu like draws the line are like irrefutable facts of Type Moon. If Nasu does not want Beasts to be able to be summoned by Chaldea, Chaldea cannot summon them except the Beast summoning themselves. And which is canonically what happens with Draco. We do not summon Draco. Draco summons herself. Again, probably why her independent manifestation is at E, because she had to neg herself so much in the petite form for Chaldea's system to even let her through. But NA is going to be reading this in 2.5 months. So, let's go. Draco, where do I think she belongs? Unfortunately, only at A+. This is solely based on the fact that even Plushie was complaining about it. It completely depends on what the devs throw at us to fight. If we're only fighting challenge quests and boss fights that are extra class, you literally can't use Draco. You can't. You're fighting such an uphill battle there's no point. You would have better luck using Castoria against Summer Castoria against foreigners as a berserker than Draco would against any extra class. That's how poorly Draco gets nerfed in comparison to Summer Castoria that actually gets power mods and I think super effective against what's supposed to be killing her super easily. Draco is someone that is going to go up and down based on where you are in the game. This is factual. But it does not like take away from Draco still. If you just start the game and you were to get any character out there to help you beat bosses that was a DPS, Draco honestly would be my number one recommendation. 100% she would be the number one recommendation. Because for most content in the game while you're just clearing it, there aren't many servants that are going to give Draco a lot of trouble. Again, only if you're fighting non-servants. So Lost Belt 6 definitely is going to have some issues there. Because Vargas, Bavanchi, and I believe Melison do not count as servants there. Neither does Morgan. But this is Beast Umu. She is very good. And this year is going to be fucking hell. Because I have no idea how I'm supposed to get higher MP copies of Cuckoo, Draco, and Tiamat all in the same year. While Summer is a thing too. I prefer not wasting my tax refund on that. But I at least want to get one copy. Yeah, no, my summoning is going to suck for the next 2 months. Because we also have Honkai coming out too. So I can't, even if I want to summon, I'm going to run into money issues. Yeah. So, the last servant I'm talking about is a beast I don't think anyone saw coming. Unless maybe you read Lost Belt 7. I don't know if they really talk about this in Lost Belt 7. I do know Aresh shows up and she's in a costume. I'm not sure if it's another case of how Space Ishtar was introduced, how she was first teased in Battle for New York, the second one, but she was in like Ishtar's appearance. And then when we got Saber Wars, we did get a new model for Ishtar. But Space Aresh does show up in Lost Belt 7, and we get Aresh for Anniversary for Year 9. Is there a correlation? I'm not sure. But what I do know is that they already said Saber Wars 3 was going to be a thing. They pretty much said that we'd figure out why Aresh became a beast in Saber Wars 3. That is probably also when we're MHXA will get her final buff and give her a battery. I truly think they're waiting for Saber Wars 3 before they finish buffing MHXA and give her the battery. So, first we talk about class advantage. Neutral from every class that is not extra class. Normal extra class, 1.5. Avengers, 0.5. And this, I think, is really, really cute. Because this is a rush goal. What Avenger do we know that would cause Ereshkigal to go within herself. Space Ishtar. I think that was just really, really funny that Space Ishtar actually counters Space Eresh. So if you're fighting the normal Knight classes and Berserkers, you're doing 1.0 damage, which definitely is an issue for Berserkers because the advantage or the joy of fighting Berserkers is that they were really easy to get overkill with, not with Space Eresh. Her problem is always going to be overkill if you're not playing the game with her. Because using this character is an actual game of itself. You're playing a dating game. You're playing a dating sim. Your goal is to make this character fall in love with you. And then she will literally give you the universe if you make her happy. Base attack 11.4k, HP 14.5k. Very tanky. Or not super tanky, but like on the upper end. HP attack, this is pretty average, very slightly lower than average. MP charge 0.3%. 0.33%. We've seen time and time again AoE arts that have this gain and do absolutely fine. It's usually only face cards that are messed up, and Space Suresh is going to be critting on all her cards when she fully ramps up. This is non-negotiable. This is a fact. Velfel, what's up? Last character for this list, and then I can take a break and enjoy the rest of my weekend. Stargen, Star Weight, the exact same as Draco. Actually, I'm surprised by this. I thought they would have mixed things up, but Archer Star Weight, Saber Star Gen. Chaotic Good. If you want Doman Synergy, you need to bring Van Gogh or Archer Moriarty. Probably not doing that. Besides Summer Mode and Levitating, there aren't really noticeable traits. Non-Humididae at second and third ascension. So when she's in like Space Eresh, she is non-human. But Ascension 1, I'm pretty sure, is our Ereshkigal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ascension 1 is our Ereshkigal, but she's like her existence is also being overlapped with Space Eresh, which is like causing, I think, some of the issues in OC3. Again, I didn't read that, so I will get to that in a year and a half. So this character is also an insta-kill farmer, but she's basically like an arts looper insta-kill farmer. If that's how you want to use her and not worry about a lot of the issues that a character like this would have with Refund. I have used her on the insta-kill farming node with Asclepius and support Gastoria and Atlas, and rarely ever had problems. She is actually very functional as an insta-kill farmer as long as in the first turn you get her to stage 4. And also for Paracelsus, this is a really good DPS to use if you don't want to use your own Castoria, because Space Eresh is actually going to make Paracelsus and his AoE Arts MP actually do fucking damage. So 20% attack, 20% MP damage for the party, lasts for 3 turns, 20% battery, insta-kill res for the party for 3 turns, 100%, not times, flat out 3 turns. I believe regular Resh also does that on her Blessings of Kur. But she poisons everyone in the party because she's just doing too much here. Like she's carrying too much things and then she trips and a lot of things fall. Typical Aresh stuff. She wants to help us as much as possible to the point that she's actually hurting us. But that's pretty standard for what we hear of like divine servants. Like they like humanity and treat us like toys. Like they don't do it out of malice. It's just that we're lesser than them. They see us as lesser, so they're not going to treat us as equals. Second skill, 20 Star Bomb. Star weight for 1 turn, 500%. On attack buff for 1 turn. Every time you use a normal attack, you do more crit damage and a 50 battery. So Space Arash ramps up her crit damage in the same turn, exactly like fucking Super Orion. Right? I'm pretty sure Super Orion has this same gimmick, but I think his is like times and not 1 turn. Yes. But for Super Orion, it is only Buster cards. For Space Arash, it is all her cards. And again, you can spread out Super Orion, but Space Arash, if she has a good crit turn, it's going to be a very good crit turn, especially if it's a Mighty Chain or a BAB with you using the MP. But anytime you're doing a crit turn like this, I would definitely avoid the MP that turn. I would definitely try to like get another 50% crit damage out of this, because Super Orion is also 100%, while this is only 50. But still super solid. This is 70% battery, and it's why her insta-kill farming is as effective as it is. Third skill, Invul to attacks 3 turns, Guts 1 time 3 turns, 3k heal, full cleanse, buff removal resistance 1 time 3 turns, and reduces her own skill cooldown by 2. This part of the kit, the cooldown reduction, is what lets her do insta-kill farming with literally a wet fucking noodle. You don't need double Castoria for her to be arts looping for insta-kill farming. You just need to make sure that Space Arash is hitting, like, pretty much looping 50% in the first turn. She insta-kills after damage, so she's not going to have the same kind of issue that Aris would have with her farming, or Needle Chris, how they have it before they got buffed. First passive, she just has debuff immunity for 3 times. And this works every single fight. Awesome. Second skill, or second passive. Every time you normal attack, 5% gauge. Wow. Goddess Essence, 14% debuff resistance. 20% crit damage against servants. And even worse independent manifestation than Draco at 1.5, literally E-. It's a fake. This is almost fake independent manifestation. Like, I don't know if this means like her beast attribute. I kind of think it means her beast attribute is as heavily restricted as it possibly could be. And that honestly makes sense, because why would Arash want us to be afraid of her? She literally has this part where she wants to, where it's a dating sim. Why would she want to turn us off? She would be doing everything in her power to make us like her as much as possible. So, I have got much better about this. And we'll go over this without making the same mistakes that I made when I made the first time talking about her. So, her affection gauge, she starts at 1. If you have her Bond CE, I believe she starts at 2. How I've used her, her using her own skills first, she usually gets to rank 4 before your first MP. Especially if you're using Atlas Mystic Code, then it's guaranteed, because all 3 of those Mystic Code effects are able to be used on Space Arash, or able to be used and not really impact farming, so that Space Arash gets to higher ranks on this faster. And you really want to get this as high as possible. You like, the lower you are, the less damage you do, and the less Space Arash is self-sufficient. Because when you hit 10, she is almost completely self-sufficient and is doing a lot of different shit. So, you reach Bond 5 with her, plus 5 points. She's a starting member, plus 5 points. Every 10 points, you go to rank up. So, literally, you basically, as long as you use her a lot, and she starts the fight, she's starting off at level 2. If you're on water side, another plus 10. But, again, this is not something that you can set up for. It has to be... like Aresh, when she comes into the field, has to already be on water side. You can't change it after she's already out, like say using Melt, because she's already on the field. Using her command cards gives her plus 3, and I believe this also includes the extra attack. Doing a Brave Chain, plus 6. Actually, no. Not extra attack here. This is where the extra attack comes in. You get plus 3 for doing a Brave Chain, and then another 3 for doing the extra attack. That's why it's plus 6. So yeah, doing a full Brave Chain with Space Aresh is going to get you plus 15 points. If you use Space Aresh's skills, plus 3. If you use one of her skills before you use other servants, plus 2. So plus 5 for that first skill pop. So do not pop another... Only pop Space Aresh skills first. Never use any of your other characters before her. She always has to go first. Otherwise, you lose value here. Now, plus 2 isn't a lot. But plus 2 probably is the difference between you hitting 4 in the first turn or 3. And there's a big difference between Affection 4 and Affection 3. If you overcharge Space Aresh's MP, half a rank. If you use Mystic Code's effects, plus 5. So Atlas is really good because you reduce cooldown even more. And basically pop all 3 turn 1, pop this turn 2, pop these 2 turn 3 again. And then you keep... And basically you have very good uptime on like just skills getting refreshed when they need to. If you use a command seal on Space Aresh, instant level up. Includes... Okay. Last note. If you ever see Space Aresh on your friends list, you probably shouldn't be using her, because this passive is completely inactive. And Space Aresh, without having any of the affection, is not good. Not good at all. This is her base damage without affection gauge. This is barely better than Ryder Mordred. That's how bad this is if you pull MP1 off your friends list. Now, if you pull like a super one, yeah, it's going to do good damage. But at a fraction... Sorry. At a literal fraction of where you could be if the Space Aresh you have is your own. So this is a character that if you don't have her, you're probably not going to be using her. But yeah, 26,000. It's very common to get rank 4 in turn 1 for the first MP. This is far, far better. And like in line with other AoE arts at this MP copy. And again, this goes even higher depending on what kind of hand you had. Pens. These two are absolute requirements. This lets you start from 0 and have more abundant charge. So you can deal with higher HP enemies. with more excess charge and lower party costs for your other support than Castoria. Like I said, using Asclepius or Paracelsus, but I have personal preference with Aresh for Paracelsus, because Paracelsus actually benefits from Space Rush having a multi-core utility. And this makes it so you're able to pop this on the subsequent turns because you already have the cooldown reduction. Yeah, I would put this above this because this can be fixed with you just using double Castoria. This cannot be mitigated besides using other Mystic Codes than Atlas. And the second you take off Atlas, you basically have to go to like Vitch to do insta-kill farming. And it's like, okay, what the fuck is the point of this now? Because like Vitch is gonna help, but not that much. NP. 5-hit AoE arts, which is why this 0.33 gain works as an AoE looper. It's close to Ibuki, but she is definitely missing the quality of life arts loopers have, or that like Ibuki has, like the MP gain and the card buff. Does have a much bigger battery than Ibuki though. Oh, also last passive Nega Space, but this doesn't do anything right now. Probably this skill is probably going to get buffed in Saber Wars 3, or it's just going to be a passive that doesn't work in our universe and only affects certain bursts. Because this, by the way, Ereshkigal is not like Beast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She is a beast from Servantverse. I know. That is what I do remember about her. That she is not a proper human history beast, which makes her an even bigger exception than we already have, and a much fucking bigger headache. Like, how is Nasu like so fucking anal about like the summoning, but he does not give a fuck about Servantverse? Or maybe that is the point, that he doesn't have to take shit seriously about Yeah, no, that's classic Nasu. So the damage is piss poor if you do not even go higher than level 4. But at level 4, you get insta-kill success rate. Base 100% activates first. Yeah. This is unfortunate for Space Aresh. That as an insta-kill farmer, that this happens first. But that also usually is only applying to insta-kill loopers if they are oh, wait, no, sorry. My bad completely. Holy shit, I'm misreading this. This is not insta-kill chance, this is the success rate. Activates before damage. She does not insta-kill before damage like Needlecrest. She does insta-kill after damage. Sorry, needed to make sure I didn't Pepega that, because that is a very different thing. But at rank 4, insta-kill success rate makes her insta-kill actually usable, because 60 base is literally nothing. Yeah, like 60% chance, 80. You have a 40% chance on that node. Literally, you get rank 4. You have basically Dolmen's insta-kill success rate at base, but that is not Dolmen's insta-kill success rate because he has another passive to boost it, and his passive boosts it far more than Aresh. It's like another 24%. If you are rank 7, you get both Invul Pierce and Defense Pierce. Awesome. And if you are rank 10, 50 stars on an Arts MP. Oh, and the super effective ranks goes up by 10% for every level. So by turn 3, you should be having a 170% super effective mod. And it's usually a consistent 200, and it can't ever go down in a fight. As long as Space Aresh is up and alive, she will keep this. You cannot lower affection level. Also removes offensive buffs, so it's even harder to actually kill her because she's just going to make it so the enemy can't buff themselves up. OC, she ups the master effective points. This was here. But I don't actually know if I forget if these are two different things or it's just saying that here. I'm kind of blanking on it right now. Because it is by overcharge level, it goes up by 5. Bond CE, 30% MP damage, 30% crit damage against servants, and you start off 1 level higher. So your turn 1 MP is going to be rank 5, and you don't even need any of her cards to do that. The fact that the only servant you can't bring her to fight is Avengers is kind of stupid, because it's not like Avengers are that common. In terms of like generic art sloopers, as long as Space Rush has enough damage to get overkill, you kind of have a lot of freedom for how you want to use her for farming. Like, this is an art slooper that legitimately will art sloop while doing insta-kill farming. So even if so her refund is so good that even if she doesn't kill, she's going to be able to loop back to her MP and MP again. I promise you, there are very few art sloopers that are like that, and one of them is the buffed up Needlecris Summer. Needlecris Caster is not looping her MP because she still insta-kills first. Yeah. Space Arash. EX. I think she is the best art slooper on here. She does not give a shit about debuffs, which is what would kind of stop Hokusai. But definitely Hokusai in a CQ, like not being able to land Archers down and defense down heavily hurts Hokusai. Space Rush only buffs for herself. And not only that, a very easily ramped up super effective mod. So yeah, like the base damage you can have is like whatever this number is after the fight goes long enough, you literally double this. So MP1 goes above MP5 base damage at 0. But she's almost never going to be at 0 either. So that's another thing that I probably should note, that this is actually impractical damage that you're probably never going to see no matter what. Pretty much it is, yeah, the only way you're going to see damage like this is if you pull Space Rush off your friends list. So, yeah, if you want to pull Space Rush off your friends list, you can, but unironically, you probably are better off using a Rider Mordred from even your support list or just your MP1 one. You actually might just do more damage. And obviously farm easier. But Space Rush has a lot of things going on, and she's not stopped as heavily as Draco, because like she's actually meant for extra class, and if she's fighting normal class, which is like something common now, they're especially in like lottos and like 90++ content, you see extra class mixed with night class a lot more. The fact that it's basically only Avengers that stop this character, I feel pretty comfortable placing them here. Obviously, you're gonna use like other characters if it's not mixed extra class, like especially if you're fighting like the advanced quest where every time you hit the enemy they change class. Space Rush will struggle only when the Avenger pops up, but the Avenger isn't even the enemy you're worried about for that node either. Oh wait, is it? I haven't done that note in a long time. With that, we are finally done with the tier lists. I spaced this out a lot this weekend. And if I had to quick math this, it's probably this video is probably going to be the longest of the tier list, and it's probably going to clock out around 7, if not 8 hours. I am fine with this list, and I'm hesitating whether or not to cut some stuff out of Kire for the recording, just because I don't feel I did a good enough job talking about him. Like, I just don't use Kire enough to be super informed. I'm probably going to leave it in there because A, it's a pain, and B, just more to show that I'm not perfect. This is not the only game I play. I have a life, despite what it might look like or how much I stream. I do actually have a life. I have a job and family, not wife and kids, obviously, but I do have people. I can't play this game and spend a whole lot of money and know how every character is going to perform in every fucking situation, because no one fucking does. This is a gacha game. You pick the characters you want. This is all my opinion. No one else is like influencing besides me talking in my chat. I'm going to do this differently. 10th anniversary. I'll worry about it when I get there. Time to enjoy my weekend. Peace. Thank you for making it to the end of this video. If you enjoyed, drop a like or sub. Hope to see you in the next one. Peace.